Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt and Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you will see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt and Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today. It's go time. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Welcome to Lapeef Network. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got Mr. M. White, Miss Pearl. I am Chels, Dr. Lady O. We got Butterfly, the Wisdom Academy. That go Bougie, Kia, DJ, Anita. Myself, Lapeef J.I. Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
I ordered from that fish spot I was telling you about with them huge red snappers.
Yeah, I seen you, man.
That's just on fire.
Showing out over there, man. Showing out. How y'all doing? We got some people with their first time here. Y'all good?
Yes, fabulous.
Good.
Man, y'all sound dry. Are y'all good? Are y'all happy to be alive? Maybe that's a better question to get y'all.
Always happy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, some folks didn't wake up, so y'all at least
Can I say something and see if everybody responds to what I say?
Okay, go ahead and cut me off, DJ. Go ahead. It's all you. What was yours?
Friends.
How many of us have them?
Thank you, Pearl. Thank you, Pearl. Thank you, Pearl.
I actually was singing it.
I just want to see where your brains went.
Nah, my mute was on. I sang it. I was on mute.
Oh, Chell, you was on mute.
Nah, I wasn't on mute. I was trying to figure out, like, is she talking about the song? Or she's when we was in high school, if somebody walked in, like, let's say you was eating some candy, they'd be like, friends, and you be like, share. So I was like, I didn't want to get it wrong.
I wasn't thinking about the song at all.
What year was you in high school?
I graduated in 2000.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that song. That was the furthest thing from my mind.
What was you thinking?
That song at all?
Like, you know how you just be like, hey, friend. I was thinking that.
Lady O, you said you don't know the song?
What?
Who said I don't know that song at all?
Oh, I did. I don't know that
I
song.
thought I seen Lady's mouth move. So is you that you don't know the song at all?
Mm-mm. I literally never ever heard that.
Have you heard of Houdini?
Houdini?
Yeah.
I've heard the name. I don't know who
They
that
don't
is.
know that. Don't know
Like the
about
magician Houdini.
He is like super young. He is super young.
Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that.
I mean, my daughter's and she is my daughter though, but I mean, she's 18 and she knows the song. It don't and I DJ a lot, and there's a little girl that requested My Prerogative by Bobby Brown to walk out to at her sweet 16 5 years ago. So music don't have an age, and this song definitely don't have an age. It's just a really
some
big
songs
record.
just classic. Yeah, some
Classic,
artists just
yeah.
classic, like Michael Jackson. Every and every level know Michael Jackson or
Yeah.
like that.
But that's a really good song in the space of relationships and life and marriages and everything. Everyone should really look up the lyrics to that song, honestly. He said some bars in the first 30 seconds of that. He said, most of us would truly never learn the true definition of friends. The dictionary doesn't even know the meaning of friends.
Yeah. Well, you learn through life that you don't have a lot of them. It's very small people that you can call a friend. And I call a friend, what I would call a friend is even when my friend is dead and gone, whatever secret she told me remain with me. So, that's a friend. No matter what your friend goes through, whether she's dealing with a drug habit that she got for whatever reason, you're not going to kick her to the curb. So, but the thing is, I've learned I know a lot of people, but I don't have a lot of friends. I'm talking about like our friends, and you learn everybody that you laugh in your face. I learned that them probably the ones you kick out to the curb. I never liked that echo chamber of friends. Yes. Yeah. I can't stand echo chamber of friends. I like somebody to disagree with me sometime. I think that's the best friend. Yeah. Yeah, you got the perfect shirt on there.
Yeah, when me and Sky met, we've been locked in since the day we met.
Yep.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, I've been fortunate to have some lifelong friends myself. I got a buddy of mine right now. He's going through a divorce.
Okay. Oh,
and yeah, he's my closest friend in the world. I love this man.
Oh, man.
Love him. And he's got two. What you say now?
I know it's hard on him.
Yeah. He's been with his wife for a long time, about 17, 18 years. And this was a scenario where he started out in love with this woman, like worshiped the ground she walked on. And, can't stay with her. Just the type of being she is. He just can't do it anymore. And so he's divorcing. And I've had to go and get him and keep him from putting himself in jail so far a couple of times. So
those divorces are rough.
Yeah, they can be very rough.
Only married one
hard to
time.
break a trauma bond.
Huh?
It's hard to break a trauma bond.
Oh, it is. It really is. Yeah, I've experienced divorce after 10. It was tough. So, that's why I only did it one time. And that's why I said if I do it again, it's going to be, yeah. That's it. We just go down again. It is what it is.
Something must be wrong with me, because when I divorced, I threw a party and flew out of state.
Yeah, we're going to go
You like him.
We're going to go ahead and get this show started. Y'all ready?
Hello.
Okay. Everybody was sharing some moments there.
You just keep your face up.
Okay, I keep my face up.
Keep your face up today.
Shout out to DJ Hemp. This might be risky, man. If you guys get an opportunity, make sure you go and check out his content. Amazing content, man. Thank you, sir, with the 999. Also a member. Salute to you. We got Sir Richie, 8731. $2. Best songs from Houdini is Big Mouth and One Love.
Love.
That's gonna be way before my time. I don't even know.
Whoa.
Who that is. Houdini. I was born in 97, baby. 97. I'm getting my youth back.
Wait, what?
Oh, y'all 97. Oh Lord, I was grown. Oh my God. I was
old enough to be my son.
What's the saying? A lie don't never have to got no tell no truth.
Who said they was born in 97?
It was like DJ. That was
A
Mark.
lie don't care who tell it.
Mark's only born in 97.
A lie don't care who
Wow. I'm
tell it.
born in
Yeah, like a
72.
little
I'm
kid.
too old.
Look at that. Look at that.
What's
Look at that.
wrong with being born in 97?
Kids having
He
kids.
was not.
Oh. I was like, what's wrong with that?
Can
We're
we
gonna
have
go
a
and get
moment
this.
of transparency
We're gonna
on
go ahead and get
everybody's
the show
age?
going, man. We're gonna go ahead and get the show going. I see y'all being disrespectful already. If you guys haven't already hit that like button, also make sure you subscribe to the channel. You catch us on the replay. Hit that like button as well. Shout out to the sponsor, Anson Belt and Company. That link is pinned to the top of the chat, and it's also in the description. Go ahead and get your belt game in order. Them some fantastic belts, man. I guarantee. Tonight's topic, the value in marriage no longer exists. The value in marriage no longer exists. I've been having some conversations recently, man, and some people just don't value it. They just don't value it. So I want to see if we can really unpack that, because on one hand, we have men saying women need to get married. That's what they're preaching out there. And if you are not married, you're not getting the respect. On the other hand, we have women saying that they no longer desire marriage, that they're not in a rush to get marriage. And we also have some men that was once married that no longer desires marriage. So I really want to see what's going on, because we seem to be all over the place. I can't guarantee solutions tonight. I can't guarantee. People always want to know solutions. I can guarantee a great dialogue, conversations. When you leave here, you might be able to highlight some problems within your own relationship or with yourself. A lot of people are not self-aware. I'm pretty sure the people on the panel have some stories, and I'm interested in knowing what it is all about. I got a clip I'm gonna play, give a little context, have a little fun with it, and then we're gonna go ahead and have a conversation. Sound like a plan?
Yeah.
All right, AP, accountability partner, also a member, $10 says for the new faces, salute JR. Okay. AP likes to try to pick out his fan favorites, so maybe you guys might make it, might not make it. And he's going to be honest about it. He's going to tell you straight up, I don't like what you said. So I look forward to seeing what AP accountability partner has to say. Shout out to you. We also got Darwin in the back as well. I will be bringing him up so he can be added to the conversation shortly. Let's do it. I'm going to start running this clip. I'm going to do a pause and play. I'm going to break it up, this first clip, into two parts. So when I stop it, then we'll go ahead and get it going. So here we go. And it does this. Give me 1 second. All right, this should work now. It's like your biggest fear, right? Get it going, say all the good shit, and then cue it up and it freezes. Gotta love technology. I'm sure the DJs out there experience that as well. No sound?
Mm-mm.
No, I was talking about the problems that the DJ experience.
Mm.
Nah, I don't go through that. Too much on the line for me.
All right, here we go. It should work now.
That every child I have was made with love.
So do you believe in monogamy at all?
Not for me.
No?
Nah.
So do you believe in marriage?
Not for me.
Even
but
if it's
I've
like
done
poly. I know you were married.
I think that, first of all, anybody like that, again, that's a lot of work. You know, marriage, and then especially if you're trying to be married to multiple people, like that's so much work.
Yeah.
But I think it works for different individuals.
You don't think marriage works?
So, from my perspective, you got to look at it like this: marriage is for two people to become one.
Mm-hmm.
It's a contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's what you're building.
Mm-hmm.
When I built what I needed to build on my own, what do I need to sign a contract for? It's like if I built this skyscraper, and then I come out my skyscraper and I start looking to see the cottages, I'm like, I'm already good. Like, and it's about being equally yoked. But I get that if I would have started when I was building my skyscraper, if I had a teammate and a partner that was going to help me build this skyscraper, then I'm gonna rock with that person. This half day skyscraper, and we got memories and and this journey was amazing, and we have a lot to be grateful and thankful for because we built this skyscraper together. But I'm over here in this skyscraper by myself.
What if she also had a skyscraper and y'all built a bridge?
I only need one skyscraper.
Really? So
Like,
would you be with like a successful, like a monetarily super successful woman?
at this point, no.
Do you
Where I'm at, but again, because that's only because I'm looking to cultivate and protect my own peace. Where I've been in a scenario where I was married to somebody who had multiple skyscrapers way bigger than mine.
Yeah.
And that was an amazing experience. But now
But it didn't cultivate peace.
it did during that time, but now I'm talking about I was a different person at 28 than I am at 44.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now I'm just like, yo, I gotta balance everything that I currently have in to be like what someone else has
Doesn't matter.
doesn't matter to me.
So
You know
do
what I
you-
mean? More or less.
So do you think that women that are more successful than the usual are less likely to be nurturing? Like,
No.
do you feel like you wouldn't want a woman that's monetarily successful because she's not going to bring you the things that bring you peace?
Nah, not at all.
No?
It's just that that's not what I'm seeking. I'm so complete.
Yeah.
I'm so happy and content with where I am in life
Yeah.
that I'm not looking outside of myself for
That's fair.
happiness. You know what I mean?
And you
But
don't-
I mean, I understand why others do it. And
Yeah.
I've had those journeys in the past before, and you're like, man, I want this and I want that. But like I've either had everything I ever wanted or currently just those type of things don't even cross my mind.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, you got options though.
I do, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, my cup runneth over.
Yeah.
Like my plate is full. So
I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there. I'm gonna open up the panel with this question here. What makes marriage valuable today? What makes marriage valuable today? Anyone can go ahead and kick it off. If not, I'll just go ahead and pick somebody.
You know, I personally, I don't think Nick Cannon is somebody that would be qualified to give anybody advice on it.
Wisdom, let me say this. So
Yeah.
what I've been saying lately is trying not to attack the messenger, but kind of using what's said and kind of tying into reality.
Okay, no
Just kinda
problem.
learn from that approach.
All right, no problem. I can go right at that. So, marriage is a spiritual covenant. The purpose of marriage, if you're a person who follows the Bible or think that the wisdom of the Bible is a blueprint for life, it's a spiritual covenant where you are made. They say that line that we're made in the image of God in Genesis 2, right? That we'll make man in our image. And so marriage is a reflection of the relationship between Christ and people, the people who follow him. The woman is the church. The man is supposed to love like God. So to somebody that would be completely secular, then I can see how they would reduce marriage to, I already got my own skyscraper. I already got my own money, so I don't need another person for me to live life through. Understand how a person who is completely monetarily focused and totally secular, I can understand how people who are godless, I can understand how people who reduce women to sexual experiences, and that's why you got to keep 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them around. I can understand exactly how a man that no longer sees women as wives or sisters or mothers or daughters, who can't see the personhood of a woman, I can completely understand how a man like that can say, you know what, I got so much money, I'd just rather juggle me some hoes instead of have something meaningful with another person who can see me. So that's that.
Okay. When you get a chance, check your sound. I'm not sure if you're covering the mic. It sounds like it's going up and down as you're talking, so there might be some interference there. Go ahead, DJ. What makes marriage valuable today?
You said DJ?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. For the person that wants it, I think it's just a benefit to the man and the woman, if that's what you need and that's what you desire. I think he hit it on the head, Nick Cannon, because it's all about you. You like marry yourself, value you, bro, with you. I'm still big on that. I think that, you know how many women I meet that was married years ago and that was had multiple husbands and they are flourishing in their 50s. They are so happy at peace. They are so beyond got the God in them. You can't even understand that grace of them. So I'm sorry. I think that just like he said, it was for that moment during that time. That's where I was. I agree. I don't think it's for everybody. Shout out to the people that have been married forever and you're codependent. Shout out to your codependent ass because you need somebody. So, but for me, if I do it again, it's going to be with somebody that values themselves, that I watch him be a great father by himself, not needing no woman. But my thing is, it needs to make sense. It's not going to be a trauma bond between us. I want you to show up exactly to who you are when I met you. Be that same person. I'm not into putting on a mask. So most relationships, why people get multiple married is because they put on different masks every relationship. So I'm not into none of that. So today the value for me is just like, it's a value for who wants it. If you really want to be a good freaking person, get married, then it can be a wonderful thing. And it can be value if you're adding value to one another. But place value upon yourself before you go take your broken self out to damage somebody else for their lifetime. Keep your stuff in your pants and keep your legs closed and go figure your life out with your damn selves before you go mess up somebody else in a marriage.
Okay.
So.
I'm gonna go to you, Kia. What makes marriage valuable today, in your opinion?
So my theory is that I think that human beings are just obsessed with permanence. Since the beginning of time, like we've been writing down and discussing and having like philosophers like talk about what is the meaning of life. This is the reason why religions are birthed. People are obsessed with the idea of connecting themselves to something forever. So the idea to, because we know that we don't live forever, the idea of committing yourself to a cause with another person forever, it feels good. I believe this is the same reason we get tattoos. This is the same reason, like we go and we buy a home and we buy that plot of land and we say, this is the plot of land that I and generations to come are going to live on. You know what I mean? And I think marriage is no different. It's valuable because it's something permanent to something temporary. So it feels really, really good.
Go ahead, Charles. What do you think, sir? What makes marriage valuable today?
Well, before I answer, I've been married for 10 years. Me and my wife been together for 20. So I'm sure my response comes from that lens. But companionship, love, trust, understanding, forgiveness, self-growth, self-development, building financially. I know in my marriage, one of the things that I value is having someone there to help me better see and understand myself, right? I always say that the world, the external world is always reflecting back to you who it is that you truly are. So to have someone to always reflect back to me my strengths and my weaknesses is always a valuable benefit to me. And that's not to mention my kids.
All right. Go ahead, Butterfly. What makes marriage valuable today?
Um, Definitely trust. Definitely to piggyback off of the last gentleman. Trust for me. I've been married twice. Obviously, and now I'm divorced, and I have a baby daddy. So my first marriage, he ended it because he couldn't really, I guess, deal with my daughter. And then the second one, I ended it because going back to the trust thing, not that he cheated, but when you have two people, so first off, I firmly believe we are not meant to be alone. But when you have two people and you grow a bond together and things are said, I think there is that certain, like I said, trust bond that's built. And when somebody decides to use things that were learned, that you shared against another person, then that, that's no good. So it's like little things like that would, and I just wasn't about to deal with that. And I just did not foresee the rest of my life coming home and just being miserable, because now you can be with somebody at the same time and be so alone. So what's extremely valuable in a relationship is having someone there that you can just let everything go, and you trust them with everything that you have. So for me, what's extremely valuable is, again, trust, and more trust.
Thank you there, Butterfly. Go ahead, and White. What makes marriage valuable today?
Shout out to my codependent people, because I guess I'm codependent because I need my wife and she's great. I needed her to help me get these kids to sleep, to make sure she took the laundry down, to help me plan my daughter's birthday party, for that excellent sex we had this morning. What else? Oh, she ordered some fish that was super fire for me because I like it, and she didn't have time to cook. So shout out to her. I needed her to do all those things, and I appreciate you for it. You are great. I saw a movie this weekend called Together. That shit was crazy. In that movie, it was about a toxic couple who actually was trauma bonded, and they literally became one person through their trauma bond. And I feel bad for anybody that's had a relationship that resembles that, because that is very harmful, toxic. They was literally cutting their body parts off to get away from each other, and then the trauma was molding them back together. It was disgusting, and we sat there and laughed the whole time, because I was like, is this really what people be experiencing? God damn, this is bad. I understand why people be mad online. If I felt like I was running into a trauma circus and in a habitual loop of just, I hurt you, you hurt me, I hurt you, you hurt me, then I come on here mad too. I just don't have that. So I'm happily codependent. So shout out to the codependent folks out there. The value is the codependency is fun, and it's great, and it's wonderful, and I love it. And I'm so happy. And every day I'll be smiling. And night too. And night. Don't forget about night. But yeah.
And what makes marriage sound so pleasant? Go ahead, Dr. Lady O. What makes marriage valuable today?
Nothing. Nothing, because nobody's in God's order. I mean, it's basically what God wants us to do. It is in His order. I don't care if you don't believe in Him or not. It is His order that we marry, and it is, its legacy is generational wealth. It's it's so many things that still make marriage valuable. I don't. I mean, a lot of things that I hear, it's just me, 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 me. And this is the reason why the divorce rate is so high. This is the reason why people are marrying people that they don't even get along with. They're not trying to make marriage valuable because they're not marrying somebody. They're not even creating life or being with someone that they want to be with forever. They just go in it initially with this, he does this for me, or she looked like this, and next thing you know, they married and don't even like each other 5 years down the road. They can't stand each other. God forbid they get a divorce, it's just over. So marriage is still valuable today because God is still valuable today. Technology has changed, had came into play, but one thing has never changed is, I know, what in White at? The hierarchy of life. That'll never go nowhere. I know you said that word. I'll be saying that. Life is always going to be God, man, woman, and child. That's never, ever going to change. I don't care what we got going on. So until we get back to the order of it, I mean, that's the value of it. The value is that's what we're supposed to do. So doesn't change.
All right. You guys can ask questions too if you do want to interject, ask somebody a question for clarification or better understanding as to what they're saying. Miss Pearl, I'm coming to you, ma'am. What makes marriage valuable today?
I think the value of marriage hasn't changed. I think the benefits are still the same. I think there are still the same social, emotional, financial, and legal benefits. I still think it provides the same level of companionship, emotional support, framework for raising a family. I still believe that married individuals are healthier, wealthier, experience greater happiness. But what I do think has changed and makes people question the institution, because it's not the institution, it's the people. I think there's a lack of understanding that what we've experienced as Black people, and I'll just take it, the women's liberation movement. I'll just leave it right there. Like, that in itself was one of the major breakdowns of our families, and deliberately and systemically changed our relationship dynamics. And I don't care how many people keep having a discussion about what we need to do. We might need to revisit that topic. Because of that, I still don't see that we're uplifting our men. I don't see cultural norms that we are supposed to have. I see a lack of spirituality. So I don't think that the institution of marriage is invaluable or lacks value. I just think we as people have changed and gotten away from it so much, and we're so disconnected from ourselves, and it makes it hard for us to connect with each other. And I pretty much am connecting what everybody else is saying, particularly Dr. Lady O. I feel like it's still, the foundation is there, but we are broken as people for many of reasons. And until we get back to the order of who we are, our divine beings, our God, and really understand what we're here for and our purpose, we're going to keep running in circles. And I just feel like now everybody feel like they're going to get on this podcast and say something that's just so compelling and prolific and change the game. Like, we're not supposed to recreate the wheel. That's why they're called foundations. That's why they're called traditions. That's why we're supposed to be rooted and grounded in that. You don't change that. There's too many of us. There's billions of people now. So again, until we get back to that foundation, we on rocky ground.
Hey, Darwin, you there? All right, I'm gonna play a little bit the rest of this clip, and I get to Darwin.
Again, that's from, the disposition I have is usually like, man, I'm just so grateful and appreciative of life that I don't desire anything outside of the present.
So what if the women that you have, so are you in one relationship right now, or you're open?
What do you mean? Like one, like
because you're your youngest children's mom.
Yeah.
That's your girl.
My youngest child? No. Like, again, I have no idea of possession when it comes to relationships. I operate in a way to where my children are my number one priority.
Okay.
And I am involved with
all of them.
Not all of the mothers, because some of them got their own relationships and do it's like I said, it's an individual thing.
Okay.
And I personally choose to not define it in that setting because I know it's always changing. It's always growing. Like, I'm not thinking about this is my woman and this is my, it's like,
yeah.
Nah, right now we are parents raising children that often romantically involved and intimate. And I value when somebody is dedicating their time and energy to me, and I do that, to the best of my ability.
So what if one day one of them value marriage?
I would celebrate it. I'll be right there and be like, look, this is what they want.
But it can't be with you.
Yeah, nah. I don't.
You've evolved past marriage.
Yeah, I don't know. That concept was all I struggled with. That even before I got married. When I got married, I feel like we did it very successful because we were on the same page. And then when that season was over, I was like, yeah, I'm never gonna do that again.
You're never gonna get married.
I don't why do people desire marriage so much?
I think, first of all,
y'all just want that contract.
No, I don't think people that don't know God should get married. Because honestly, I feel like
that's a heavy statement.
I do. I really do. Because otherwise, how do two become one? It's just two people getting married.
But what about the people, maybe they don't have that upbringing or that spiritual foundation to even understand what God is?
It's two people getting married. It's two people walking down the aisle.
Contract.
It's two people.
It's a ceremony. It's a ritual.
Which I agree. And I feel like that That's a business partner that you get to have sex with. That's what I feel like. Or that's a person, that's a companion that you get to see all the time. That marriage to me doesn't really mean much in the sense of how I see marriage. Like it could be amazing and it could be beautiful and it could be, it could teach you lessons, but like, do you really go to the depths in that kind of marriage?
So as a grown woman,
Yeah.
what is, because you've accomplished so much, you've done so much. What is the purpose of marriage for you?
I personally don't think, like, be a God, right? Because I know I'm a wife, even though I'm unmarried. I personally think that I cannot experience my greatest levels of trust without being a wife, because now there's another man that has leadership over it.
All right. Darwin, you there? Go ahead and answer this next question then to the panel. If marriage is just a contract, what makes it different from any other partnership in life? And is that difference still worth protecting?
There's no other partnership where you essentially have the ideology that the two people will become one and move in unison and be dependent upon each other. A business relationship, most times you expect for them to dissolve at some point. It's kind of baked in with how you structure your deal that it's going to dissolve at one point. With regular relationships, minus kids, it's fun and the responsibility is not really there, right? You can, in a co-parent situation where you live together in this relationship, this co-parent, I think that's the closest to a marriage in all the relationship form types. And you might as well go get married if you're gonna do all that. Because what is the escape hatch for? You gonna get mad and leave your kids? I really don't understand it, but to each his own, I guess. I don't think it's just a contract. I think it's a way of life and a way of being when you expect to be there. I think people, the permanency of a life choice like marriage, I think may scare some people because they want to make sure they have an escape hatch and they treat it with more deference and respect than they do having children. And to me, that's wild, because you should be able to get divorced if something goes wrong, but you shouldn't be able to leave your kids. I don't know. To me, that just sounds crazy. I think it's hard to put your kids first if you refuse to try and be there for them consistently. But that's my opinion on that.
All right, I'm gonna go to you, Darwin. That first question: what is the value in marriage? And then you can transition to this question if you want.
You said, what is the value in marriage?
Yes, sir.
I mean, aside from, so for me personally, I believe in principles. So I have principles that are connected with the word of God. So I have value in being married in that kind of way. And I know a lot of people who also follow the word do. So that could be one. There's legal benefits that come from marriage. That's valuable. If you draw a parallel to a relationship between just a man and a woman. So, and what was the other question you said? If marriage is just a contract, what makes it different from it?
Mm-hmm.
If marriage is just a contract, what makes it different from any other partnership in life? Well, I don't believe it's just a contract. And what I think it does is it's aside from the spiritual side, or just making sure because if you believe what I believe, it's your salvation is on the line. If you're out here just busting chicks down and not really, especially if you have the opportunity to find a wife. But I've been learning a lot about how society been moving, man, and it's just, I wholeheartedly believe God can see what we see out here with how marriage has been tainted, or the whole covenant has just been pretty much destroyed. Like the mindset that people have going into relationships and marriages, it doesn't represent what God originally wanted to represent. So I don't even care if you're trying to call yourself doing it right or trying to protect your salvation and saying that, hey, look, I don't want to be fornicating. If it's not set up to where the man is the head of the household and have the authority and the woman is the helper, it really doesn't matter. And I think that's the reason why a lot of people who decide not to get married, looking from the outside in, they don't recognize the marriage as something that's true. People are saying that people are wearing rings, they have a contract, but it's just not recognized as a real marriage because of how the foundation of it, the way it's structured. It's not original. You get what I'm saying? So it's almost like looking at a pair of fake Jordans. That might be a bad analogy, but that's just something that came to my head. But yeah, man, if you can't do it right, I don't knock any brother in 2025 that says, hey, look, you know what I'm saying? These women are not virgins. They're not coming into the relationships with their mind right. They don't even look at submission. They look at submission as something toxic. They don't even look at male authority or masculinity as anything positive. There's an attack on it. And in order for you to do that as a woman, you literally have to detach yourself from God. It doesn't, and I know they got this term called Christian feminism. I think it's just a huge contradiction. It just don't work. So I don't knock any man that says, hey, you know what? I'm just going to keep my peace and do my thing and pray on it. I think God can understand man in this situation and be like, you know what, son? I see what you're dealing with. I see all the laws are just the societies that done turned into Sodom and Gomorrah. You know what? I don't blame you. And I'm gonna cover you with my grace. That's what I believe God is doing right now. And I'm gonna yield the mic.
Okay. Would anybody like to respond to Darwin?
I'm gonna respond right quick. You know what the women gonna say? Well, didn't God have what's the man named Mary, prostitute, or Mary? I'm just saying they gonna find a way to get around that. But yeah, I agree with you. I think that a lot of things is just out of order. I do talk to, I have male friends in their 60s who some been married 25, 30 years, divorced, some been married 2-3 times, and none of them want to remarry. They say they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. It's you know, not saying they were perfect beings and stuff, but it's always one-sided. So you know, I hear, you know what I hear? I hear every woman on the planet is a good woman. That's what I hear. There ain't no sluts out here. There ain't no women that's cheating on their husbands out here. There ain't none of that out here. These women just good women. They're queens. But I just posted a stat where most men who are cheated on don't even leave the marriage. It's like, but most women do. Like men stay for the legacy, the children, the finances. I just posted that. I just did a whole breakdown on it. And you know, so that's gonna hurt. This is why first marriages have a 41% divorce rate, second marriages have a 63% divorce rate, and third marriages have a 73% divorce rate. You have the best chance to stay married the first time. I don't have a 60% success rate. So we can get that little 40% to choose right, you know. We can increase that number because you got a lot of broken people out here constantly getting married over again. And I can tell that most us women, it is what it is. We're not looking at ourselves in the mirror and really saying, you know what? I got to get myself right. I'm really screwing my life over. I don't hear no woman say I ain't sugar honey iced tea. I have not heard too many women that say that. They all think they queens and the men is bad and there's a reason why I don't stay married. Because I mean the stuff that I hear is freaking insane. Nobody wants to be, I mean, I'm just saying, nobody want to cave in. And I'm just sorry, we women, we're very extremely stubborn. We gotta give in at some point. Men don't change. One thing I've noticed, just seeing sons and just men, they don't change. Men have always been simple. I don't see them. They have. We all over the place. Then we got to go through menopause. Good God Almighty. Lord have mercy. I'll just say. So, yeah, I just want to lay in there and let y'all have at it.
Miss Butterfly, what you thinking over there about what Dr. Ledio and Darwin have to say? Do you agree? How you align with their perspectives when it comes to where we are when it comes to marriage today?
You know, there's so many, I think, different, I don't know. It's like everybody, I guess, whatever it means to each individual person. And you need to find somebody who's aligned with what you think a marriage is. I know someone, they had the ceremony and they live together and have 3 kids, and I guess she does her thing and he does his thing, but they're there for the kids, but they're not married, so they say. But they went through, had this ceremony. Everybody, their whole entire family thinks that they're married. Everybody, kids think that they're married. So I don't know. I guess that looks different to them. Everything is different to everybody. I don't know. I guess there is no one way.
I think a lot of guys think it's one way. I think most men, not all men, but most men, we think it's one way. Guys, for the most part, go ahead, love.
What's that way? What's your way then?
I think most men, not all men, not every man, but the majority of us as men, when we get married, we think protect, provide, provision for a lifetime, die for if necessary. We think work for, live for, kill for, die for. So when we give a ring, the mindset that we go into the marriage with is this is a person that I am going to work to sustain and create stability and security for. And if it is necessary, I will give my life up for this woman. I think that's what most men who enter a marriage at the start, that is what they are thinking. Now, I think for women, you ladies have lots of different ideas, with partnership and all types of weirdo stuff. And because of that, oftentimes, and I mean no disrespect by that, but oftentimes that's why you can end up with some dude like Nick. You can end up with some guy that doesn't believe in anything, and you can end up with some guy that has no morals or standards. Brother Darwin, he led with, hey, I believe in virtues. He's letting you know, like, I have concepts and ideas that I place above my penis, my wallet, my life, things that I am willing to submit to as a man of God that I put above myself. And because of that, I can be stable enough to be in a relationship with, because even if somebody more attractive than you comes along, even if you put on some weight, even if you get sick, I can conceptualize duty, responsibility, and loyalty above my own individual needs, so I can present a foundation upon which we can build. And a lot of women, they just, especially nowadays, they just don't have the mindset for that. They're immature and they're hedonistic, right? Meaning that they focus on their own pleasure. And so when you hear them describe marriage, they talk kind of like you were just saying, it's something different for everybody. No, it's not. When you are a man, and I'll land on this point, and you decide to marry a woman, you get together her friends, her family, your friends, your family, and then in front of the highest effigy, the highest possible conceptualization of whatever power you submit to in this world, you promise to love her and that you are starting the foundations of a family. Now, what I tell men, because I do coaching and mentorship for men, is I tell them, listen, don't deal with a woman who takes marriage lightly. If she says, you know what, I can take it or leave it. I'm single, independent. I don't need a man. I want a man. I don't need a man. Marriage ain't a flex. My body count don't matter. A baby in my body ain't really a baby. All of this stuff that women have come up with that is anti-family, anti-husband, anti-marriage, anti-man, you can't build with that. And so if you are somebody and you're going to give a commitment to give up your life for another individual, if the situation calls for it, and if the situation never arises, you are going to work your life away to create stability for that woman. You need a woman who wants to be a wife and a mother. And the rest of you all, not you, because I don't know you and I'm not trying to insult you, Y'all can date the Nick Cannons. Y'all can deal with some dude that's here today and gone tomorrow, and he likes variety, and you can be on his roster. Because what I have figured out in 44 years of life, whether you realize it or not, is that we all are only ever getting what we deserve. And foolishness is the only thing that keeps us from realizing that.
Right. What about the people that, you know, it starts off one way, right? But then it's like, it's an imposter, right? You say all that good stuff. You say everything that you just said, right? And it's like, cause like I'm all for all that. But then after you're in the house, and then it's like, well, who is this? Who are you? Because see, my second marriage, like I was like, I'm not living with you. I'm not going to live with. I'm not shacking. I'm just not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But in doing so, the person that I married, I was like, well, hold on a second now. I didn't see this. well, what's going on here? So how do you,
who was the man that helped you vet your last husband? Who was the man that helped you vet your last husband?
I don't think I had one. No,
okay. All right.
I was missing.
Do you think that women know enough about men to be able to discern the character of a man?
Probably not, because they're not a man.
Okay. Well, do you ever use your relationships as mirrors to try to understand what it says about you to pick somebody who might be fraudulent? And I don't mean that with any disrespect, because that could be a problem with discernment. It might not mean that you have bad character yourself. But, you know, our relationships are mirrors. Right. They show us sides of ourselves, holes in our armor, or character flaws. And oftentimes we miss the opportunity to look into the mirror of the relationship we just came out of to try to understand something more deep about ourselves. Mm-hmm. And I think women miss that opportunity a lot of times, because the way that a lot of women get over their last man is by getting underneath another. They miss all of that stuff that they should have been able to learn from their last experience, mm-hmm. you know? And so, and then not only that, it doesn't seem, with all due respect as well, like you are a person of faith, right? And so
hold on, wait, back up, buddy. What did you just say?
I said it doesn't seem to me as if you are a person of faith. And mean that as disrespect.
Hold on, we need to hold on, and you need to
wait a minute.
You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, but why would you assume that?
Yeah, dude.
Well,
in your life coach?
I can tell you. I can tell you why. I didn't mean it as an insult. I'm making an assessment, and the reason I'm making an assessment is because there are certain. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. You're making an assumption.
Okay. Yeah, I made an assumption based off of the evidence I have in front of me. And the evidence I have in front of me is I don't hear any of the precepts, any of the concepts, any of the wisdom of the book. So because it is all missing, I assume that you aren't familiar with it.
Wait, should I go get my Bible study notes? I mean, because we can go. Just, I may not quote scripture, but
you don't have to quote scripture. It's not on you, it's in you.
Hold on. First off, buddy, you don't ever start making assumptions on people, especially when we start talking fake, because you don't know me. You said it before, you don't know me. So
it seems like I've offended you. I apologize for that.
You did offend me.
Okay. Well, then I would hope that you would accept my apology. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, and you asked about yourself specifically. And so I commented on you specifically. Now, if the cost of getting anything wrong when you ask a question about yourself and use yourself as a case study is that you're going to turn on me, then I'll neglect from having a conversation with you where you talk about anything personal. Okay? Because I don't want to offend you. I don't know you, and I'm not trying to insult you.
Can we repeat the question that she asked you?
Yes. She had asked a question about why it is that guys switched up, and then she used her personal life as a case study for a switch up. So I commented on her since she offered herself up as a case study, but I did not do that to insult her. That's why I offered her an apology immediately.
But a lot of times, some people are just people before they're a position or a title in your life. And so based on that wisdom, it is very ignorant to assume and judge somebody you don't know and assume because they chose a man that they showed up to be something else they turned out to be, them to be a non-believer.
Yeah, that's not what I said or why I told you I drew that conclusion. So I don't think you were listening to me. But I don't want to argue with you about the difference between what I said and what you heard. I'd rather just move on.
Well, she didn't share anything except for that. That was the question. I asked you specifically,
She
what was
asked
the
me
question
specifically
she
why.
asked you?
Yeah, she asked me specifically why I made the assessment I made. I gave a reason. It wasn't about her moving in with the guy or anything like that. It's obvious you didn't hear the reason, and I don't want to argue with you about that. We're free to move on anytime you like.
Yeah, we can go ahead and move on. Let's go past you.
Yep.
I'm sorry. You see why we women don't like to take accountability? You see why we hurt the most in relationships? You see why we keep going on and on and on and on and through relationships, because we have not really looked in the point. I mean, this is the thing. I didn't take anything personal from him. I mean, he was asked a question, he answered it, and then we're going to try to dictate how it was answered. This is, and I'm saying, until we really look, I'm gonna tell you something. When I learned accountability, I was literally crying in the mirror. That's how accountability had me. It had me crying, like telling, oh my God, I was the worst. Accountability, if it ain't making you cry, you're not accepting accountability. The thing is, I'm gonna tell you something. He pandered to you. The guy pandered to you, and you got caught up on everything was good in this man. Every single thing good with this man. I have no doubt in my mind that, he was showing you all the good side. He never saw the other side. To me, those are panderers. And I can't stand them. Them the ones I don't like. I like to see someone. I want to see you, especially during the dating phase. You should see somebody's not really bad side, but you want to see how they maneuver, during some certain times of their lives. It just is what that's called spending time and courting somebody. You know these things about someone. That's why I stand up here or sit up here on these panels and I say most men aren't really, they're not violent like that. Like when some people run to, oh my God, man, no, I've been around some dudes that I just disagree with that, because you get to know them. But when we as women don't accept accountability for things that we have done in our lives, then that's why third marriages will have an even higher divorce rate, because we are not accepting accountability. We are absolutely not. And it hurts us to the core. People can call me mean, people can call me whatever they want, but I hold myself accountable for things that I did not done, especially because I was married before. And I can tell you, I was not the best person. That's why I'm divorced now. I should have been divorced. He's been remarried 20-something years. So, but when I held myself accountable, I was literally in my 40s. And then I'm looking at women, we don't hold ourselves accountable for nothing. That was not even nothing to get mad at this man about, even question him about. I just don't understand that part. So what I'm gonna let y'all go.
Let me jump in there on this marriage topic one more, just add a little bit more to what I was really feeling. And this is to the guys, because I have a male audience, and I'm always trying to equip them with tools and ways to work around a lot of the bullshit out here. Because whether the women believe it or not, we still want to love on women. We still want to love on the women. We still want to have families. We still want to raise our children. We just want to have the peace, and it's very, very difficult to continue to have the peace while doing it. So, fellas,
I hate beards like that.
I truly believe that if you got a woman who's been rocking with you, carrying your seed and supporting your grind, that's more of a real marriage than most of what we see with these signed contracts. I believe God's recognition of a union is not locked behind some corrupt, monopolized piece of paper. In fact, I believe he's more proud of the unions we build outside of the state than the ones we hand over to it, because tied to that state contract are traps, corruption, and the kind of leverage women can use to threaten your assets and rip your kids away. So if you know the God I know, you know he'd rather see us honoring our commitments without the middleman, without the blackmail, and without handing over control of our households to a system that profits from tearing them apart. You just got to know that. And I also think that more men are able to appreciate this. If more men are able to appreciate this idea, I do know the world will further try to destroy men for finding the workarounds. I know that. I know it's just somebody out there that's just going to try to put us back in line. So, we have to figure out. I mean, and it's just on me. It might be on me to just continue to push the envelope, because I'm a big influencer, and I think if I continue to do it, I don't mind dying on the sword for the fellas. And I know there's other brothers out here that don't mind it either. And I'll yield.
Okay.
I wanted to respond to some things that Darwin, Miss Pearl, Dr. Lady O said earlier, and a lot of them were similar. So the first thing, you referred to like the current state of like of how people are behaving as an attack on masculinity and an attack on marriage. Lady O, you said when we were talking about on the first question, you said, and we have traditions and things like that, so you don't change that. Yeah, you say you do not change that in referring to tradition, and that women's liberation movement is to blame and it dishonors men. So I want to address all of those at one time. Basically, the idea of what masculinity is, honestly, it doesn't exist. If you ask a Muslim man what masculinity is for him, it's going to be a different answer than if you ask someone who's Christian, or if you ask someone in the West what masculinity is. It's going to be different across the board. The truth is, masculinity is only what you think it is. There's no attack on masculinity. And I think as far as the women liberation movement, there are a lot of misandrists that tend to be a lot louder than people who actually have a political goal in mind, rather than wanting to just spread all different types of hate. Now, the liberation movement actually, and I believe it was you, Wisdom, who said women who believe partnership or some weirdo stuff like that. When, a lot of feminists online are saying things like patriarchy and capitalism is hurting men, and it's being interpreted as hating men, when in actuality, most families are dual income. So when patriarchy tells you that your masculinity is built on whether you can protect and provide for your family, when most men do not make enough money to do such a thing. So that disqualifies him from this idea of masculinity. And I don't believe that it's under attack, but it definitely needs reform. And if you don't want to change, you don't have to. People can get married. No one is putting up blockades. Like, I'm not seeing what the issue is with marriage. To be a good man is just to be a good person. To be a good woman is just to be a good person. Masculinity and femininity, these are all things that honestly we made up. They're not real.
So you don't think that shaping the exit or the transition out of it in a way to where it destroys one side is a way of putting a guardrail in front of it indirectly?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
You don't think that the way the laws are shaped in the event of divorce, you don't think that was intentional? You don't think it was a strategy put in place for that? Maybe you don't think that. You don't think the current data that's displayed in event of divorce it works like a deterrent for men that are thinking about getting married? You don't believe that?
Well, I mean, I'm willing to like break it down. Well, what divorce laws? Which ones?
Okay, so
Put men at a disadvantage.
have you looked at any divorce data, or do you understand the overall experience for men in general that have to deal with divorce in the United States and America?
That doesn't answer my question.
So I want to just say something really quick. I understand that you got lots of different ideas about what masculinity is or isn't, or that is fake or false or anything like that. I don't think that men as a group, I don't think young men, I don't think heterosexual men are trying to figure out what masculinity is by listening to women who are liberal feminists. I don't think there is a heterosexual man on the planet that is trying to figure out what liberal feminists think a man is and are using that as a model to be. Men, whether you like it or not, or think they should or not, or you think it should be reformed or not, they have a concept of what the types of targets that they're aiming themselves at pertaining to what type of men they want to be. And none of it is based off of what single mothers think, or single women think, or feminists think, or womanists think, or liberal feminists think. None of it. And so when I hear ladies that put together concepts about what they think men should be, women who don't want to have children, or women who don't want to be married, or women who don't value relationships, or women who overwhelmingly, maybe they don't like or won't trust men. I don't know why they waste their breath on it, because I don't think men are listening to that. In my experience talking to younger men, they are not looking to women at all to try to understand masculinity or manhood. And that you've come up with words to act as if it doesn't exist, I don't think that changes anything about what men think they're supposed to be doing, because whether you like it or not, society places expectations on male performance. There is a burden of masculine performance. And women, now, we don't want to be in your friend zone. And so the stuff you say you might like if a guy tries to approach you and be your friend, but women don't want to marry, have sex with, or bear children for guys who are not looking to be competent, productive, and successful in life, and can provide and plan for a future. So all the stuff you're saying sounds great, but none of you ladies want to marry the type of men that you're describing. No woman wants to marry a man that's lazier than her. No woman wants to marry a man that doesn't outwork her. No woman wants to marry a man who doesn't feel it is his responsibility to keep her safe and keep their children safe and keep the household safe. So all this stuff that you said, I don't know who it's for. I think it might be for other women who don't like men, or women who don't want marriage, or feminists, or a whole group of people that men aren't really concerned with at all. I
have a question. So you said you're not sure what group it's for. I agree. I don't think men are looking to liberal feminists for anything. I'm not a liberal, but just to be clear. But I don't think they are either. But the thing is, I'm not trying to define masculinity for men. But what I am saying is yes, there are burdens and expectations that are placed on both masculinity and femininity, and both of these things have to be performed. And because they have to be performed, what is this dance that is being demanded for by men? What is masculinity? Protection and provision. That's like a common thing, right? Providing is not the same in 2025 as it was in the 70s. For us now to have the same buying power that people did in the 70s, these men could afford to have two families. They could afford to have one and a family on the side, and they were fine, and they just needed a job. So if we say that a man's masculinity is based on whether he can provide or not, it doesn't make sense. And also it doesn't track, because over half of American families are dual income.
Well, we're not saying this. Hang on, Wisdom. We're not saying it's based on what a man can do in real time. A lot of us are saying masculinity is based on what we've done in the past. The fact that we created a place where you can sit here and say that, oh, masculinity, it's not necessary anymore. It's not necessary because I'm just saying what I heard. You're saying it's not the way it used to be back in the days. The question is, you have to ask this, why isn't it like that? Why? What work did we do as men to get it to the point where it's not like that, where you could sit out here and challenge us and call us, tell us that you don't need us? We created a society. We had people go on beaches in fucking Omaha and die by the thousands just for you could sit here and say that. So masculinity is not something that is right now. It's in the past and in the future. So those guys who sit here and die so you can sit here and say that, they didn't compensate for you to sit here and turn a go ahead, M. White, because you got your finger up. I don't like holding you up. Go ahead, M. White.
You missed
I was gonna say I gotta shoot the girl some bail. I don't think that's what she was saying.
Well, I heard her say something. I heard her say it's not like it was in the past. So why do we need to?
Economically.
Yeah, that's what you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Right, and that's what you said, right, Kia? Economically, it was different, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if women can earn money.
For a man or a husband, if we say that, hey, masculinity for men is your ability to protect and provide, and your wife be at home, and you go out and work. Most American men cannot do that, and most American men do not do that. So I think
women say that. Guys don't say that.
We don't say that.
Women say that, but the numbers show. The numbers show
I'm not talking about the numbers.
Hold on, y'all. Let's make sure we're not talking over each other.
Yes,
sir. We wait, and then I could put the time on there just for the people that's a little bit long-winded. Let's make sure we got a full panel, so let's make sure we say things within a minute and 20 seconds, so we can keep the conversation flowing.
Okay, I was trying to jump in and say, I think I can solve. Yeah, I think I can solve this whole thing. I think the point she was driving at was that the expectation that's placed on men is unfair based on the things that society has. And then she tied it into that the expectation that's placed on us from a traditional stance as far as how we're supposed to provide isn't really possible in the current economic process for the majority of men. And that she tied that to say that the expectation is placed by the patriarchy. So that's also hurting men, not to say men was useless or any of those things, but to say it could benefit men to not place the only provide expectation on them. Was that what you were saying?
Yes, that should your ability to provide and protect should not be contingent on this idea of masculinity, because masculinity really isn't real. It's not a real thing.
All right, so this is the issue with that. Patriarchy doesn't place that expectation on men. Women do.
What does?
Women do. Until you ladies want to start dating men who are shorter, broker, don't work as hard as you, dudes that make less money than you, until you want to say that, until you ladies start dating and marrying those men in mass, then this is an irrelevant conversation. Women as a group marry men who out earn them by 40%. That's as of 2024. So the idea that this expectation is placed on us just by society is bananas. If a Beyonce, she make $300 million, she want Jay-Z because he make $800 million. She's not picking a barista out of Starbucks like Matt Damon did. This idea that is placed, an expectation that's placed on us by society, it's placed on us by y'all. If you want some cat as a man and you are broke, you can forget about it. You are going to pay for it, or you're going to watch it in virtual reality. Those are your options. So the idea that this is that women are somehow part of society but don't contribute to the expectations that are being placed on men, and if they could just let go of patriarchy, that's bananas. And then I'll make this point as well. This idea that women never worked in the past and that men just earned all the money and women didn't work, that is foolishness. Women sold Mary Kay, they sold Tupperware, they cut coupons, they made clothes by hand, they washed the clothes by the riverbed, they grew food and sold it in the market. Proverbs 31, that is in the book of Proverbs. The book of Proverbs was written by Solomon. Solomon existed 1,000 years before Jesus did. That's 3,000 years ago. And he describes a Proverbs 31, which is the ideal biblical woman, as a hardworking woman. She was industrious in the home. She planned for the future. She bought land for her husband and for her kids. She was a hardworking woman. This idea that a traditional woman doesn't do anything but sit on her cookie and keep that warm is a modern concept that's being sold to women to further emasculate and dehumanize men, so that you find them even more inadequate than you're already being coached to find them. And these ideas are being fed by feminism into the general narrative, so that you guys say stuff that doesn't even match up with reality and doesn't match up with the past. These expectations come from women, not patriarchy, sis. Sorry.
Okay. So you said these expectations do not come from patriarchy, that they come from women. And then you went on to say this idea that men needing to be providers, that it comes from society, is bananas.
I did not say that.
You did say that verbatim.
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I did not. I said that women not working.
You said
Men
this
do need to be
idea.
providers,
You
but
said
that
this
doesn't mean a woman
idea
doesn't need to
that
work.
you said until women start
I just
dating men
clarified. I'm not
who
going to
make
argue
less than
about
them
something
in
I just
droves.
clarified.
You said you this is what you did. You said this idea that
I'm not going
like
to
that's
argue
what you
with you
did.
about
Yeah,
something
you
I
said
said.
that. You did. Okay.
Well, then excuse what you thought
So
I said or what I did say, and take the clarification I just gave you. Women have always worked, Black women in particular.
I'm not
Men being
disputing that
providers
claim.
doesn't mean women don't have jobs. That's
I'm
not
not
what that
disputing
means.
that claim. I was not
Okay,
arguing
well
against
then
that
I'm
claim.
not saying that I'm pushing against the narrative that traditional women are always stay-at-home wives. Traditionality is not about who works. Traditionality is about an assignment of authority. It is about a woman who submits headship to a man and a man who fully takes on that leadership. It's not about whether or not the woman works. It's got
I
nothing to do with
understand
that,
that. I'm
sis.
not disputing that claim
All
at
right.
all.
Okay,
I'm talking about
understood.
the first point
All right,
that you
well,
made.
let us finish getting our thought out, and I want to try to get Chels in there. Laminito, Pearl, make sure we spread that mic. Go ahead, kid. Finish your point.
Okay. The first point that you made that the idea of men's masculinity being tied to whether they can provide or not, you said that that does not come from patriarchy, that it comes from women. One, I never claimed that women could not uphold patriarchy. They can. And you went on to say that this idea that it's just put on to men by society, no, women did that. That's what you said. And I'm quoting you. And so it's like, yes, this is patriarchy, a system that assumes that man is the headship of the world, of government, of church, of relationships, of family. That's that system. And that system says, that system or political thought says that men work, provide, women homemakers. Like I never disputed the fact that I know that Black women have always worked. I've never disputed that. But when we're talking about traditionalism, that's typically what we're talking about, right? Because we have women who are, yeah, they were selling Mary Kay, but who was kind of like, you were expected to sew the children's clothes. You were expected to wash the children's clothes. You were expected to be your main job to be the homemaker and your main job to be the protector and provider. Like those, is that not traditionalism? And I keep saying masculinity doesn't exist because what is it?
The best chefs in the world are men. Traditionality
Amen.
has
Yes.
to do with an assignment of authority. It's not about jobs.
I
It's
asked
about
you
an
what
assignment.
masculinity.
No, you didn't. You asked if
Let
that's
him
what
finish.
traditionality was. And traditionality is about an assignment of authority, sweetheart.
What is masculinity?
Mr. Lapeef, I know I'm hogging your mic. I can give a soliloquy on masculinity, or I can yield the mic.
All right, let me go ahead and get DJ in there. DJ, go ahead. You there?
Oh no, you guys, y'all go ahead. I'll get in where I fit in, but I just don't. I'm
I don't
not gonna
think
sit
DJ
here.
wanted to answer her question though. I mean, go if you're just trying to take the question or take. You the host. Let me just back off.
You said DJ what?
I mean,
I
Was
she
she
think
asked a
talking?
question, and I thought
just for
they was
listeners.
passing it to you to answer, but I don't even know if that's what. I don't even know you wanted to answer what is masculinity like.
I didn't know that came from Lapeef.
No, it didn't. It didn't. She asked the question, and then JR
Yeah, she
directed
just
to
asked
you.
a question. I was just coming to you. I don't know if you wanted to chime in something that you wanted to say on your own, or if you wanted to address.
Nah, I didn't come up. I'm over here making this mahi.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just listening. I think. I mean, shout out to Q because you definitely are aligned in the space of me. I believe I like you wholeheartedly. You're a young girl. I heard that earlier, but I appreciate you for standing your ground and definitely standing your ground to these gentlemen because everybody has their own perspective. That's what my friend was saying earlier. Everybody's different and goes through life differently. So whatever everybody feels, we're all different. God gave us one thing and that's a brain and all of us have different destinies. We're gonna have different experiences. So when everyone wants to say, oh no, this group of people are all the same, these people are no, we're all different. We all think different. The greatest thing I can ever learn in life is we're all different. Everyone's gonna respond different. So that's why I love your network, Lapeef, because you ask a question and you hear people's mindsets and everybody's is different. So shout out to you, Lapeef.
JR, unless you want to keep rotating to people who haven't talked, I can answer a question, but I can wait till everybody else.
Yeah, let me get Chels in there because
All
I
right.
spoken in a while. Go ahead, Chels.
All right.
I mean, I do have something, but I was actually interested to hear Darwin's and the wisdom's definition of masculinity. So I'll yield to them, and then you just come back around to me and out, because what I have is not in response to what they're talking about. So I think it'd be good to wrap that up.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and wrap this masculinity up, and then we'll go ahead and get back.
All right.
Okay. So I'll go.
Go. You go first, brother, and then I'll be happy to. I'll try to keep it short.
All right. So just simply broken down so you can understand it: authority, discipline, resilience, risk bearing, provision, and protection. Authority. When we say authority, we mean the willingness to make final decisions and stand by them. Discipline, consistent control of our actions, emotions, habits, all that. Resilience, the ability to endure hardship without folding. Taking initiative, taking action without waiting for somebody to tell you you can go and do it. Just getting out and do it. Risk bearing, willingness to shoulder danger or loss to secure a goal. Provision and protection, supplying resources, ensuring safety, outcomes for the household or whoever's under your wing. Simple as that. So if you think that doesn't exist, I think you need to go get checked up by some medical official.
Okay. Masculinity, one of the most principal aspects of masculinity is responsibility. Responsibility means that I am willing to take the punishment and the consequences for the choices that I make. That's one of the chief aspects of masculinity. Headship, and which I look at masculinity not through authority per se, because authority is tied to responsibility, but it's more so about headship, and headship is about being a steward of what it is that you're given. All right, so that shows up in structure, right? That shows up in planning, right? And then I would say the third and most important thing is a sacrificial heart. If the other men on this panel are fathers, you know that, and if you're fathers and husbands, and you know that we give endlessly, whether or not we think the kids or the wife deserve it at the time that we do it, whether they be brats or selfish, it doesn't matter.
We're gonna do it anyway.
Yep, you do it anyways because it's on you.
Duty.
They all belong to you. And that's about taking responsibility. Every one of them belongs to you. If you produce children with a woman and don't stay with the woman, and that you have children with her, to a degree, she still belongs to you. You have to help to make sure that there's enough stability in the home for the health of the child. So it is about a sacrifice, a quiet sacrifice that nobody ever measures, and nobody ever is going to count up. Nobody's ever going to give you an attaboy for it. Maybe one of your homeboys might see you and be like, yeah, man, you getting it. But women and children will never get it at all. It is completely sacrificial. It is silently sacrificial. And your authority is made through structure and provision. And then, like I said, it's around responsibility. That's what masculinity is really about. It's really about taking responsibility, taking on the consequences for stuff that you're involved in. Sometimes you aren't even given the authority necessary to meet the obligations that are placed on you, and you still will be held accountable for it. How many of you guys have been put in a situation where you aren't given an authority necessary to meet the obligation, and you're still held accountable and responsible when the chips fall and it's time to put somebody's ass and nuts on the line? So women, you ladies, you just never have a relationship like this with a man where you will be held responsible by society and by that man in this way. It just will never happen. And that's why women can't raise men. I'm not saying that to insult you guys at all, but there's just so many aspects of masculinity that as women, you don't have the faintest inclination under God what it really includes. And it's why when you raise men, they are failure to launches. They're submitted to their libido. They are hyper aggressive. They end up in jail. They make children outside of wedlock. They don't take responsibility. The guys that ladies are complaining about are their sons. If you were to sit up and talk to the mother of one of these guys that women complain about, both of y'all would be high-fiving each other. You single independent don't need a man? Nah, girl, I don't need a man neither. You don't like submission? Nah, I don't like submission. Patriarchy getting in your way? Yeah, patriarchy getting in my way. Y'all would sit up and drink mimosas and be in lockstep with each other. And then the fool that she raised is the guy you complain about, which is the man you're attracted to, the man y'all dating. It's like it's a dog returning to its own vomit. Is what it is.
It was
Do I
imagine
have any man on this panel that disagrees with what I just said?
no, but imagine the fear is the bad part about this conversation is imagine how many fucking women are raising kids that have the same mindset, that have to question what masculinity is. The fact that you don't even think it exists and you got to question what it is and you still got to go and raise a boy. It's a sad thing. It's a very, very dangerous thing that we got to deal with in this world. We have a lot of women raising these boys alone.
Hypersexual.
So part of the masculinity.
The point that I was trying to make is that it's subjective. You said willingness to make decisions and stick to them, risk taking. You said masculinity is responsibility, headship, accepting consequences, structure, and a sacrificial heart. The point is masculinity is only what you think it is. That's it. You think it's masculine because you're born in America, and these are the things that you were raised and conditioned to believe is masculinity.
Wrong.
And
You said masculinity didn't exist. You wasn't talking about whether it was subjective.
Yes, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
But
it's not real.
How can you make the case that it's subjective if it don't exist? Does subjectiveness even matter if it's not even having any existence?
Because she feels we gave two different definitions. And because she doesn't see the overlap in our definitions, she believes you describe something different and I describe something different.
I get it now. So, hold on, wait. So basically, if you identify as a woman and I identify as a bird, gender or any of that don't exist because it's subject. Anything that becomes subjective, it goes into inexistence. That's what her logic. I get it now.
Well, no, because if you say that gender is subjective, right? I'm because I'm an adult human female. You are not a bird because you are an adult human male. So that's not how it works. Versus masculinity and femininity, these are concepts that we created. Like if you live in Nigeria and you have 500 naira, that is not valuable to me. And I don't respect it at all because I am not from there. So what is valuable to me is the American dollar because I'm here. So depending on where we are on the planet, money is going to be different. Depending on where we are on the planet, the idea of what is considered masculine and what is considered feminine are going to be different. It's not concrete. It's not real.
How many of you guys have traveled to different nations and different countries? How many of you guys have been to different countries and different nations? I've been to a whole bunch of them. Germany, Switzerland, Spain, France, Middle East, Asia, all throughout Asia. Are men different in different countries? Is that what you guys are finding? That masculinity is different? That Japanese men, Asian men, Arab men, Indian men, they're very different from black men or white men in America? Is that what you have found when you deal with husbands and fathers, that we don't act the same damn way?
The base nature of men,
as far they are different.
Almost everything in regards to leadership, responsibility, and sacrifice for the family and their children is consistent across the board. The cultural norms and behavior patterns may vary, but the consistent drivers and the responsibility that's felt is the same across the board, no matter which culture you go to, for men that plan to be responsible for their family. Key, I have a question for you though. I heard you say something about, do you think gender is a spectrum and men can be women?
That kind of threw me for a loop. I didn't say anything about that.
Do you believe that though?
No, I won't say I do, but I try to stay away. I try to stay away from topics like that because they're 1% of the population. So I just don't find it. It's just not my movement. I'd rather not speak on it.
Well, the reason
but if someone has pronouns, I'm going to address them as what they asked me to. But what I believe for myself, I believe in what can be proven scientifically.
So if somebody
But
tell
I'm
you,
not.
hey, address me as a fish, you're gonna address them as a fish.
Yeah, yeah. Because why not? Like, why wouldn't?
No, I would like to be addressed as the supreme god of masculinity. Can you do that for me?
Can I call you Simi for short?
Simi,
or do I have to say the whole thing like a Tribe Called
supreme
Quest,
god of
like a pimp
like
named
pimp named
Slipback? Do I gotta say
Slipback.
the whole
You gotta
thing?
say the whole thing.
Okay.
Supreme god of masculinity.
It's gonna take me a few tries.
Okay. I appreciate it.
Hey, she just hit us with that pimp named Slipback. All of a sudden, she's redeemed in my eyes.
Yeah, we said it at the same time.
Why does everyone call me a liberal? I'm not a liberal. I'm a leftist. It's not the same thing.
They are not the same. I agree with that. I'm only saying to you that I've sat across the table from Arab men, Indian men, Asian men. And when I talk to other men who are fathers, when I talk to other men who are husbands, I talk to other men who are going out and breaking their back every day to provide for their families. There are cultural differences, love, 100%. The food we eat, maybe some of the phrases we say, but the mindset, the concepts, the idea, the foundation that drives us as men, it's not as different as you think. And to try to pretend like the 90% of that core, that fundamental driver, isn't transferable because there's a 10% difference from culture to culture to culture amongst men, I just don't agree with that. It's been my experience in general that women believe that the world is much more nuanced than it is. And men, we are like, hey, 80% of this, 90% of that. We're always dealing in percentages, and women are always talking about the anecdotal, the one-off, the marginal, the special case scenario. So I think it's just kind of the way you ladies are made, which is another generalization, which I know you ladies don't love, but you're made to see the nuance, and it's actually a beautiful thing. I don't want you to be a man, right? Because if I see the 90% and you see the 10% together, we see 100%. We were meant to be in supplement to one another so we could see 360 degrees. The issue ladies have is a lot of you have been pushed out of place with men. And so because of that, you try to say, well, no, what I'm saying is right and what you're saying is wrong, instead of you completing as a connector, help me completing the perspective like the Bible says you're supposed to do. A lot of you ladies are vying for a different position than where you're supposed to be in a natural order, and we end up arguing with each other instead of you just revealing something I miss. But that's how I see it,
All right. Let me go ahead and get Charles in there. Charles, you said you wanted to bring up some points to address.
I also had a question, right? We're having a conversation based on marriage. I know M. White agrees with me. That's my guy. Marriage is a beautiful experience. Divorce is the ugly experience. It's kind of like saying that life is a beautiful experience, but death is the ugly experience. However, the beauty of life is worth the death, right? That's my subjective opinion of it. However, that said, I can see why men are apprehensive at this point about getting married, because a divorce is a symbolic death. That man has to continue living and experiencing whatever he experiences after that. So my question would be, and I want to hear Darwin's and M. White's and Wisdom's perspective on this as men. What do you think could be done to address the way divorce destroys men that would actually make men okay with getting back into marriage? And I ask that because I know statistically that married men live longer, right? They go to their wives are more likely to make them go to the doctors. They get to be, in the house with their kids. So there are benefits to marriage. I just think men are smart enough to say, well, I don't know if what I'm going to experience in divorce is worth the marriage.
So this is kind of esoteric answer, because the thing that I think that could be done would be not get the divorce. And the only way that could be done is to be able, so I can see the world through a specific lens. And I kind of box things as red flags, medium, and it's a lot of stuff. And I'll be like, oh no, that's going to be a problem eventually. Even if it's not that big of a deal now, I see how big of a problem that's going to be in the future. So I'll avoid that. I think a lot of people might ignore those things and allow themselves to fall head over heels for somebody that's showing you a sign that, hey, this might not be permanent based off the way that their mind functions. Like I said before, I never fired nobody off of what they did, only the way their brain functioned and they formulated the thought process. So some of the times when we dating women, the thought process, even if it's not offensive to you or harmful to you in the moment, will pan out in the future to break your heart because it's going to lead you to a path where you two are going to diverge points. I don't think you can remove the hurt if you actually love somebody and you built a family of divorce. And I've never felt that pain, so I don't know how bad it is. But by my assumption, it seems to be like so tumultuous that it scars you permanently, and people move through life with that scar in a way that's very evident and visible, almost so that I damn near want to turn down my happiness because I feel I'm offending people sometimes when I bump into that scar. So I don't have a good solution on healing that because I never experienced it outside of, hey, let's do a pound of prevention, an ounce of prevention versus a pound of cure in that case, if that makes sense.
What I would say is, if you want marriage to be something men are more compelled to go after at a larger number than what it is already, I would say the settlements, the divorce settlements, make those equal no matter what. Whenever you're dividing assets or anything like that, automatic 50-50 splits. Not no 70-20. I mean 80-20, no 70-30, nothing like that. The custody, joint custody, automatic. Not no, oh, I'm gonna have a higher percentage than you, or you got to go fight me in court, or we got to go to court to figure this out. No, in the event of divorce, automatic joint custody. Alimony reform, take that shit out or limit it. Short term. Make it case specific for whatever spouse. They clearly don't have any way to go and earn any money, and if they are earning money, then it should be frequent checkups to see if they are earning the lifestyle to be able to take care of themselves, and then they should be taken off of it. The false allegation, the penalty for it. A lot of guys are getting divorced and they're getting accused of some shit that they didn't even do. So there needs to be some. Once you find out that he didn't do it, the person who made this accusation don't just get to fucking walk off. There need to be some consequences, some fines, some jail time.
You mean like cheating, or you mean like
no, like oh he touched my kids, or he beat me, or he did
you thought criminal.
Yeah, like that's and then when you find out that it wasn't, no, there need to be some consequences and penalties for that.
There are consequences and penalties for that.
No,
they
a lot of
they don't get enforced.
No.
They don't.
You cannot lie under oath. That is illegal.
False claims for abuse, harassment, misconduct, stuff like that. No jail time, no fines, none of that.
It goes unreported more often than it's falsely accused.
No.
Well, the damage.
According to the NIV.
What I was going to say, I was a police officer for 17 years, right? And I didn't deal with divorce proceedings, but I can tell you, people file false police reports and make false statements all the time. And even though the laws are on the book, it's not anything that's actually carried out. And the detriment that is caused to the person that's lied upon, they could never
image,
right? They could never be repaid for what it is that they lost, because the true currency of the universe of our lives is time, right? So once that time is lost, there's no amount of money or anything that person, man, in this particular example, is going to get.
Did that dude, the dude that was Kane the Conqueror, what was his name?
Jonathan Majors.
Did that woman get thrown in jail? Is she in jail right now?
No, she didn't get nothing.
Oh, wow. You got to pay attention.
It's irrelevant. The point is the point you were making, Ms. Kia, is that a lot of abuse goes unreported as a response to men saying that, false accusation bears no consequence for women. And that
was not my point at all.
Oh.
Okay. Well, then what did you mean when you said it goes unreported? Will you clarify for me?
I was saying that it goes unreported more than it is falsely reported. And like I said about the trans thing, like he asked, like, oh, do I think gender is fluid? I don't want to form an opinion on it because it's less than 1%.
That's fine. I wasn't asking about that.
So with this situation, because it doesn't happen as often, I don't focus on the issue. It's less than 1%.
I understand, but it's the issue that the men
8%.
brought up to discuss.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I brought it up whenever I was talking about what compels. I was answering his question, Chael's question about, and then let me finish though. Like the pre, I don't know if y'all know that some prenups are being argued, or you got to kind of defend them and shit. Sometimes, most of the time, they be ironclad, and we just need to get away with that. Like judges voiding them and shit like that, just so you want to be fair. Like, no, if they sign it, enforce it. The no fault divorce. Oh, you need to just overhaul that completely. You need to overhaul that. Require both, I would say require both husband and wife mutually to consent to the divorce. And what is it? What else they got? Paternity fraud laws. Oh my God, we had a fucking whole nightmare on this panel, on this show, maybe a month ago, about mandatory DNA tests. Mandatory DNA tests, man. Oh my God, I'm not going to even go down a rabbit hole with that. But yeah, those things right there. You start tackling those things like spousal support accountability. Require proof that alimony or support money is being used correctly. If she get another man that's providing, there's no way she should be getting my alimony. If she's living with a man and he's paying all, like, we need to, I'll yield after that.
Yeah, they need to put limitations on alimony. It's something like 98% of all alimony is paid from men to women, right? The majority of time custody is granted to women. I don't know the percentage on that, but I know that it's overwhelming, right? I think if they place limitations on alimony where you only got it for 2 or 3 years, then I think that would help women living off of men. I've worked in finance for the last 20 years. I've reviewed, over 80,000 financial profiles. And anytime somebody gets a divorce, they have to deal with an individual like me. And in 80,000 profiles that I've reviewed, I've never seen a single woman ever paying alimony to her husband or child support to her husband. Not because it never happens, but because that is how uncommon it is. So I think that if they awarded custody of the children to the man, no matter what, it went right to the man, I think women will have less babies by men they don't actually want to be with. I think if there was a maximum limitation of how much you could receive in alimony and in child support, and that it was for a shorter period of time, I think you have a lot less women defrauding men through marriage or trying to steal a man's resources through marriage. And the question is, why is it that guys don't want to get married? It's because women openly you have women like Shira 7, like she gets online, she went viral because she told the world, or she led classes to try to teach women how to extract resources from men and how to play them. So, you want men to make a contract with you where they put their resources up as an ante to play, and then make a public promise to unalive for you. And then you have women who divorce and take their money. Look at Tyrese. So, if you took the money out of it and women weren't paid to leave marriages, then I think that you could create an environment where men wanted to get married more.
I hope that answers your question, Charles.
Yeah, no.
Texas movement is hilarious.
Nah, you good.
So many questions.
That shit seems like impossible to happen, right?
Yeah, from a woman's perspective, because I'm a divorced person, I know the child custody was automatic 50-50. We just sat down and figured out who's going to be primary caretaker. And with him working 2 jobs, because my ex-husband worked a whole lot, it was better if I took the kids. But the thing was, I know in the state of Alabama back then, I didn't ask for child support. I didn't want it because I always knew that he was going to take care of his kids. That never ever hurt. But their state automatic said because you divorced, he had to go on child support. But when we separated, he actually put himself on child support. He actually paid less in the divorce for our child support. And then of course alimony, none of that because I worked. But I think that that boils down to the person that you choose to marry as well, because the true them usually always come out in a divorce. I don't care how cute and sweet they are. At the end of the day, they making up all types of lies about you during a divorce. It was something hidden that nobody saw. So I mean, it's tough, but I do believe that. And another thing is, when it comes down to, and this is what I tell women when it comes down to paternity, it's 100% your child. It comes out of your body. No ifs, ands, buts. But it's not guaranteed to be his. And so when we talk about some women, when we talk about maybe the paternity side, because there are a small percentage of women who have, had kids and not theirs, inside the marriage. Even if you guys divorce, that man still got to take care of that kid. That's still legally his child. But if a man go out here and create a child outside the marriage, you're not on the hook for that at all, ever. You ain't got to do nothing. Matter of fact, you can put demands down. It's either me or the child. And he could literally, there have been some men who kick their own kids to the curb just to remain with their wives. But a man don't have that option. So when it comes down to the divorce laws, some things do need to change with that aspect, because it can hurt the guy. But yeah, but I know a lady. I talked to a lady actually in insurance. She was married to a doctor, and she was in Florida. She was getting alimony since 1990, and it's 2024. And she was still getting alimony, and this man had remarried and everything. But so the state of Florida changed the laws down there, so they were literally cutting her off. So luckily, like she said, she was able to save. Nothing. She was working and everything, but she was able to stack that money. But I'm like, how was she able to get alimony all these years, off this man? Like, that should have been stopped. Once he remarried, it should have been stopped. And some women, when it comes to alimony, they won't remarry because they know it will stop that alimony. So I think it should be a limit to that. I do.
Yeah. Go ahead, DJ.
Well, I feel like I said this on one of your on these last shows we had. Me and Naomi were discussing it back and forth, but this is where I feel like men need to vet better, because I'm gonna tell you right now, I have a friend that was the president of the Georgia Aquarium in Atlanta, Georgia. He met a girl at work. Got her pregnant one time, married her, was only married to her 4 years, twin boys. He owned one of the most beautiful homes. I think he just sold it, and it's been about 4 years now since they divorced. But she took him through it. She tried to get the house. She tried to get everything, and all he wanted was a divorce because her ass wasn't cooking, cleaning. She wasn't doing nothing she was doing when she met him. So once she got pregnant, she just sat on her ass. Saying that to say, this is a mature life. This is a mature, grown, everybody grown. That's how I'm looking at it. So whether you're single or you're not, just like my man, what's his name? Wisdom, what's your name?
Wisdom. We call him
Wisdom.
Okay. Just, and maybe I didn't hear him right, but tradition ain't just a woman barefooted, butt naked and pregnant walking around the house.
Oh, for sure. They work.
So y'all got to stop looking for them hoes. Sorry, but y'all just date down to the 20s to these unstable, mentally Starts there. Ain't been through nothing, but y'all want a virgin. But then y'all want to cry that y'all got to pay alimony. Get out of here.
Do you think been through a woman going through things assist the man in a relationship?
You said what?
Do you
Don't
think
answer.
do you think a woman going through things
What she been through? What has she been through? Man, look. She talking about vetting. Like what? First of all, we gotta get a woman who done.
Can I finish, or y'all want to go ahead? Because y'all been talking the whole time. Go ahead, y'all good.
Man, we thought you were done. Go ahead.
DJ, she be muting up. DJ, you can go.
She done muted, took a break, a coffee
Girl,
break.
I
and
don't
told her, let
argue
me.
in real life with my own people. Like it's not. I don't do it.
But no, but this is the thing though,
But
DJ.
no, but I didn't even land though. So
Oh, we
Damn.
thought you got quiet. We thought you stopped. I apologize.
no, I didn't get quiet.
My bad. I thought you
I didn't.
got the
Mike
pause.
interrupted me because he didn't have a notepad intact like my girl Kia, because she was writing y'all shit down.
Yeah, she was.
All right, go ahead, DJ.
Exactly.
I didn't want to misquote anybody.
Because everybody want to listen to not just to
All
not
right, go
hear,
ahead,
but
DJ. That's all
just
you,
want to
DJ.
respond based on when people are talking. Let
Okay.
people finish, and let's have adult conversations.
Oh wow.
So in the space of what I'm saying on the last live, where we are today is if we're grown and you find Pearl, or you find a La Bonita, or you find a Lady O, or you find a Kia, build connection and friendship first, so you can see the character of that woman.
So basically, we gotta. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you done?
Because in reality,
Damn.
that was rude.
Hold on. My bad.
Because in reality, if you're grown, you should have your shit together. That's what I was telling women the last live to Naomi.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
All
Women
right,
should have their
I
shit
like
together.
that logic. I like that logic.
Like, you shouldn't find no 40-year-old woman and she ain't got her shit together. Something wrong with you. My
That
brother
part.
bring home a 40-year-old woman, she ain't doing nothing but waiting on a man to take care of her.
That part.
All right,
That
so
don't make sense to me.
I like that logic. So you should have to vet better. So then, if a woman marries or has babies by a man with face tattoos, and he don't want to be in the kid's life, he just want to go ahead and dip, right? Then we should just hold her accountable, right? Hey, look, you had babies with a dude with face tattoos. Don't go after him for child support. You should have vetted better. I like ideas like that. I tell women they need to pick better too. If you're a woman and you pick a man that can't keep a
I
job.
tell them both.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think men
I
need to
tell them
vet
both.
better. I think we got to judge women with our eyes closed. We need to look if she ain't a woman that's after God's heart, and you ain't got no business dealing with her at all. The problem I normally find with the ladies though is when we flip that around and we say, okay, so when you was dealing with Pookie, or you was dealing with Daquan, and then he wanted to go ahead and fill up at the pump, and then he left you with some kids, right? Then we shouldn't be able to go after him either, right? We don't need to worry about finances with him. You're suffering the consequences of bad decision making, so pay the piper. Same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, then I'm cool with it. If what's good for the goose is what's good for the gander, then you got me on fairness.
Yeah, but when I'm speaking, y'all want to speak man versus woman. Now you want to bring up a woman, and I was not saying none of that. I was responding to the alimony shit. I don't even agree with alimony. I can't stand it. I think it's taking care of a damn child.
You
You
said we
married a
did.
child, and that's what your result is. That's what you got to do for the rest of your life. I don't agree with it.
I
I
don't
never
know,
got a
man.
dollar in child support out of my divorce. I didn't even put him on child support. If you ain't compelled to do it, and he was in the Air Force, if in just like Lady O said, that the state naturally tells the man to pay the child support. The only time the child support knows is when the person you married, the child you married, calls and says, my daddy's not paying for my meals, and tells child support. Otherwise, it's still on my divorce decree that the Negro was supposed to pay every month. But you think I ever got time to call Las Vegas and Nellis Air Force Base or anybody? Hey, my ex-husband is not paying child support. No, I'm grown. I'm masculine. I take care of my shit.
Go ahead, Kia.
Okay, so how this conversation started was asking, the question was, what can we do so that men won't be so afraid or like weary of getting married? I don't know. We've been talking a lot about money, and it's like if most men are afraid of marriage because they think women are going to come after their money. I mean, I think it's a ridiculous claim. Most people make less than $40,000 a year. Most men do not have assets, like, you know what I mean? Especially millennials and Gen Z. Gen X, you know, a lot of y'all, you know, getting your degrees and you know what I mean? You're working up, you're climbing the ladder. Gen X is like the entrepreneur generation. Y'all have a lot of stuff going on. Good job to y'all, but millennials and Gen Z like complaining or being afraid that women are going to take their assets. That's why they're afraid of marriage is crazy. And then yes, I do accept the fact that men benefit a lot from marriage. The most, some would argue, and the least from divorce. Women benefit the most from divorce. And women do tend to initiate most divorces, I understand. And someone brought up a point that that women, it was Lady O. Yeah, that was Lady O. You brought up the point that women,
what I do?
Dr. Lady O, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
That women tend to initiate divorce more when it comes to infidelity. Actually, it's no higher than any other divorce rate. Women initiate most divorces. So of course in that category.
Period. But still,
in that category.
Right, you're right. But I'm speaking, but I did the breakdown specifically on those who are accused of infidelity. Women are still more likely to leave the marriage, and men are still more likely to stay.
In most cases.
No, they are. Because men, like you say, women have more, they file for divorce more, men file less. Men do stay because of the kids, they file, they finances, things like that. See, what we got to understand as women, men do not want to leave their children. Okay, they absolutely do not want to leave their kids. They do not. They want to be in the same house with their kids. Trust me, I've been through a divorce. I saw how heartbroken my ex-husband was. I saw how torn up he was when I moved the kids to Baltimore, Maryland. I saw it. They do not want that. So men will stay in misery because of that. But even when it comes down to infidelity, I did the whole breakdown on it. When I'm talking about just not in general, but just in infidelity cases, men still are less likely to leave.
Yeah, but I don't know if I share the sentiment that some people just don't want to be a part of certain things. And I don't know if the reason why men are afraid of marriage, if marriage is the ultimate goal, I think marriage is beautiful. Again, like I said, I think people just like committing themselves to something forever because we're human beings and it feels good. But in cases where a partner falls ill, men are more likely to commit divorce. And I'm not saying this as like to play like statistical tennis, but I'm saying like I don't think the reason that young men are afraid to get married or don't want to get married is because of finances, because most of us in these two generations don't make enough money for that to be a fear. Don't really have
hold on. I just want to say one thing. You realize it doesn't matter how much money the man makes. She's still gonna take it. It is irrelevant. He could be making only 30 grand a year and it will still be taken. So it doesn't, you're using the stance of like, oh, well, he doesn't make that much, It'll still be taken. He can make 100 grand, he can make 1 million, he can make 30, he can make 15. It will still be taken. It does not matter. It doesn't matter how much money he makes.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now, it does not matter. No, it doesn't.
It matters if she makes more money than him, and then they will take the money from her.
We're not talking about that anomaly. We're not talking about that anomaly. We're talking about the anomaly about the men's income. But majority of the time, the children end up with the majority of the time, the children end up with the mother, and he will still have to pay something according to what he brings in. It does not matter how much he brings in; he will still have to pay.
Look at Naomi caught him for trying to slide the goalpost. Good catch, Naomi. They tried to evade.
Afraid of marriage because of this thing. First off, I understand no matter how much money you make, especially when it comes to children, money is going to be taken away from you. I get it. However, if you make $40,000 a year, which most people do on average, why are you afraid that someone is going to marry you for the reason of divorcing you? I don't think that that's a
I can
rational
respond to that.
fear to have.
I can respond to that. All right. Let me ask you a question. Do men out earn women?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. So do women date up in income or down?
Yes, most women date either horizontally or vertically.
Okay. All right. So
in education and in income.
No, they date horizontally as a bare minimum. Women will tell you this all the time. They will say you at least need to make as much as I make. You at least need to be as educated as I am. This is something we all as men hear all the time. Fellas, do we have any disagreement on that point?
No.
So the bare minimum is my equal, but preferable is my superior. Okay? So it doesn't matter if the man only makes 40,000. He's dating a woman that's making 25 and she wants some of his money. That's the point mama is making. So the idea, and if you're only making 40,000 and you making 3,000 and some odd dollars a month, and a woman wants to take 800, then that's a lot of money to you. So I understand what it is that you're saying, but it is so removed from context. It's so removed from the context that women date up financially. It's so removed from the context that men out earn women. It's so removed from the context that they're still taking money in proportion to what he earns, that your point is, with all due respect, completely irrelevant. It's a talking point that women give back to try to make it seem like broke men trying to worry about what they got. Listen, as broke as a man might be, whatever he's got, he worked for it. Ain't nobody giving it to him because he's sitting on some ass. Ain't nobody buying him no drinks. Ain't nobody sending him no cash apps. If you're a man, you are living off your income. You ain't getting government snaps and food cards and 85% of that money is going to women.
Hey, Wisdom,
So
what happened?
we have a
Wisdom.
different relationship with money than you ladies have. We only get to keep what we kill. Y'all don't really understand that. We have a different relationship with money than you ladies do. You get money from your brother, from your father, from some random man that's trying to holler at you. You get people to do stuff for you all the time as women. You can't really conceptualize truly the total solitude and independence of manhood. And this is why a lot of times these conversations, they can be educational, but in terms of debating, I just don't even see why women debate it. You guys' experience of reality is so different than ours that you should be listening when we're talking instead of trying to act like you can educate us on something that you're completely removed from. It's ridiculous.
Stall her out, bro. But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What happens when that man, let's just say he was a minimum wage, average earner. What happens when that man come up on some money and she find out, oh, he got a pay raise? Oh, he done hit him. Oh, what? I need to go. I need to go get an increase.
Oh,
you got a raise, nigga. You got a raise,
bro. My homeboy that's going through a divorce that I mentioned when I first got on this panel, his wife earns good income. She makes like $80,000-$90,000 a year. She's got a master's degree and she's worked off and on during the time of their marriage. He's paid all the bills the entire time that they've been together, and he was making like $80,000-$90,000 a year. He just landed a job because he's been in his career field long enough where he has taken over an entire region of the state, and that brother's gonna make $450,000 this year bare minimum. Wow. And if you don't think that woman is going after that money, you are out of your mind. She is going after that money, even though the house is damn near paid off. She is going after that money, even though she makes more than enough money to support herself. She is going after that money, even though he has paid all the bills. She is going after that money because
that woman.
by and large,
y'all are
that's what the
choosing
ladies do.
Just how we choose them, y'all are choosing them.
I tried to ask.
He married
nobody can.
Do you know
see,
what
DJ,
my claim was?
what you're doing wrong is you keep doing this. Y'all are chosen. Nobody's wearing that in the vetting phase that they're gonna act like that.
This was the first time I've said that. So
they've been married
said
for
it earlier.
years with 2 kids.
No,
I
you're vetting wrong. Y'all picking wrong. I'm telling you, these things that women are
vet better. That's
There's
actually what
no
I
way
said.
that you can do. We're telling you, there's no way.
Because I was given a
Hold on,
response
y'all.
to the
One mic, y'all.
alimony.
One mic.
That's what I actually
I
did.
mean,
Was responding to
I
alimony.
advise you to go check out this interview I had with a 20-year divorce attorney by the lead attorney. A lot of these things that's happening in divorce and after the effect, there's no vetting class. You can't go sign up and go pay $1,000 for it to prepare you for this. Women turn ugly in the event of divorce, and none of these signals are shown in the beginning.
Men don't turn ugly.
And this is, see, now you want to do the tit for tat. I'm just trying to give you the
But
understanding.
y'all do it the whole time. The whole life been
Okay,
men
okay,
versus
you got
women.
it. You got it.
Money
I was
is
just
this
trying
way
to.
with men. Money is that way with women. Like
So you don't even want to understand. You just want to throw
you
tit for
just
tat.
you don't like women. Just stop.
We were talking about Chell started this whole question on what's best.
She's gonna say something.
I asked a question. I asked a simple question based on what's occurring in marriages and in the dating world as to what could be done to the system to help men be more or less hesitant to walk into marriage. So I was going to say this earlier, right? I agree that everyone should vet better, right? But like Darwin said, there's no amount of vetting that's going to let you know the future. So if we're trying to solve the problem of the question that I asked, it's not in vetting. It has to be on what happens on the back end. What happens on the back end basically makes a man continue to provide for a woman after she's no longer his wife. However, she has no responsibility to continue to provide anything to him.
Right. Should definitely. I think I know someone I chatted with a friend of mine, and he said he think the marriage laws need to be changed. I said no, the divorce laws need to be changed. It's not the marriage laws,
right?
It's the divorce laws, because married, all you're doing is getting married. But when you divorce, that's where it can get really, really ugly. And like you said, there's no amount of vetting. I need women to understand that we go through so many personality changes in life. We could be an ugly bitch. You know, we can be ugly. We could be nice and sweet and love you and give you yum yum every night, but we could cut that thing off.
We say yum yum.
We have got to understand that we are some evil ass people. And when our man we found out we getting cheated on, another woman getting our money, you know, she can cut her throat. I literally was walking my dog the other day. And I was like 7 police cars. We don't even have stuff like that in our community. We don't have nobody like, we never had nothing like this in our community. And what I see, blood somewhere, blood hanging, you know, clothes hanging. This lady cut this dude's tires, cut all his tires. Come up. That's what I'm saying. Women can be downright evil. We gotta understand that. We, you know, cut the man tires, blood everywhere. And I'm like, man, she must have, what he do? Bless him. He was a veteran.
He can't go to work with a tie.
He had a VA.
So
I know Kia was trying to finish up with that before y'all move on. Then we go to Marcus. Go ahead, Kia.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think I was misunderstood with my claim. So the claim I was making is I don't believe that it's a rational fear for men who make a certain amount of money to be afraid that someone is marrying them for the purpose of divorcing them. I'm not saying that the divorce laws are not biased towards women. They are. I'm not going to deny that. However, I don't think that that's actually why. Because, how much of the divorce laws have changed and how much have the divorce rates changed? You know? I
would say this.
You know what I mean? And I don't think, 1 second. I don't think there's a control group, right? To see okay, what works the best? So we're going to have to keep trying new things. And I saw someone say that you should probably marry someone that you can divorce. So if something does not work out with this person, then you know what I mean? They're not going to try to, you know what I mean? Hey, I want your fingers. I want your toes. I want your mom's house. You know what I mean? Of course, almost.
So,
wow.
I think it just depends on, I don't think that that's the fear. Honestly, actually, according to Williams Institute, over 60% of young men actually say that marriage and having children are an important goal of theirs. So I'm not seeing where men aren't wanting to get married, and because it seems like actually the statistics actually support that women are the ones that aren't wanting to get married anymore, not men.
What's your
Men do
point?
want to get married. Men don't want to get divorced.
Yeah,
Right.
the
Your
last
question,
study that was
I'm
done
not
in
sure which one do you have
2024,
going on
the
the left.
last study that
Your
was done in
question was
2024 said that 88% of women still want to get married. So nearly 90% of women still want to
where
get married. It's just that
where was this? Where did you get this from?
I'll pull it up and I'll put it into the chat.
No, just tell me the name.
I don't know it at the top of my head. I don't know if you've noticed, but I
gotta
keep
let him
up with
pull
a
it
lot
up.
of stats. I don't remember exactly where I pull them from, but it's easy for me to find them, and I can post it in the chat so that you know that what I'm saying is approved.
So I got 2
Okay.
points.
I think she's
So,
trying to land nine.
I was answering your I was trying to answer your question. You asked what can we do, or what is deterring men from wanting to get married? That's what you said. That was your question. And everyone started talking about finances and the divorce laws, about alimony and child support. I don't think that it's reasonable to believe, if you make under a certain amount of money, that someone is marrying you for the purpose of divorcing you to get money. That's I think that's a delusional fear.
No, it's not.
That's not the point. Nobody gets married with the intent of getting divorced.
Right.
But when you could look at society, the historical record of what happens to men when they get divorced, that's enough for a young man to project out what could potentially happen to him. Whether she's going to take 20 of his 40,000 or 250 of his 500,000 and say, well, I might as well just stay single, even though I have a desire to actually be married. Like I said, men want to be married. Men don't want to be divorced. And one of the main reasons is because of what divorce does to the man. And it's not just about the money. Like Dr. Lady O said, the kids play a major, major, major role in men being willing to stay miserable in a marriage so that he can continue to have access to his kids. A man can always get more money. He can't always go out or willing to go out and just have more kids.
And look, and you don't got to let her off the hook to traverse over to children. You can just stay on money and defeat her whole argument. And this is one of the benefits of talking to 20-year divorce or attorneys, man. I can't tell you how many times the lead attorney has showcased one of the cases he had where men didn't sign a prenup or wasn't concerned about having their assets taken away because they were average earners. But then 5 to 10 years later, they became some of the top 15, top 20% earners. And then boom. So this argument that, just because we're average earners, it's not something that men are just going to just stay at. A lot of men are not compensating for the fact that they're elevating in positions and they end up earning double or triple the amount they earned whenever they first got married. So guys, if you're listening to women saying that we should ignore that or we shouldn't take that into account, you're going to set yourself up for failure. And many men are just screwing themselves over thinking, oh, well, I don't need a prenup. I'm an average earner. But then 5 years later, you're making 100, 200, 300,000. And now what? Shit hit the fan and it applies to you now. So you have to compensate for that stuff because men are always trying to get more pennies in the bank. We're always trying to elevate and secure higher positions. So you have to be cognizant of that. And what we did was just showcase the stat that somebody, or I think you yourself pointed out, that men are more likely to want to have family or have a goal to have family and kids. Even in the belly of the beast where fucking the divorce rate and single parent households and families get destroyed, we still want to love on women and have kids. It's masculinity in itself. We still want to try to enforce structure or withhold some type of order that was driven by principles, even though y'all are running out here unruly. That's masculinity right there. Women can never do that.
Well, okay,
So do you think that these men are actually, okay, so he got married and he was an average earner, and then he worked hard and then became an above average earner. Do you think that woman married him so that she can get a divorce from him and collect alimony?
No,
I don't.
not
My claim was
not necessarily.
So that's my claim.
It's not a
My
matter.
claim
It's not
is
a matter
that
of she married him. She predisposed, or she just came in and, hey, look, I'm going to divorce him. This is a card that's in the back pocket of every woman who gets married. When shit turn ugly, every woman 9 times out of 10 plays the card. She doesn't have it in her mind when she first fucking say I do. This is just something that just comes out of the work. The
So let me
shit
ask y'all
just
this.
turns.
Then. Let me ask y'all this then, because there may be people watching that may be discouraged about marriage. Is it marriage or is it the people?
It's the people.
It's the people.
100%.
It's the people. It's a portion of the people and it's a portion of the system. Because if the people didn't know that the system was set, or certain side didn't know that the system was incentivized for them, they were incentivized to be able to do this. Highly likely they wouldn't do it.
Yeah,
So it's not just solely one or the other.
Right.
Yeah,
So here's
Tia,
if I can just
Tia, here's my
Kia.
question for you. If the way that divorce was set up, if the way that custody court was set up, if the way that child support was set up, if it overwhelmingly benefited men in the same solipsistic, the same lopsided way that it does right now women, do you think women would be very, very different and cautious about how they entered marriage?
For sure.
Yeah, honestly, I even think that they would probably stop.
Okay, yeah, you think that
I
they
don't
would
think
stop?
that
I get it. I think normal heterosexual women want heterosexual men, and I think women want to be mothers for the most part. They enjoy motherhood. I know that liberals and leftists get women, only get married because of necessity, and then they get forced by society into having children and being with men at all. But I'm just talking about normal heterosexual women who are attracted to men. They want to be mothers in the course of their lifetime as well. They see the beauty in family, and normal people who see the beauty in family and don't think all men are filled up with bugs and dirt, right? They want to get married at some point. And if it would deter women from wanting to be married if they got the same bargain that men got. And so I understand what your point was. You made the claim that, hey, women are not marrying men by and large in majority because they are betting on divorcing them and stealing their resources. But the point that Brother Darwin is saying still stands, because it is a card to play in the back pocket of every woman, especially the more productive and competent a man is. It affects how things go, and it affects how women behave in marriage.
Man, it's like a diminishing return, Doc. The more successful a man become, the more it dawns in on that, man, fuck, if I just keep becoming better and better than myself, the higher the risk and the higher the damage it is on the back end if the shit fails.
Right.
I think Naomi's trying to get in there
Clear,
too.
I never said.
Hold on,
I
Kim.
have a
1 second, Kim. I'm gonna get right back to
so
Richland. Spread the mic a little bit.
I have 2 points. So Kia, I have 2 questions. My first question to you is, do you know the statistic of women filing for divorce?
72% of divorces are filed by women. Yes.
Okay, so do you know why?
The top 2 reasons are non-disclosed, financial reasons, and infidelity.
So the top
It's
reason
called lack
why
of
is
commitment.
one of the top reasons when on papers it's called
Irreconcilable
irreconcilable
differences.
Right.
That is the reason why. Now, so here's the thing. In today's society, especially within the last few years, it has made it more and more easier for women to divorce a man, whether because he lost his job for those financial reasons. Infidelity is really not one of the top reasons why a woman is divorcing a man.
Like number 4.
The fact of the matter is the irreconcilable differences is because, in my opinion, is that women have gotten selfish. They don't want to put in the work to keep a man. They don't want to put in the work to support a man. So they want to leave him and try to kind of kick him while he's down. Now, most men, if they know that they want to get married. So most men, like your statistic said, a majority of men actually do want to marry. Majority of women do not want to marry. And I believe the majority of women do not want to marry because they don't like submission. The fact of the matter is that men in today's society have a greater risk, even if he has nothing, to still lose if he divorces. So your claim of saying that it's a delusional fear of a man to have, well, she's not marrying you just because she's gonna, she's not marrying you just so that she can divorce you and take your 10 grand a month. I understand what you're saying. The fact of the matter is, though, is that that is so easily can happen in today's society. Men do not want to take that risk. So it's not a delusional fear. It's actually a fear rooted in truth and facts, especially in 2025, especially with women acting the way that they act, and especially with the fact that more and more men are not able to be fathers to the children that they father in a marriage. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. I don't know if irreconcilable differences that could mean literally anything. It can mean literally anything. And then no fault divorce. Honestly, I don't understand why this is such a like no fault divorce doesn't mean it's literally no one's fault. Both people decide to get a divorce. It's the cheapest and fastest way to get a divorce. So it's like,
You
hey,
still
if
have to pay though. That's so.
yeah,
But that was my point. So if you want to sit here, and tear down the points that I actually proved, you can sit here and use whatever point that you want to put out. You could put infidelity. You could put STDs. You could put whatever you want to put for whatever reason. So hold on. Majority of women are divorcing men at such a high rate that it's not a delusional fear that you're claiming that men should take. It is a real fear, and it's easier and easier, especially since the government and society is built against men. A woman can go and get free attorney, she can get Medicaid, she can get food stamps, she can get all of these things. Majority of women can have all these resources to her and still get alimony, still get child support, and still get Section 8 housing, and the man will still be without and not even have his children. Not to mention that if he does want a father, most men have to dish out at least a minimum of 10K for a good attorney to fight a woman for a right that he should already have.
Damn.
Okay, so you made like 3 claims in a row that just were not true, and you argued.
Okay, go ahead. Let's do this.
You argued against the point that I did not make. Like before I could even finish my claim.
So make sure you make a bullet point so that I can address them accordingly.
Hold on, Naomi. Let her finish.
My claim.
I was just saying bullet points.
So my first claim that I made earlier was that the delusional fear is not that, irreconcilable difference. That has nothing to do with anything. My claim was that I don't think it's a rational fear for men that make under a certain amount of money to fear that women are marrying them to divorce them so that they can pay alimony. Secondly, irreconcilable differences or no fault divorce has absolutely shit to do with sugar. Honestly, it literally has nothing to do with my point at all. Because if you are afraid, I understand why men are afraid to get a divorce. I understand why divorces are messy and they are in the woman's favor. But the government overall is not against women. The thing is, right, we don't have a control group for divorce to say, like, yes, women are getting divorced at high rates. Before then, we don't have a control group to see, like, hey, like the experiment, right? Before the divorce rates were really, really high, the widow rates are really, really high. So it's like
we don't need a control group. We just
use a control group to have an experiment. Yes,
we just use the CDC. You just use the statistics on a mainstream level as the group.
But we need a control group
because we have the data on hand, and we don't need it. Control groups are typically used for storing data that wasn't typically or traditionally stored. But because you can just go to to the courthouse, because you can go to the state government, all of this stuff is storing this without it necessarily have to create or fabricate some type of control group. You can just use statistics, just regular statistics that are studied every year in the census.
I understand. I think we should.
And how many people on here reports to the census? Once again.
Well, if you get married, it doesn't matter if you want to report it or you have to. It's by law. You have to have a license, a marriage certificate.
So
that's a
report.
report.
I mean by control group. Like, let's say we all took account of, we all were in a room and we were all given water. And the experiment is how many people like water. And they give us all water. Then they give another group of people, they give them all soda. And then they give another group of people all soda and water. Somebody, like, there needs to be a group where there is a common denominator. If we didn't have the option to drink soda, then the statistics aren't accurate because they didn't ask us if we would like soda. That wasn't an option. So of course, it seems like we like water more than they do, but we don't. We
Miss
just only
Kia,
have the option of water. So when it comes to divorce, it is a very new thing where you could actually live a sustainable life outside of divorce. So of course, our divorce rates are going to continue to increase because we don't have a control group to say, okay, you can live a sustainable life and not have a husband, and also you can live a sustainable life and have a husband. So when we have these two things combined, how, like, do you get where I'm getting at?
So Miss Kia, Miss Kia, first off, you can take a look at the rise in divorce rates after no fault divorce and pre no fault divorce. It'll give you an idea about that. You can use that as a control group. That's number one. Number two, you made a point earlier in our conversation that most men can't provide two family homes anymore because two people need to work to survive and they're still barely making it. So this idea that now women can make it on their own without any help, and that's why we don't have a control group about whether or not they're getting divorced because of this or that. That you spoke against that point earlier by taking the position that it takes two to tango. So the idea that women are out here making it, living their Sex in the City life if they're on their own, can't both be true with the idea that two people need to work to sustain a household. You have to pick one of those arguments. And then lastly, Miss Kia, um, it has been my experience, and I don't know if it's the experience of you or other people, that women overwhelmingly will tell you nowadays that they will divorce their husband because of unhappiness, as if the point of marriage isn't duty, honor, loyalty, commitment, generational wealth, legacy, that the point of marriage is my own individual happiness. And if I'm not happy, then I'm gonna be such a crappy wife and mother that the kids aren't gonna be happy. So nobody's gonna be happy. And that'll be abuse to the children, which is me abusing the children because I'm not happy. And so because of that, I need to leave the marriage for my happiness. So if you really want to know why it is that men aren't just hopping to want to get married and there's a lot of fear with it. It's not just that they are doing it in an environment that is financial suicide. It's not just that the women's liberation movement through feminism has made it where women don't offer chastity, modesty, duty or loyalty anymore. It's also that women are openly telling you they don't value the commitment, even though they all still want it from you. And in addition to that, they're telling you that they're willing to break it over their own individual happiness. Fuck these kids, fuck this family. If I'm not happy, then nobody gets to be happy.
Damn.
Even screw the kids that aren't here. So when you take a look at women, not willing to break a commitment that they make in front of God, if they even believe in one, because a lot of these women are witches now. They believe in crystals and natal charts and birth signs, and they're doing rituals and saging and all of this stuff. They want to know if your Venus is ascending in Mercury's Kool-Aid or retrograde or whatever the hell it is that they think nowadays. This is how women think, and then you've got these women with that believe in absolutely nothing except themselves. That's why they refer to themselves as goddesses and queens and boss chicks. And then they turn around and tell you that they'll divorce you over happiness, and then you're saying that the reason. Like, do you think, would you want to marry the modern woman nowadays with this type of rhetoric as a man, with what the stakes are for men? Like, are you capable of that level of empathy where you can put the shoe on of a man and consider if the general agenda, if the general narrative of women is what we're hearing today, that you would want to put your financial future, ass and nuts, on the line to marry a woman that doesn't believe her body count matters and thinks that she can fix it by lying to you about it? Would you want to make that type of commitment? Would you want your son to?
If I looked at the numbers, yeah, I would. Because
Okay,
I mean,
well, I
I will live
understand.
longer. I'll live longer. The amount of money that I would save on childcare every year by having a wife. Single men under 30 are the most dangerous group of people in our country. I would people who are people who have bachelor's degrees are more likely to get married and stay married. I assume still, if I was a man, I would still, be pursuing education. And so that would help me. Yeah. Why wouldn't I get married?
There's context to that claim you made saying that single men are the most dangerous group?
There's context, but the truth
There's
is
context.
the
Is a
most
group.
dangerous group of people in
The
America
most
are single
dangerous
men
group
under 30.
the most dangerous group of people become single man if and only if a group of women are depriving these men of sex and chasing after a small top percentage of man, and they're becoming more and more unsuitable for marriage. That makes men dangerous whenever they
Men are
cannot.
not entitled. Men are
What
not
makes
entitled to a
what makes
partner.
men dangerous is
They
creating
are
a
not. I
utopian
agree.
society over the course of 100 years for women to go and thrive in whenever they want, and for them to turn their back to say, we don't need your ass. You're useless. I can do it I can man up and be a man. That makes a man dangerous because we're like, what the fuck? Where's our return on our investment for over the centuries of fighting in wars and creating a society? Where's it at? That makes men dangerous right there.
And not
I
to
don't think
mention,
so.
Kia, do you know
Men
what percentage
men
of
don't.
men do you know what percentage of men commit violent crime in the course of their life?
35% according to the
Three.
NIV FBI
No,
crime report.
3%. Yeah, that's false. 3%.
According
That's
to the
false.
according to the NIV,
No, I'm gonna need you to. No, that's completely false. It's 3%.
35%
3% of men in Western society. 3%
have
of
at
men in
least.
Western. Understood. 3% of men in Western society commit 100% of violent crime. 97% of men.
Violent crime.
Yeah, I said violent crime. That is what I started with. Violent crime. 97% of all violent crime, or 90, it's almost like 99% of all violent crime are committed by men. But these are repeat offenders, and it's an incredibly small percentage of men. Do you know how inappropriate it is to try to frame men as a group as violent criminals, that there's some meaningful percentage of men who are violent criminals? It is just as inappropriate as me acting like every woman is out here selling punani. Out of So check this out. Let me give you an
I
example
don't
that
think
will help you.
it's both.
Let me
Both.
give
I
you an
think
example that. Well, that's how you framed it. You framed it as the most dangerous men are men under 30. Sure, sure. But what percentage
single
of
men under
men?
30. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Single men under 30, but you're talking about, and guess what? The people who sell the most punani are single women under the age of 30. But once you look at the fact that 1% of women sell punani, then you realize that it's a complete misframing to state it that way.
Damn.
So the idea that it's appropriate to say stuff like that, this is what I'm talking about with this indoctrination, where a lot of women have been taught this hatred of men, and it's completely out of frame. And that's why I tell guys, I say, look, do not date, marry, have sex with, or have children with modern-minded women. If they don't have traditional values about dating, marriage, sex, and children, leave them alone. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Because nobody wants to spend their life fighting their way back from your worst case assumptions about men. 3% of men commit 100% of the violent crime in this country. There's less than 2 million prisoners in this country. Less than 2 million people in both state and federal prison in this country. Out of over 340 million people, there's less than 2 million that are in prison, state or federal prison. And not all of those guys are violent crime offenders. The idea that the average man is out committing crimes is a feminist concept tied into toxic masculinity and male hatred and fear. And you guys need to stop saying it, because it's just as inappropriate as guys pretending like every one of you ladies is out here showing your punani for some bucks, when the truth is like less than 1% of women are selling punani. It's an inappropriate mischaracterization of the opposite sex. Y'all should stop doing it.
So my point is, the reason why I brought up single men under 30 are the most dangerous group is you asked me if I knew what I knew about today's climate with marriage. If I were a man, would I still get married? And I said yes. So I was not dissing men. I was not hating men. But since we are going to talk about the topic, yes, I understand that less than 3% of men commit 97% of the violent crime internationally in America. However, was it Derwin? You made a claim that
It's
men built the
Darwin.
world.
Darwin.
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 I'm sorry.
It's Darwin.
I did
Say it with me. Say it with me
Darwin.
now.
Darwin.
There you go.
Darwin. The whole thing. I got you. So, excuse me. I think it's because I was watching the game earlier. But anyway, the you made a claim that, well, men built the world, and is this what we get, like, for building the world? It's like a lot of men have not built a building. You haven't done that. A lot of men do taxes, but they'll still say, like, oh, well, we built the world, we built the infrastructure. I mean, but then when I say also you commit most of the violent crime, like, your group of people commit most of the violent crime, because just like 3% of men commit all of the violent crime, what percentage of women are committing that crime, right? And just like with selling punani, 1% of women sell punani. What percent of men sell punani? So why are women doing this in the millions and men not doing this in the millions? Why are men doing this in the millions and men not doing this in the millions?
It's not in the millions. I just told you the entire prison population, state and federal, was 2 million. It's not millions of men that are committing violent crimes. That's false. And then in addition to that, hold on. And in addition to that, just so you know, and I'll provide the study because I actually have this one saved. Women are 2 times as likely to beat their husbands than husbands are to beat their wives. Women beat men more often than men beat on women, and y'all, and that's what's be. Oh no, you can shake your head all you want. I'm gonna put it in the chat right now for you, and you can take a look at the study because it's the largest one that's ever been done on interpersonal violence in couples. And that's why when you take 2 men who are together that are gay men, they commit violence against each other at about an 18% rate. To a man and a woman, they tap out on violence at about a 24% rate. But you put 2 women together and they're beating the shit out of each other at a 72% clip. And that's because women have a hard time keeping their hands to themselves. So this is nonsense, what it is that you're saying. Not including abortion, women delete more children than any other group of people, and they beat the shit out of old people and kill more old people than men do too. So this idea that women aren't violent, one moment, I'll provide you with the study. I'll post it right into the chat right now. Right now. I'm gonna put that right in for you right now. You ain't even got to wait on that one. Here you go. Boom. You check that one out.
Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead and you check that one out.
So
I just think men don't. I just think men don't talk about it.
So
yeah,
the NIH, right?
and this is
what this
what's
study
being
claims
reported.
is not that. What this study claims is the amount of people that experience DV, and actually, if you scroll down to sex of the perpetrator, lesbian victims, 72 report only male perpetrators, 20% report having both male and female perpetrators. Bisexual victims, and yes, I understand that they bifurcated bi women from lesbians. 74 only male perpetrators, 16.7 had both male and female. Heterosexual women report 89% of them report only having male perpetrators, while 0.5% only having female perpetrators. Gay men report 75.3 only having male perpetrators, while 17% report having both genders. And for bi men, 33% having both male and female perpetrators. So the thing is, and I don't have to put the link, it's in this study that you listed. I actually read it and went over it. But the study does not claim that women are more likely to hit their partners. Actually, in the cases of non-reciprocal violence, meaning where one party is being violent and the other party is not being violent, women do dominate in that. But as far as domestic violence across the board, that's not true.
There we go. You got it up here. Thank you. Look at that. Overall, 25.3. Rates of female perpetrated violence higher than male, 28% versus 21%. Wild range of perpetrators, 1 to 61. Range was about, keep going down. Victimization, 22%. Facts, perpetrate. Emotional abuse. You know, ladies lead in emotional abuse. You know, they be beating the hell out of men on the brains and their hearts. Tell you how little your ding-a-ling is, or you don't last long enough, or your mama ugly, or something like that. Y'all love that. Y'all real slick in the mouth. Let's see here.
Damn, this shit turned a different corner, didn't it? Mm-hmm. Can't get them damn facts out of it.
We can go past this part, brother. You can scroll right past this.
Oh yeah.
Because I think it was actually higher. Effects of violence on children keep going down. Populations, abuse, ethnic minorities. I think it was actually higher up. I'll go. You know what I'll do? I'm gonna copy and paste, find it, clip it, and then I'll post it as a picture right in here. Overall, individual saw partners, high level raise, 22%.
It's a damn shame you got to keep a data bank of stats because of motherfuckers is just misconceptions and stuff and misconstruing stuff. God damn, I
Yeah,
can't believe we got to do it.
yeah, I'll send it to you because if you're the type of person that's willing to change your talking points, if you see better data, then I'm happy to share it with you, Miss Kia. But men definitely are do more violence than women out in society, but in romantic relationships, women are just as violent, even more violent than men are. You ladies don't know how to keep your hands to yourself because most women operate in this world knowing that a man is not going to hit you back and pretending like we still in the color purple and a man's going to knock you between a washing machine and the dryer. It's just nonsense. A lot of you ladies do not know how to keep your hands to yourself. And I think it's crazy. You'll have a woman that's 130, 140 pounds getting a man face that outweigh her by 100 pounds, and she'll put his hands on him and expect for him to show more self-control than she's showing. And she will stake her life on that because God knows if he ball his fist up and knock the furniture out of her mouth, she might end up in a morgue.
You know the crazy thing about what you said, Wisdom, that you didn't really go in on, but I knew you would have cooked on that too. But when you talked about how the abuse, most of the men that women abuse, they don't even make it out of the vagina. They hit with a goddamn peel or a hanger hook or some shit.
He said it. He said it.
He said it though, didn't he? I'm like, God.
Oh yeah, I don't even go on abortion because you know with a lot of these ladies, they'll just tell you that a baby in a body ain't even a baby, that a baby in a body is some type of parasite, or that it's a clump of cells and they don't even count as a person.
Parasite, God.
Yeah, they'll come up with all types of reasoning because they don't want the baby to interrupt their life at all. So they'll tell you that baby ain't even a person. So that's why I just tell guys, like, you know, we can sit up and have these conversations if it pleases you to do so. But the truth of the matter is this: you are going to be held responsible as men. And just like Sister DJ said, no matter what happens, when the buck stops, they're going to tell you you should have picked better. You knew what she was. You knew this. You knew that. That's what they're going to tell you.
So what I'm getting is whenever you ain't born, you're not a real person. But then after you born, if you ain't the man I want, you ain't a real man. God damn.
So what can we do?
A real man.
What can we do?
I'm not sure if you all had saw the whole video of that race, the runner, you know who I'm talking about, when she got arrested and how much that man was trying to protect her, you know, saying she was not back. So the whole time she was saying that he hit her first, that she was going to turn around and file charges against him. The video was sickening. Like this man was protecting her. And because she's sitting up there saying, well, you know, he hit me first. And I mean, she really threw this man under the bus at the same time because he wasn't around her when the police were interviewing her. She's trying to make it seem like and then she was mad at him because they were arresting her, and the officer was like, he has no control over this. This is what we saw in this video. They saw her assault him. She threw this man under the bus. This is the stuff that women do. This is the stuff that women do.
So what can we do for our young men? What would Chell, Darwin,
a woman that I'm saying, well, I don't know, tell the
Wisdom, Najee, Mike.
Go to God.
What can we do?
Let's get Najee in there first and then Chels and then rotate back to us. Because
what can we do to get men to please start opening their mouths?
What? She want to go sexual. Here she go.
No, you want to make it that.
Damn.
No, but it's not funny. But I lost my little cousin in LA. My cousin was married with 5 kids. His wife was abusing him for years. He never opened his mouth, and she ended up stabbing him in his main artery, and he died in the house.
Yeah, my
Now she's in
condolences.
prison, but it took a long time because they didn't want to believe it was the wife. They were
It's
young.
right.
The
I believe
last searches that was on
it.
her computer was snapped for weeks.
Hmm. I
Yeah, my
believe you.
And
condolences to you.
they were 32 and something like that. So when
Hmm.
I'm dead serious when I say this, like I like resolution and I like to hear y'all talk. But my thing is there's no facts in these abusive women. There's no data. So all y'all can say is
Yeah, it
Because
men
it's
is.
not
be
being
hitting on
reported.
women.
There's plenty
But
of
I
data.
always said this for
Hmm.
every woman that's hit, every 30 seconds prior to that was the woman provoking the man. I've said that for decades.
Oh, for sure. Now, if you look at the stats, right? Because I know some women love running with these stats that so this femicide and all this crap. So I looked it up, and from between 2018 and 2021, there were 3,991 women that was unalive. So you break that down in those years, only about 500 women, 600 women that are unalive each year, which is we got millions of people. Not this 900 women a day getting unalived and all this stuff. But when you said something about the men, right? I can tell you that men, even with the police come out, even if the police come out, either they gonna take him to jail or both to jail. They usually not gonna just not take him. They're gonna take both of them, or it's gonna be. That's what I'm saying. We can tell men to call all day long, but at the end of the day, they have been laughed at. They have been mocked. Um, it has been something, and I can't even tell you my personal story with my family member, but who had to defend themselves against something very serious. But I can tell you the fact that there had to be a trial for them to say acquitted, it's make no sense. He shouldn't even have gone to trial. Even the
So
even the main it was a bunch of the juror was mainly women. Even they said this is an evident an act of self-defense. This case should have never gone to trial. The fact that he even had to go to trial was this is what they do to men.
Najee, jump in.
How y'all doing? I just been listening. I was just curious. I just was listening, honestly. I think it just became a little kind of confusing for me because it seemed like it was more like a women versus men thing, and I'm just more like a solution oriented type of guy. So I'm like listening to figure out what's the solutions. Like I get all the talking points. Like everybody has valid points based on their perspective and whatnot. But my biggest thing is like, how do we move forward from this without it being like you bring up a statistic, I'm gonna belittle your statistic because my statistic is better than your statistic. It's like I get it and I understand, but it's like how do we move the goalposts in the way in which we're all on the same page to help us better understand women and also better understand men?
What do you suggest, Najee?
What do I suggest?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the thing I would suggest is people learning to love themselves, honestly, understanding who they actually are. I think a lot of times the biggest disconnect we have is because society taught us to be a certain way. And most of the time, the way that we are taught to be doesn't reflect how we actually want to be. So I think if people actually take the time to learn who they are without being taught, oh, a man is supposed to be this way, a man has to do, it's like, what do you want to do with your life and move from that? I think it's about character building, helping people understand who they are outside of just playing the role. Just being authentically yourself and being okay with being you. I think a lot of times people aren't okay with being themselves, so they try to fit in. They try to be like other people, and then it don't work out, and then they get upset because they're trying to fit in. They're trying to get acceptance from people who don't want to accept them, and then they get with the woman who don't accept them, or they get with the women get with the guy who don't accept her, and then she try to perform, and then when that don't work out, it's like, oh, all guys are this or all women are this. It's like, nah. When are we going to take the time to hold ourselves accountable and recognize the role that we're playing in these situations? Like most of the time, we're not paying attention to the role that we're playing because we're too busy trying to point the finger at other people. So I think the solution is being more aware of yourself and understanding how to go forward. Like how do you learn to be able to recognize, okay, if this woman is being this way, I don't have to try to change her to be something that she's not. I think the biggest thing is, which it kind of don't make sense to me, is a lot of the issues that people have is based on the people that they chose. But there's always people that will give you everything you ever wanted, but we just don't choose to be with those people because they don't look the way that we want them to look, or they don't have the right amount of money. It's like we find reasons to not be with the person who matches us just to get with somebody who don't matches us and then complain about them. It's like it don't make sense to me. But I think the solution is just really learning what you like and going for it without forget what society says, forget trying to be with a woman who looks a certain way. Be with the woman who reflects you back to you and who you can really just be cool with and chill with.
So you think the issue is people are choosing people that society says, hey, this is what your option should be?
Yeah, 100%.
Instead of what they want to
based on how she look, based on how he look, how much money he have, 6 figures, 6 feet tall. Like a lot of the stuff, it makes sense if you understand why it was created, but people don't understand the why. So they're just following the narrative like, oh, he got to make 6 figures, got to do it. It's like, why do you want that? Because if I made 6 figure and I give you the money, and what are you going to do with it? Like, do you not know how to? I think it's about one of the things where people don't have to elevate within themselves to be in these relationships nowadays. It's like, oh, I want you to be this way, and therefore I'm gonna find a man or a woman who could be the way that I want them to be. But it's like, if you realize you only want that based on you not being able to have that or cultivate that within yourself, then let's focus on why you're not cultivating that within yourself before trying to find somebody else to fit that mold to be that way so you don't have to do it.
Well, people sound like people just want to meet you at the finish line. That's what they don't want to do none of the work. They just want to meet you at the end. You know, I know you said something earlier about people loving themselves. First of all, people have to be honest with themselves, and that's the good and the bad. See, when we do that, when we love ourselves, we're only looking at the sides that we deem that's good. But we're not looking at our bad side. We don't want to. No one wants to be criticized. We don't want to criticize ourselves. And that's a big issue. You gotta understand, that you're gonna grow. You won't always be the same. And I think that's something that some couples do. I think that hurt them a lot because they're not understanding that she's not going to always be the same. She may gain 20 pounds. I ain't talking about no 100 pounds. She may gain 20 pounds and have the kid. She's going to change. He's going to change. But if your values align, see, until we go back to that core of life, of what makes the relationship work is never going to work. That means your faith, your family. You both have to want a family. And your finances. I mean, you can want a man to make 6 figures, but can you manage the money? You can't even manage money. Why do you need a man to make 6 figures? You can't even manage 30,000. You can't even manage no 200,000. So it's just more money that you think you can spend, and that's not how it works. So, and if you have a woman that wants that, you have to decide whether or not is this woman for me, long term. Because I'm just saying, I just see too many relationships just go down the drain. And be honest with you, when I talk to some people, it's like over nothing. I'm like,
Lady, the people that I run into that have had the biggest issues, it's like 2 types. Because I usually talk to the man specifically, right? And the man, the one type of man will say, I love her so much, I want to marry her. And I'll ask him, if I told you that this was not going to work and you was going to get a divorce, would you even care to hear any of this? And they're going to say no and move forward. And then they eventually get the divorce. And the other type is the ones that be like, she should already know. They like averse to actually putting the work in to like trying to groom or train somebody into the way that they want them to be. And they feel like she should come prepackaged and she should know certain things because they're common sense to them. Those be the 2 main people that I run into that consistently end up in divorce or resetting and restarting a new relationship. They refuse to work with the person. Yeah. And so I agree with the vet better thing, but they could vet all you want. If these type of people fall in love, they gonna still be with the person. They don't care. They gonna chalk it up to this is what I want to do, and then complain on the back end.
But why not even focus on getting in a relationship and just build a connection? As I stated before, build the friendship. I think that we're so busy trying to rush, and that's where I love being this age, is that we can take time and just develop connection. I love being a mother because then I can just take time and build the connection and a friendship because I have to watch who I bring around my children. You know
Are
what I
you
mean?
doing
Like
are
we
you
have
doing
time
marriage and
to.
relationship things in between that time?
What'd you say?
Are you fucking between that time?
Are you effing between that time? I'm
Getting
not.
time to build a
You're
relationship?
saying, am I recommending that women do that?
No, I'm saying like you said that people should take time, build friendships
Why does
before
sex
they.
have to be with connection?
Why does it have to?
Yes.
I didn't say it had to. I'm asking you.
Yeah, no.
Whenever you say
So when I'm
that,
talking about a connection, I'm talking about a true, authentic friendship, building
I
a
know.
connection.
I get what you're saying, DJ, and that makes sense. But what he's saying is that adults are going to have sex with each other while they're building that connection. Don't you agree with that?
I do not, because I don't think that women will have sex with. I don't think if Naomi has 3 friends that she's going to give them all the
I know,
nana.
but we're
They're all
not
have
talking about.
access to that. I think that
I,
that one connection might be deeper, and it might be, but that's a might.
all
And
right,
she might not want to give it to nobody. So what I'm
dang.
saying is, that's subjective. Sex is not what I'm talking
all right.
about.
I think
I'm
that
talking
these
about just
types of
connection.
Yeah, I think these types of ideas are how women end up with 2, 3 different dudes, and they got baby daddies with multiple dudes, and they
Here
end
we
up in
go.
this.
Back to the bashing
No, no, no,
the
no, no,
women
no,
thing.
babe.
Here we
Hold on,
go. Back to the bashing the women thing. You can't
Hold
help
on,
it.
DJ. I'm not bashing. I'm not. I'm really
What
not.
did what did
Let
anything
me
I
tell you.
just say? I'm talking about just
I'm
building
talking
a
about.
connection.
I know what
And
you're
now we're
talking
baby
about.
daddy and this and that.
Just listen to what I'm saying to you, and assume for one moment that I'm not trying to bash you at all. Okay?
I didn't
I'm
say you're
what
bashing me. I said women.
or
You can't
women.
bash me,
I'm not
baby. You
trying to
don't know
bash
me at
women.
all.
Just let me get it off, and then you can judge it for what it is. Okay?
Well, don't you interrupt me, and you can go ahead. But yeah,
All right. You know what? If you weren't finished, you go on right ahead. You
no,
were
you're
talking
good.
about a connection. Was there more information you wanted to add to it?
You're good.
Okay. Thank you so much. So what I was saying is that I think that ladies often find themselves in these undefined positions because they approach relationships with very little purpose, and they want to be friends, and they want to vet, and they want to do all of this stuff, and it lasts
Najee,
forever.
please.
And then next thing you know, that ends up happening is you end up getting pregnant, and I don't know, and it just happened, and I was young and dumb, and all of this silliness and foolishness because you're operating in a space that you should. And I'm gonna say something, and I know nobody likes it and nobody wants it, but you got to go to God. You got to go to God. That's what the issue is. The issue is the thing that makes the person unsafe is that they don't have the love of God in their heart. They don't fear the Lord. They don't have God's precepts and concepts inside of their heart. They don't understand what biblical love is. They don't understand biblical marriage. They don't understand biblical headship. They've come up with their own ideas about what this stuff is, and the ideas they have suck. They suck. Even using God's instructions, you get a 50% clip rate. And when you don't use the instructions, you get far less than that. People who are in Christian marriages where they're both folks are Christ-centered, their marriages work out more often than people who are secular, but it's still a high failure rate. And so when you come up with your own ideas and you think you just gonna friendship your way into love, you end up with a lot of silliness. And this is why, in my opinion, you have a lot of ladies. You ask them if they're in a relationship, they don't know. They baby daddy, oh, we was dating, it was off and on. I was trying to see, blah, 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 blah. And then they got a kid with a man that didn't want to be a husband. He was sitting in the friend zone waiting to try to get some cat. All of this stuff, I think, is advice that just kind of leads to destruction because it isn't pointed towards anything and it's not intentional enough. I
Actually,
think that
marriages can operate the same way, sweetheart. Your husband can also, you
I
can
know
also
they can.
divorce and you be left with
Yeah,
kids the same
100%
way.
it can.
So,
You're
I
right.
mean, you can also tell someone you're their girlfriend and that's
I
not
agree.
true either. Or you can
I
tell me
know.
you're my man and still you're grown because you're an adult. You can do what you want.
I
So
agree
it's
with you.
like,
I
Some
agree.
what's the
So
difference? So why
because
does a
some have
title
more
really doesn't
I'll
leverage
tell
when
you
dictate
you're
it.
why.
So
married.
the
I'll
point
tell
of what
you.
I'm saying of the connection
Yeah,
is
I'll tell you
really
why.
truly building a connection before
All
you
right.
call yourself getting married.
I get it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't build a connection before you get married. What I'm saying to you
But you're
is,
dumbing down
uh,
friendships like friendships are not
I,
valuable.
I, I think friendships turn into
They
situationships, and
grow.
that's what That's what Darwin was talking about,
Thank
but
you.
it doesn't seem like you accept that, and that's fine. Here's what I'm saying to you though. Okay.
No, he said,
The-
actually what he said was, and I'm not going to use that word, but he said, are you effing in the meantime?
yeah, and that's a
That's what he said.
situationship. Is what is
But he
I
was
get it.
being facetious, and I took
No, he
that.
wasn't being facetious. He was articulate. Brother Darwin,
Well,
were
he
you
actually
articulating
laughed.
what?
I was
No, no,
articulating. She just
exactly what
was
I said.
lost.
Is there, yeah, you just. I was trying to be
No,
more
y'all are
direct.
lost because y'all are trying to connect sex with connection. I'm
No,
talking about building a connection
let me.
solidly so you can get to know somebody for who they are authentically, not putting
All
on a
right,
mask, getting in a relationship when your ass should be in a relationship with yourselves.
all right. We understand what you're saying. Do you understand what we're saying to you? We don't have to agree, but we can
You're
at least
talking
have
to the people
understanding.
on the live.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll talk to them then if you're not going to respond to what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I'm not
Then
Sky.
that's
I'm
fine.
not. I'm not asking you questions, and I'm not.
I
You're
got it.
talking
No
to the.
problem.
There's
No, yeah,
people
no problem.
listening,
If you're
so
not talking to me, stop right
add
now.
value to the
Got it.
people that are watching and
I
tipping the
got it.
show. And
Thank you.
thank you guys
Yeah.
for liking the show.
Yeah. Thank you. If you're not going to talk to me, stop right now. All right. So what I'm saying is this. All right. A lot of women, okay, have this type of approach to relationships in life. It's vaporous. It's nebulous. It lacks any
No, they
intentionality,
don't.
direction, or anything like that. And because of that, they end up in situationships and pregnant by people where they have completely undefined relationships. Because what ends up happening when you put two human beings together that are attracted to one another, which is part of the reason that you're vetting this person through friendship for a relationship, is you end up in a situationship. And is that what you were saying, Brother Darwin?
That's
I know
exactly what I was saying.
situationships
That's
that are
exactly what I
better
was
than
saying.
some
Hold
of
on,
y'all
we ain't talking
marriages.
to you. Nope, DJ, I'm not talking to you, sis. I just asked Brother Darwin. You
I
said you
know
don't want to
friendships
engage with
stronger
me.
than y'all
I'm
marriages.
straight. No, I got it. I got it. Thank you for that advice. But you said you ain't talking to me. I'm talking to
I
Brother
didn't see.
Darwin. Stop. Just save it. Save it. I tried to talk with you. You didn't want to talk with me. I'm straight. Save it. So what I'm saying to you guys
You're
is simply
muffled.
this. All right. Well, thank you for that.
You
What I'm saying, what I'm saying to you guys is simply this. Okay. This is the type of advice that a lot of ladies have, and most of the time it just comes from fear. And the reason it comes from fear, it comes from leaning on your own understanding, wanting to do things your way, and then they end up doing what? Devaluing marriage. Oh, some of the friendships are even more important than the relationships. Well, guess what? You can get married and get divorced. You can get married and become a widower. All those things that this young lady was speaking on are 100% true. And because all of those things are possibilities, you should do what you can to increase the probability of success. And the greatest probability you're going to get for success is not having a baby with a boyfriend, not endlessly vetting your friends and ending up in situationships. It is obtaining a marital commitment, a intentional commitment from a man to protect, provide provision, to commit and establish a family with you. And to say that you got friendships that's more important and more valuable than marriages, that's cool. You can do that all you want. And all the women who think like you can do that all you want. And all the guys who are marriage minded can deal with marriage minded women.
mm. And I do want to recognize the women that are pushing positive solutions and stuff like that. Naomi's, the Dr. Lady O, Miss Pearl, appreciate y'all because we can, just like we can recognize the toxic shit women are pushing out, we can also recognize the solutions and the things that are more conducive for people are pushing out. So don't feel attacked when we do generalize. We're just pointing out the stuff that men need to be aware of. So we do appreciate y'all that come up here and actually talk and make sound and solid points.
Hey, La Bonita, you asked a question earlier and I wanted to answer it. I wanted to circle back to it. You asked something like, what should we teach men? Or how do we get men to speak? That was a question, right? And I think you were talking
Young
about
men. Yeah, majority
and
like young men in relationships because honestly, it's a lot of abuse. Actually, my mother and was living in a neighbor. He was just they were beating each other, both of them, young people, between 21 and 23. And police would, my mom, I just told her, if you hear it, call the police, like at this point. But, she didn't like to want to get into it. And it actually happened. The officer knocked at her door in front of them. So now they know it's her. But it's just, it's a lot of abuse going on in the younger generations that a lot of the boys are also getting abused. A lot of these young girls are on drugs. They're they're trying to live lifestyles that they can't afford. They're stripping, doing drugs, they're prostituting, whatever, but they're beating men, and it's rapid. So I'm just wondering, like, how can you guys get to the boys? What kind of
We'd have to be
way can
raising
y'all
them
get to
first.
them to tell them to just speak?
Right.
We'd have to
Right.
be raising them. Go ahead, Charles.
Just I won't even be long. You can jump in,
No,
brother.
you can take as long as you want. Hey, we've been on this motherfucker.
Yeah, we've been on Joy for a minute.
Pause.
Pause, right? Our parenting for a really long time has been incomplete. We've always taught boys how to treat girls. You don't put your hands on a girl no matter what happens. And we've always taught little girls how men are supposed to treat them. We never teach little boys how women are supposed to treat them. And so that's why men don't speak up. Now, sometimes as history goes on, it's difficult to fix a problem in the present. So maybe the men who are our age who get hit on, they just gonna get hit on, and there's nothing that I can say to them to get out of the situation. But you have to begin teaching young men how they are supposed to be treated by women, right? Not just don't hit women. Teach them how a woman is supposed to show up for them in their lives, because we don't really know. Nobody taught us that. Now, that's not to say that I didn't see it. I saw how my mother showed up for my father, because my parents are still together for this day. But those conversations were never had. If I hit a little girl at recess, that's what we talked about, right? If a little girl hit me at recess, I ain't go home and say shit, right? Because that's just how it go. So to answer your question directly, it's a matter of teaching a holistic approach. And when I say holistic, I mean a circle, the whole approach. This is how you treat people. This is how people are supposed to treat you for both little boys and little girls. But it would take, there's going to be a delay, because it takes time for those children to become adults and begin cultivating healthy relationships.
Do you think, Chell, that a movie would help? Because I feel like a lot of the women, let's just use Tyler Perry. He always makes the black man the abuser. I rarely see. I mean, I think the black woman may cheat or something, but rare. It's rare. It's always the black man is the abuser. Do you think that we can get a bigger platform than Tyler Perry, but we need a movie of that in that sense, because young people are
You know
hard
what,
to
two
get
movies?
to.
You know what, two movies like that? The one that really hit home for me growing up was A Thin Line Between Love and Hate. I think we even had the same name. I was like, man, I'm not about to let these women do this shit to me. I'm not getting hit by no car. I'm not getting stalked. You're not putting a birthday cake with a knife in it on my porch. And then when I got older, another one that hit hard was Acrimony. I don't know if y'all ever seen that movie. Oh my God. You seen
Who
it?
was in it?
I seen clips.
Oh my God.
I think it was two actors, but when she got older, she became Taraji. Yeah. It was another actor, but she played the younger version of Taraji.
Those
But
was
yeah,
actually horror movies to me. Like
man,
I was
movies,
like, oh hell no! I'm out here playing this game. I don't want to get caught up in none of this shit. So let me be a little more smooth about this and get some truth in the mix.
Antoine Fisher movie was tough too, but you're not gonna get a lot of those movies where men are being touched. It's just not gonna make them. This is not. I think it's a matter of
It's not
click
the
rate.
agenda they want to push.
It's a matter of click rate, and it's a matter of our people specifically valuing whether or not we want to decline taking those roles to push the narrative or how we represent it in the media. It's really hard to do that with an economy like this, where in the mindset that we have to value, the bag over how we're portrayed in the media. So, one supersedes the other, and this is what you get. You get the black men that ain't shit. They can't take care of the kids. They always out in the streets, and I'm leaving a woman to raise the kid in the movie, and the woman ain't shit, and she's hoeing around and try to make ends meet, and It's crazy. I think the last movie I seen was with who was the woman that left Imani Shumpert? Who was his ex-wife?
Tiana Taylor.
She had a movie where I
With the
think she
police.
stole her kid back. I don't know if it was somebody else's kid.
Was
or
that
something.
even? That wasn't even her kid.
It wasn't her kid. Oh
Nope.
shit.
That's what came out at the end. It was not her kid, but that was I seen that movie.
But if the crazy part about that to me is somebody made a movie about a woman taking care of a kid that's not hers. When we live in a society where men are raising kids and not did way more often than women did, but there's no movies of men that just picking up kids, random kids, and just bringing them in and taking care of them. It's like we don't need, like when we go and do it in real life, we don't even get the representation in the media. Like
in the media,
you know what I'm saying?
So Labo,
I think it was
to
more
your
about
point,
her fraud life. She was trying to use that to escape the world she was living in.
Naomi, get in there.
Okay, so what I'm about to say, a lot of women are not going to like. But the fact of the matter is, the reason why a lot of the boys that are becoming men are taking a lot of hits and it's getting more and more dangerous is because of women in today's time. There are too many women that want to be boss babes, do what they want with no consequence, move how they want with no consequence. And we're seeing it more and more in the media. We're seeing it more and more in social media. There are even statistics now that back up all of these things, especially in the last 10 years. The sad part about it is that we've gotten so far away. So I don't know about everybody else, but I believe in God. And because I believe in God, and God is not the center of anything anymore, unless you're like flipping out somewhere and then you lost it or you need something fixed, or like everybody please say a prayer for me type of thing. We are not keeping true virtuous values in our homes anymore where God is the center. And before people are like, well, not everybody believes in God. Everybody goes to God when something goes wrong. Everybody does. We all want somebody to bend a knee and pray for us. Every single time a child gets sick, there's an emergency, there's a car crash, sending prayers. If we're going to God for all these little things, but even us as women, we don't want to sit here and tune into the truth of the matter that we are meant to be followers. We're not meant to be boss babes. We're not meant to be independent, all these other things and all this other stuff. We're not meant to be that. Now, can we do these things? Yes, we can. But we are not men. We are not meant to be the head. We are meant to be followers. And until more and more women get to a point to where I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna follow the man, because we're just gonna end up in the same situation. Men are unaliving themselves at a higher rate even now.
Well, let me ask you
We
this,
can
Naomi,
push.
because I think Najee, he kind of felt deflated when we went back to kind of went off the trajectory of solution. And you're right for how you brought it in. I'm glad you brought the heat. But do you think this is a good solution? If women, let's just say women do want a man that earns enough to be able to hold it down. You know what I'm saying? What would you say is the ideal selection or the ideal group of men for her to go for when she's young and want to be married young?
So I'm not
Because
gonna. So I'm gonna be honest with you. It does not matter what a man makes. As a woman, I'm a multiplier. He could be he could be a cashier at McDonald's, and we're gonna put plans together to where he'll own one. It does not matter where he's at financially. If you focus too much on what a man is, where he's at financially, then you will miss him and where he could be potentially. That's why majority. And so let me just say this. That's why a majority of these women are marrying ball players in college, because they ain't making no money. They ain't making no money, but they sitting there. We're fixing plates. We're making tacos. We're washing clothes. We're showing up because of the fact but the thing is, the women don't want to put in work like that anymore. Not in 2025. Not in for the last 5 years. Women don't want to put in work in like that anymore, and they don't want to be honest with the fact that where they're at in their life. Majority of women in their late 30s and 40s, they're so stuck in the mindset. Well, you know what? This is the way that I am. Da 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 da. They don't want to align. Women don't want to align to a man's purpose, even in their late 30s, because they build an empire by themselves. They become so self-sufficient that they expect a man to align to them. That's not the way we were created.
Hey, Naomi, I have a question, a follow-up question just for what you said. So, because there may be some people watching and they may be unable to identify whether that cashier is going to potentially go somewhere or not. Like, how do you determine if this man that hasn't reached his purpose fully is a good man to invest in?
So that's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have to have a man vet him. Majority of women don't have fathers or male role models. I can't figure it out. I can have I know a checklist because I know some amazing men around me. I know some amazing men around me. And if there was a man who was wanting to be intentional with me, I've made some pretty bad choices. Listen, I'm not perfect. It is what it is. I'm 38. I'm gonna be 38 next week. I've been married, I'm divorced. And I didn't have what I have now. So if I had a man who was intentional with me, in conversation and was serious, I would have the men around me that because of the fact that I'm gonna pick. I'm a woman. I'm gonna pick according to my emotion. I can pick according to my logic, and then I'd end up like some of these other women, so focused on the bag that it's just gonna leave me lonely.
So, and I'm gonna pass the mic to Wisdom after this, but I know it's easy to say like now because we hear it all the time. But when I look at what's actually going on, a lot of men are not vetting the women. So how do we change that culture? Because as adults, we can say that, but if you look at the younger generation, it's not happening by the mass.
So I believe that a lot of men need men in their lives. And majority of the time, a man isn't going to come across, a young man or a young boy isn't going to come across a male role model until he's over the age of 18, whether he's in college, whether he goes into the military. He's going to have to seek that out on his own away from his mother, unfortunately. And a lot of the times, a lot of women aren't placing their sons in situations to be able to receive from male role models, and it's difficult though sometimes as a single mother. It can be difficult to have those male role models for your children. But you got to listen. As a mom, I know exactly where my faults are, but it is also my responsibility to place people in my children's life, even if I got to take kids. The fact of the matter is, a lot of women are just too proud and they don't want to humble themselves and admit that they need help or support outside of finances.
Okay.
Hey, JR, can you ask the question one more time?
The question that I was asking is that I wasn't seeing it happening in the mass when it comes to the men actually vetting the men that our daughters or family members are actually getting involved with. So, like, how could we change that? Like, what needs to happen so that we could actually see it? Because we talk about it online that this is what should be done, but once I sign off, I'm not seeing it. And
So
I rarely seen it in my family and friends. I don't think nobody really truly vetted and said, hey, where the woman would actually even listen, because 9 times out of 10, like, these young ladies are doing what they want to do regardless of what somebody else has to say.
Got you. Najee had to answer with the first thing he said. Before you can vet anybody else, you have to be able to vet yourself. Most people, and this is just in general, most people lack self-awareness. And because they lack self-awareness, they don't know how to pick, because they don't know who it is that they're actually picking for, because they don't know themselves, right? And self-awareness is not necessarily something that comes along with age, right? There's people out here 50, 60, 70 years old that lack self-awareness. So I would love to hear Najee go in on this, but my perspective is before I can help you become self-aware enough to vet somebody else's awareness, I myself have to become self-aware. When you go on a journey of self-awareness, you learn about all people because everybody has emotions. Everyone has the same emotions. Everybody has intrusive thoughts. Everyone has creative thoughts. Everyone has the ability to solve problems in their own different ways. But you having your own consciousness is the map for you to understand other people. Once you understand yourself and how it is that you react to negative or undesirable emotions, you can then help other people do that. And so it becomes a trickle down process, and we have to be willing to mentor the younger people to develop the self-awareness that I have at 42. You can have that at, say, 20. Will you still be a little more immature? Sure. But will you be able to manage your emotions? Will you know how to set healthy boundaries? So in order to vet someone else, you got to vet yourself first.
I think that, so if I
Oh,
understood your
but I
question
think that's
right,
what DJ said in the beginning. Did she say that about?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with
Thank
her.
you, JR, because everything y'all say vet, I say connect. It's like it's so remedial to me at this point because not you don't know, but I'm just saying they're fighting me
you're cutting
on
out.
everything, saying the same stuff.
You're
Yeah,
cutting out.
you cutting out, DJ.
Oh, I thought that was me. Okay.
It's fast
Yeah,
down.
but what what
Yeah,
happens is on these spaces, we've always ran into. It's always been a solution for maybe the past 5 or 6 years in the manosphere. Is we ran into it periodically. Hey, vet, right? But what I'm starting to come across, and I think a lot of creators who have been doing research and influencing their audiences, is that there's still a hole in this whole process. Once you vet people out, and we're talking about marriage, where it only lasts for as long as the person is able to perform or willing to continue to perform, because a lot of people are on game. You know, it's all about who can manipulate the other person and give off the facade, and then you end up taking a risk, and then you have to reset. You have to do it again. So I think Najee hit on it perfectly earlier, indirectly. You just got to be able to be willing to walk away. We have to get out of this. I know we like to push it because of our religions and our principles. Hey, you shouldn't end your marriages and you shouldn't walk away. But that is the only thing that's going to give you peace, is being able to just, and we're talking to tell us the men specifically, because women never had any problem walking away. They do it at a 70% clip. It is the men who get tied into it, and they end up risking their mental health in the process. And so we just try to tell men, look, there's really nothing you can do. You can go and take the risk. Yeah, it's worth it. There's some good women out there. You may find a woman that you can be with. Then there's the other side to it. You just may fail. But we don't want you to sit here and tolerate disrespect and being mistreated just for the sake of, oh, I want to just stay married, or I want to do it for the kids. No. Get the hell out, bro. It's fine. We all understand it. We understand the society we have today with all of these movements. It's just defiling the whole covenant that God created. We understand, man, that if you're going to have to pack it up and roll out. And we just got to get more men having an ease of mind that is okay now, because we've got now how to figure it out. But women are cunning. They have a way to manipulate. Whenever they don't get their way, they can perform all the way up until the time to where, you know what? All right, I'm done with this. And there's so many other women that's continuing to champion that and push it and tell women, yeah, you should pack it up. There is no way. It is not going back toward the other way. It just ain't.
So I wanted to make sure I answered this correctly. So you had said, so I said that men should vet men for women. So then I understand what we're talking about, how we should all know ourselves.
Right.
Each of us should. As a woman, I should know myself to have that communication and that so that my partner can be vetted for me. But it sounds like what you're saying is that a lot of men are walking around, one, not vetting for women, and two, not really knowing themselves on how to vet for a woman.
No. What I'm saying is we are vetting, and I'm saying we're vetting. We've mastered vetting so much that creators have created courses on it. And what that did, with what we didn't compensate for, is there's a other side to this that wants to see you fail. So what they do is they go and purchase those courses. Undercover feminists and other people that want to see you fail. And they figure out a workaround how to manipulate that. And like, you know what? Every time we move the needle to figure out a workaround, they come in and they try to figure out how to push it back. And there used to be a thing, as an example, there used to be a thing. Hey, look, man, if you get screwed over a woman, go to the gym, get fit, go get more money, become rich, so you'll never. That's how you get revenge. Women are getting hip to that now. Now you can go and work out all you want and go get as much money you want. When it's time to come back and deal with them, they're gonna figure your ass out and they're gonna manipulate you again. It ain't no amount of muscle you can put on, or no amount of fucking money you can put in your bank to fight off a woman when she decides to manipulate. It just ain't. I don't care how many men are vetting her out. Women will always be susceptible to a change of mind so long as they live in the United States, where these movements are being ejected into society, and it's just shaping the mentalities over the years. It's just going to happen. You just got to be ready to deal with it. I'm a married man now, and people be shocked at me saying this. Oh, but you married, yeah. I've compensated for the fact that my wife might have a change of mind 5 years from now, and I've set things aside to deal with it. I just have to. The data just supports it, and it's not like a fear thing. It's just being ready and not having to get ready. And I've just been able to get my mind ready for it. I'm going to love her all the way until it happens, and hope and pray that don't happen. But it's just the reality we have to live in as men. We had to deal with this as men.
Yeah. So one of the things that sorry, Mama G.
No, you're
So the solution is always the same, and people just don't like the solution. The solution is always going to be God. You know, I saw this video online, and it was this woman, and she was talking about how she has AIDS, and what she likes to do is she likes to go out and meet random men and have sex with them. And while they're having sex with her, if they use a condom, she tries to get them to not use a condom. And then while they're having sex with them, she'll reach back and try to take the condom off and see if they'll keep doing it, because she wants to infect them. And her favorite men to try to get to do this are married men, because she wants them to go home and infect their wives. Now, this all sounds absolutely horrible. And this woman is obviously a demon, right? But I'm covered by the blood, baby. I don't have sex with strangers because it's fun and it feels good. I don't move like that at all. I never would ever again in my life. And so the solution to a lot of the stuff we deal with, the protection, the covering, is being submitted to God. And a lot of people don't like that, because they want to do what they want to do, and they want to try to come up with the right way to do the wrong thing. They want to have the right way to do the wrong thing so that they can have what they want and still have covering and still have protection, but still be out here bearing their bone in everybody's backyard. And I'm sorry, homie, there just is no way for that. So what does God tell you to do when it comes to vetting people? He tells you to look for the fruits of the Spirit. He said, you judge them by their fruit. And then he tells you to look for the fruits of the Spirit. Man, if you are willing to deal with a woman that isn't actively seeking a relationship with God, then you set yourself up for failure, homie. Period. Because you can sit up and argue with women every day of your life and make points about why they should submit and what men do and what we've done in the past and how we've built society and how we protect and provide this. Then let me tell you something. The purpose of male headship in marriage is to lead a woman to God. Because the woman that God is going to give you back is better than any woman you can argue her into being. If you read what God puts on a woman, if you read about the Proverbs 31, if you read Ephesians, if you read Colossians, if you read Corinthians, if you read Titus, and you understand what God is telling a woman to be for a man, and she has a heart for God, then she's going to try to do all of the stuff God is asking her to do. And that's going to be better than whatever you can argue for. So if you want to know the best way to try to find yourself somebody you can make it with, get yourself a woman that wants a meaningful relationship with God and is seeking that.
But to be
And if
honest,
you don't want
go
that,
ahead, Nash.
bro,
Go ahead,
we gotta
Josh,
get
my
another
bad.
in.
you screwed if you don't want that, because the rest of these women out here is giving it away for free, or they selling it. They deleting their own kids. They running around with side niggas. They doing all
Church
types
women are
of
doing
wild
it
stuff.
too.
Sure they are. Absolutely they are. So you do what's going to give you the highest probability of success. And it's not dealing with some woman that justifies it. It's dealing with some woman that's trying to sanctify and fortify herself against it. And at least you decrease your probability. But you're right. Ain't none of y'all niggas safe. So good point. Thank you for reminding us.
Yeah, I think you kind of validated DJ's point earlier about the friendship and being able to look for the certain characteristics based on what the Bible preaches, because you have to be able to, one, connect to a woman outside of just the sexual aspect. And I think a lot of times when people take friendship, or a male and a female being friends, it's about, oh, are they going to have sex, instead of taking the time to vet, quote unquote, this woman by seeing if she's living up to the characteristics that you're looking for. I think a lot of times when it comes to vetting, people mess up because they have a preconceived idea of what they want based on never actually experiencing it before. So it's like, oh, my ex, she never communicated. Now I want the next person now I'm with to communicate. But then if the woman communicates, you don't know how to communicate back because you never was in that position to learn how to do that. So I think a lot of times when it comes to vetting, most people don't know how to vet because they have an idea of how they want the person to come into this position or the role that they want this person to play without allowing them to be who they are. Then you learn them by connecting with them outside of looking for end goal or looking for this person to perform to be a certain way, and it'll work. I think most of the time people are so gun-ho on the idea of, I want this person to be a specific way because I have this vision in my mind of how I want my future to be, or how I want my future wife or my future husband to be. And anything that comes beneath that is not going to work. And it's like, once you start to understand, if you actually take a step back and actually start to connect to people.
Well, you just ran right back in the problem, and it indirectly supported the wisdom. The notion that women are supposed to, or somebody's supposed to find somebody for them, or that they connect with, or that's good for them, or this was never supposed to be like that. I think if you peel back the layers wisdom was talking about, one of the genders was supposed to acquiesce. We don't like to talk about that on these panels. If you're talking about what he's saying, the biblical way, if it's a woman that wants the relationship with you and God, then the woman would be trying to align herself to what the man wants, and it would never be an issue with communicate. How do you communicate for her, or appease to how she like to feel, or appease to how she like to be in a relationship? It would be her appeasing to the man that she's supposed to submit to, which is her husband, if it's the biblical way. But we've been taking that out of the whole context. That's why everybody got this autonomous criteria that they want to mesh whenever they link with each other.
Wait, where were you? I missed the beginning part. Were you saying I was?
Well, whenever you brought it back to DJs about, getting in friends and vetting each other and getting to know each other. Mm-hmm. I think if you lean harder and peel back the layers into the biblical concepts, the woman is supposed to lean towards the man to figure out, okay, how can I be a fit for you? How can I be a helpmeet for you? And the issue about, hey, what's her communication style? What's her attachment style? What's her love? All that shit goes out of the door. It's about, how can I be the best? How can I be a helper for you? And then show me the way. And then men are more appreciated that way. And I think marriages last longer, and they are more efficient whenever.
But do you not figure that out based on having a relationship with that individual, that woman, before you ever get into a relationship?
No, the man just, and I think, and wisdom back me, the man just need to have the relationship with God. And once the man have his relationship with God, then everything works itself out. She attaches herself to him, and everything works itself out for the greater good of God's word. That's just my understanding of is taking deep dive and peeling back the layers in the word. And a lot of people don't like those concepts. But those concepts allow you to get away from, what's good for me as a woman? What's good for me? What about my emotional love language or some shit like that? And that things don't matter anymore.
So so the man is supposed to seek out a woman who's doing that. The man is supposed to find a woman who's doing that, or the woman is supposed to come to the man doing that. I'm trying to understand.
A man, you could say a bit of the two, but it doesn't matter if she's not at that point. She just has to be willing to do it. She just has to be willing. She has to be impressionable enough to be able to, okay, look, I found a man who has a relationship with God. I know for a fact, because he has a relationship with God, I'm going, whatever he said, whatever he needs of me, I'm going to do it.
So my point. So you figure that out once y'all get into a relationship, or before y'all even establish a relationship?
I think you should do it before you get into a relationship, because marriage is for discipleship, and the purpose of your headship as a man is the woman is the first church of the husband. So she needs to be a person who's willing to disciple underneath her husband to develop a deeper and closer relationship with God. And if as a man you make a bad choice, we're the ones who pick the team. All of y'all brothers, we all hoop. We all been to the court. If you pick the dude that's out there in corduroys and flip-flops and you lose the game, then that ain't nobody's fault but yours. You need to make sure that you got somebody that can handle the pill and that is going to complement your game. So you got to pick a woman who has a mind for discipleship. And that's why you got to stop dealing with these women who are godless, or they cold on God, or they cold on their relationship. And if you a dude and you not somebody where you seeking the Lord, then man, I ain't got no advice for you, homie. You out here trying to figure out how to do the wrong thing, the right thing, the wrong way. And I'm sorry to tell you, that dog don't hunt.
So I think it's all going to what I was saying.
But Najee, I think you hit on it when you first jumped on, which is, I don't think your self-awareness perspective that you gave at the beginning is all from what wisdom is saying. And I had a question for Darwin, and I'm trying to get it back. Darwin, I wanted to ask you this, like, in general, do you think that the men that we're discussing here are self-aware enough to know which women it is that they should be getting closer to?
Are we self-aware to know? I think we know better. I think our desires, I think the aesthetics and the physical appearance and surface level things are making us disoriented whenever it comes to sticking to the principles and how we use the Bible to cross-reference and vet the woman. I think the rise of sexual freedom and stuff has just made it even more distorted, and it's just really playing on our our inability or ability to withstand temptations. If we're talking about that particular guy now, but if we're just talking about a regular dude that don't even come from principles or even have any don't even have any interest in becoming having a relationship with God, then none of that even apply.
Yeah, he don't count. So yeah. I've been married for 10 years. How long you been married?
Same.
Okay. Do you think that you were self-aware enough to pick the right woman when you got married, now that you're looking back 10 years ago? Or did you just become more self-aware as the marriage went along, and you realize, like, oh, I learned this and I could pass this information back so that somebody else where I was 10 years ago, they could make an even better or more informed decision?
Yeah, I was absolutely self-aware. I have 6 years on my wife and a lot of more experience and understanding. And I was levels deep in trying to understand the word of God. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I spent maybe 5 years and it wasn't just the Bible, just self-awareness journey, right? Like self-help books, the Bible, Buddhism, all of that good stuff. And I think I was a little bit more self-aware than most, but that was 32. I'm 42 now. So I look back now and I'm like, wow, I'm even more self-aware. And that's why I said, I think marriage is beautiful, because it's the most beautiful mirror that you can ever really glance into as a human being, because it helped me become even more self-aware. So I think if I could talk to myself 10 years ago, I could give myself advice on how to pick and how a marriage should go. And when it saved me and my wife a lot of, struggle and strife along the way.
Well, I will say that.
When you said that earlier, brother, I loved it when you said that your marriage was a mirror for you. You know that you. I don't know if you're a Bible-based person, but that is one of the principal fruits that come from marriage biblically. It's that you have this opportunity. So the challenge that's laid on each human being is for us to try to love like God, and that is to make it. See, people think love is who you like the most. It's your favorite of favorites. Oh, this is my favorite, but it's even my favorite of favorites. So I don't want to call it my favorite. I want to say I love it. I like it more than everything else. So I don't want to say I like it. I love it. Like and love. Oh, that's not love. Okay. Love is sacrifice, the sacrifice of things that are valuable to you. It's the sacrifice of things that are valuable to you for the goodness of another person, for the goodness of the relationship. And it's doing it whether or not they deserve it. It's doing it whether or not you think they're going to notice it. It's doing it whether or not they're going to appreciate it. It's the constant pouring of that type of sacrifice into another person. All right. And so love is a marriage is a crucible. It's a crucible. It's a challenge for you to be able to love another person like that. And when you put God in the center of your life and in the center of your house, then you have people, the husband, the wife, the children, all of them are agreeing to make these sacrifices of love for one another, whether or not they think the person deserves it, whether or not they think they're even going to appreciate it. And that creates an environment of love. And that's a reflection of heaven on earth. And it's one of the mysteries of how it is that our marriages were meant to mirror God. And that's part of the reason that they say that we were made in the image of God, because a lot of the things that we're supposed to be doing are a reflection of the Father, or a reflection of the relationship between the Father and the Son, or the Son and the church. We're meant to reflect God's love. And so when you say, man, you know what, my marriage has been a mirror of self-investigation for me to challenge myself, remove ugly parts of me, investigate broken parts of me, man, that's perfect. That is absolutely perfect. That's exactly what you're supposed to be doing. That's why it says, before you talk about the speck in somebody else's eye, remove the log from your own eye. It's telling you that if you see a problem with somebody else, look at yourself first and see how and where and when you do the same thing you about to criticize somebody for. Use it as a mirror before you get on your high horse and start trying to correct somebody else. That's the purpose of that scripture right there. So I love what you said, man. I think you on point, brother.
I appreciate you, my brother.
There's an
I
unfortunate
think
side.
DJ had a question too, just so y'all know.
Go ahead, DJ.
I didn't know, Darwin, that you were married 10 years. Cho, I knew that about you. Well, I knew
You didn't know that?
you had 8 or 9 years. I knew then it was 8 and 9, but now 10. So my
Yeah,
question for
if
both
you
of
count.
you,
Oh, my bad.
what'd you say?
Yeah, last year it would have been 9. Yeah, so mathematically you're correct.
I'm saying because I know Cho outside of this.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So, anyways, my question for both of you, I'm not sure if Wisdom's married or not. I didn't hear him say that. I didn't. If he did, I
Uh-oh.
missed it. But my question for the married men, if you took the obligation and the commitment out of the marriage, would you still treat your wives the same?
What obligation and commitment? What do you? Can you expound a little bit for me? Or Darwin, do you understand the question?
I think what she's saying, if we took the fact that we had
The
to be
contractual agreement.
there because, you know, we believe in God and we believe in marriage and we're not supposed to break the covenant. If you took that out of it, will we still treat our wives the same? I would say yeah.
Absolutely. I love my wife, right? And that's not to say, me and my wife was having a conversation the other day, and we were talking about how, and it could just be our algorithms, but you don't see a lot of married people in these spaces talking about marriage as the real experience of marriage, right? And me and my wife, we've been together 20 years. We've been married for 10. So we've had our ups and downs. We've had our days when we didn't think it was going to work out that well. All of that said, to answer your question, I love my wife. I would absolutely still be there, committed, still be there, showing up, still providing, leading, being a father, being a husband, working hard, being an entrepreneur, doing everything that has to be done to make sure that she's taken care of. I can go as far as to say if I'm making $50,000 a year and she decides to leave, I don't want to have to give her $25,000 a year, right, for alimony and child support. But what she has brought to my life, if I ever had to give her 50%, I wouldn't necessarily like it. But what she's brought to my life is more valuable than any amount of money that I could ever give her. So, it's all good.
But but it sounds like she framed that question as if we were with our wives because of some commitment or obligation, and that was maybe the only straw holding us together. There's so many other things that's keeping us together, man. I don't think it's just can be limited to that. That's why if that wasn't there, then we would still be here. Man, I love my wife. You know what I'm saying? I love the family we made. I really appreciate the hard work and time and investment I put in the relationship for all these years to just chalk it up to, oh yeah, Darwin, by the way, you don't really have to be with if you don't want to.
I think
it's a matter of the.
I was wondering, Labonita, I mean, you could answer this better than I could. I think her question came from the conversation where everybody on the panel was talking about how men will stay in a marriage even if they're suffering in that marriage, and
tolerance.
The tolerance, right? But me and you, we still married, right? Like I'm like,
yeah, because
that's definitely not where it came from.
Technically,
okay, all right, cool.
Neither one of you. Like I had a second part to that. So,
okay,
but
go ahead.
Technically, we're not even. If you want to be keeping 100 with no fault divorce and all this other stuff, and then of course, the other things that God would grant you, or allow you to divorce your spouse. Technically, we're not even really obligated for real. If you want to be honest, we could chuck the deuces any given time. But the question is, why don't we? And I think that's where the power lies. Like, why are we still able to be here and just look at it as a duty, even whenever we go through the emotional roller coaster of, I don't like you today, or I don't love you today. We're still here. That's where the power lies, and I think if women are on a mass scale, and there's a lot of them that can do it, but for the most part, I just don't believe women are operating like that to where they have that piece of energy that where whenever they don't get their way and they don't like what's going on, they're still able to say, you know what? I didn't get my way. I didn't get the person I want. I'm still going to be here with this man because I'm his wife. I'm supposed to be here. I think that's missing from today's society.
Do you think?
So
I was going to say, do you think that women in today's society, they're just like, if things don't go their way, they immediately like divorce, or you think it's like a accumulation of things to get to that point?
It's most definitely an accumulation. I don't think it's just abrupt. Okay. I think a lot of times, just in defense of women are always, and this is per conversations with the lead attorney too, because he helped me understand it better. A lot of women are giving the man a warning signs like, hey, look, I don't like the way I'm being treated. I don't like this. I don't like that. We need to do something about this. And the men are ignoring it. And then boom, divorce papers. And the men are like, damn, what the fuck? But she's been telling women are being honest and upfront. They're going to tell you like, yeah, I don't like this shit. But the tough thing that men got to deal with, and we're not raised to be able to deal with the tough situations when a woman is ready to call it quits or she's reaching out, because men are not being raised to be husbands and being able to find the solutions to relationship problems. So whenever those things come in, it's a very challenging to try to navigate those things when we got the whole world. I mean, not the whole world on our back, but when we got the whole household on our back and we got all the stress of what we're supposed to do when we're trying to just make it work, and sometimes it's just not enough, and then we just lose our family. And no matter what you pray, and I get it, what wisdom is saying, bring her to God. But what is the likelihood of finding a woman who's, especially in this day and age, that you can just find or put in your starting five to say, yeah, this woman right here she's solid. I think it's different. The further we get down in the years, it's just even more harder. That's why I always say I got blessed. I got lucky when I found mine, man. Needle in a haystack for sure. They wasn't coming off of the assembly line like my wife. I had to really be meticulous and watch for the signs. And then another side to it that a lot of guys don't want to talk about, because we like to pump our chest. Oh yeah, I got it right now. I'm the man. Shit, I got the charisma. Oh, some of these women are right in the middle of the threshold, and you got to push them. You know what I'm saying? Towards being more submissive and cooperative. But if you find her right in the middle, and she's impressive enough, you can push her there. You're gonna push her either one way. You're gonna push her to be more cooperative and submissive, or you're gonna push that motherfucker to be combative and out of order. And then it's all based on your ability to lead. You know what I'm saying? In a way to where it's unapologetic, or walk away.
All right, go with your follow up, DJ. What up, Pearl?
Okay, so Pearl, you gonna talk?
Nah, Pearl at
I'm
the
ready
mic.
for my rapper.
You
Let's
just go
go.
ahead.
No, you got it.
So the reason I asked that question is because it's not a new question for me to ask married people, especially when I hear how long people are married. I know I have a lot of friends. Majority of my friends are married, and I posed the question to them a couple weeks ago, and I said, just ask an exact same question. When I tell you, 2 out of 40 gave the answers y'all gave. So that means to me there's actually love, and love to me is acceptance, and that's why I'm big on connection. So y'all are connected and accept and love your wives. So my question was purely for that reason. I don't know anything about Darwin's relationship. He doesn't speak on it as much. Chell, I've been following you for years. I know your relationship and the aspect of what you released to us. So I asked that question expecting those type of answers. And that reason I'm big on connection is because for connection for me, it's a slower process for the end goal in the space of a connection with a man for me. So even though I'm not saying, yes, I want to marry you, I still want to connect to see that I'm truly connected to you for who you are authentically, not for what you can do for me. And I think that both of you are married to somebody based on who they are authentically. That's where love is true and where things are sustainable versus temporarily operating in survival or just in a marriage for no reason, if that makes sense.
It,
So
it,
that's why I'm big on connection.
it's big, and it makes sense, GJ. But I think the only issue with women specifically on the connection thing is it only works in a very small window of their life, and they have to get it right. And that's just the game. I don't make the rules. But you often hear a lot of women come to their senses at 35, 40, or older, and then they start prioritizing the connection before they bust it open and get in secure relationship. But after that time is often too late, and a lot of guys are just they're able to see the history, through you, and they're like, you know what, I don't even know if I want to grant her that much grace, because I can probably do better. I can probably get a woman with less mileage, and I mean, you can argue that it's an algorithm that's pushing that into their minds, or some brothers that want to see them succeed and they're giving them the game. Whatever you want to do, but oftentimes it just don't work out for women these days, and that's just unfortunate. That's the game. You have to get it right in a small window, and then and if you miss it, and then you start pushing this, we want the connection, and we want to build up a genuine connection, and then we can go to second and third base. A lot of guys are just not trying to hear that shit, unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? They know that you don't have kids. They know you don't have some mileage on that thing. You're gonna have to acquiesce, and most of the times you're gonna bust it open. That's just the game. I don't make the rules. It's
Can
sad,
I
but
ask men, how often do y'all hear women saying that they truly want to truly connect and build a friendship? How many women say that?
most of the women, especially when they hit the wall,
Najee, what about you? How many women are okay with that?
When they hit the ball,
the
No, no,
wall,
no.
not ball. I'm
No,
sorry, hit
I'm
the wall.
asking how
Humility.
many women
Oh shit.
have that wanting to connect, simply connect for authentically who you are?
Najee, she's talking to you.
Well, I'm 31, so women aren't really looking for that. Honestly, I think a lot of times women in my age bracket or the women I talk to, they're more so looking for a male to be. They're looking to get married. They like the idea of marriage, and they forget the friendship. It's like we talk. Okay, let's be in a relationship so we can get married. Like it's a rush. It's a
Let's get
speed.
it over with.
They're trying
Time
to
clock.
rush to get it, and it's like the disconnect comes from most of those women, and it goes back to self-awareness. They lack emotional regulation. They lack the ability to understand themselves. They lack the ability to recognize the role that they play in the dynamics that they've been in up until this point. And I think for me, I was the same way until I realized like there was a lot of trauma bonding there. I was looking for women to play the role of being like my mom. And then I had to learn going through breakups after breakups. I had to realize like it was never them because they wasn't actually doing anything to me. They were just not living up to the expectations that I placed on them. And I only did that because I didn't feel like I was enough. But once I learned to look within myself and heal the trauma that I had based on me not feeling like I was enough as a kid, my relationship to women shifted. So now I wasn't looking to women to play a role or wasn't looking to have sex with a bunch of women. I was really looking to learn a woman for who she was based on what she can do in regards to her being herself versus trying to make her be the way I wanted her to be so I wouldn't have to feel what I felt based on my mom not being the way I wanted her to be as a kid. So I think a lot of times it comes from just being self-aware. And I think a lot of women in my age range, they don't have the awareness like that because of the social media, because they've seen people talking about women do this and get like this. And it's like a lot of this stuff, especially when it comes to relationships, people don't understand it. It really starts with yourself. Like I think it's Ches, which you were saying, like relationships are reflective. But the way I say relationships are reflective is based on how do you experience yourself through connecting to this person. And it's like a lot of times we don't like how we feel within ourselves, and then we make somebody else responsible for it. And then we're like, I need to break up with you because you don't make me feel this way. And it's like nobody is really responsible for how you feel, because that feeling that you feel, you already felt it prior to that person. Now you're just trying to project it onto that person as if they're the cause of you feeling the way you felt that's not the case at all. And I think it starts with being self-aware and understanding who you actually are versus trying to make a person be the way that you want them to be to fill in the void of the lack of love that you have within yourself.
So most of the women you run into is pretty much trying to cash out of the game. They're trying to get out of the market before the eggs dry all the way up and set it down.
And it's quite interesting to me because my views on relationships is very different from most people. And every single woman that I've experienced up until this point, I'll say the last 5 years at least, they would have definitely made perfect wives. But my views on relationships is kind of different, and that's where
How do you feel about a woman running to you that, she was honest? You know what? Look, Najee, you know what I'm saying? I am 32. I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? I done been around and I done been on girls' trips and I did my thing. But I came to my senses and I done found the Lord, you know what I'm saying? And I'm celibate. And I want to be with you, but you're going to have to wait till I get that ring. Don't that kind of make you feel deflated?
For me?
That she raised the standard on you.
Oh, yeah.
Because I hear a lot of guys say that, like, damn, why you don't?
The value goes up. It's almost like the more hurt they go through, the higher their value increases.
Yeah. It's supposed to be because everybody think that, most people think, okay, it's supposed to be a discount on that coochie. But now you can double the price on that motherfucker. Not only do I got to earn all these kind of money, now I got to wait. You know what I'm saying? God. Ain't nobody got and then you look at the dudes that hit it, like those niggas look like straight losers, like ugly as fucking everything. And they was clapping it from the back. Some of them still got photos in their phone, and you like, well, I gotta marry this motherfucker to touch.
Lock his ass up.
Nah, I get it.
And that's why I be like, bro, just go ahead and go ahead and pay off, get your thing off, and just keep it moving, bro.
You're going to jail.
My views on that, a woman would never come.
You're going to jail.
Ever. Because I get that concept. It don't make sense. The whole like commitment thing is kind of interesting to me, just based on the fact that a lot of times the woman expects more from the guy she's committed to versus the guy that she was just having sex with and doing all the other stuff. And it's just,
I swear, they diabolic. I can't tell you. Before I got married, it happened to me, bro. And the girl was hitting me with this. She was trying to negotiate it, and I'm like, damn, she forgot to take the nigga off her screensaver and shit. So I tried to apologize for that. I'm like, You just spoke up with this dude last month, and you telling me I gotta wait till
me
marriage?
off.
Like, first of all, you
Take me
like,
off.
Can you make that commitment for him?
who got the sound effect out, man? That's new right there. That one different. Don't put that one on me, man. Pause on that one. Yeah, but man, I was
Lock
like,
his
damn.
ass up.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna think it's time for me to be quiet when they go just throwing back-to-back sound effects on you. Like, I ain't never had that. That's when I was a rookie on here. Now they treat me like a damn rookie. I'll go ahead and shut up for right now, then.
Pearl, you feeling good over there?
Pearl over there hiding them motherfuckers.
Keep
that ponytail laid, though, I tell you that.
Mouth dry as hell.
Oh, come on, man. Yeah,
I'm good.
She got the munchies for sure.
I do.
Have you said anything? I haven't really heard you talk.
He said, damn, she been here for 4 hours.
I was talking before you came in. But I was agreeing with what everybody else said, so I wasn't gonna do nothing but piggyback.
That makes sense.
I'm surprised Dr.
I was
Lady.
agreeing with what you were saying too. Now you had some great points.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah, but man, I feel for you, man. If you're in this market, bro, I don't know if you
Me?
Yeah, are you still single?
I don't believe it. That's what I'm saying. The women that I attract into my life are amazing women. They just, it's the type. Okay, I'll say it's like this. When I interact and come into contact with women, it's like they want more of me. Like, I want you all to myself type of thing. And for me, it's just, I'm not moving a certain way. Like, it don't make sense for me. And it's just like that.
You mean like you're not going to be monogamous? Is that what you think?
It's not. My views on monogamy is your mind and your body, or your soul and your body being one, not one person after the other. Like, people like, I'm monogamous, but you can have sex with 1,000 different people, but you still be considered monogamous because it's one person at a time. Okay. So for me, it's like, I'm not going to be out here just messing with a whole bunch of women, because that's not how I am. So for me, it don't make sense. I'm going to treat you the same way, whether I'm in a relationship with you or not, because that's based on my character. My character don't change based on the title, but most women want a guy whose character to change based on the title. And to me, that's childish, because I don't need you to perform. If you're going to be you, and I'm going to accept you as you are, versus you trying to perform to get me to like you so that I can perform to get you. Like, all that's weird to me, and it's very inauthentic. It's not genuine. It's very fake, and it's just not something that resonates with me. But most women don't understand that concept, because they are accustomed to experiencing guys who play the role, and then they get what they want, and then they treat her differently. And it's like, nah, I'm not with all that.
Would you say you're able to kind of have your pick of the litter at this point, or you haven't gotten there yet?
No, I definitely can, but I don't even. It's not something like that resonates with me. Like, at the end of the day, it's not. I'm not out here choosing women. Like, at the end of the day, what I'm working on is doing with the things I enjoy doing. If you want to be a part of that, great. If you don't want to be a part of that, you don't have to be. It is what it is. Like, I'm not out here.
What if she want to be a part of that, but she's like, look, if I see another bitch in your phone, you ain't gonna mess with her, right?
Yeah, it's not like that. Yeah, if you are giving a lie, no, I only tell the truth. I don't have to lie. That's the biggest thing. Like, what am I gonna lie about?
Oh, you got to stay out of the comments, man. Stay out of the comments.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I'm gonna just be honest with women, because I don't have an end goal. Like, I'm not, I find a woman, she fine, let me try to get an end goal behind her so I can just have sex. Like, nah, at the end of the day, sex is cool, don't get me wrong, but it's not the end all be all with a woman. Like, if you're connecting to a woman based on her value of her body, then you don't understand the power of a woman. So for me, I understand the power of a woman, and I understand that women being themselves that's powerful enough for me. If you're the type of woman who don't want to have sex, we don't have to have sex, and we can still be cool, because it's not that for me.
Well, I heard it's hard to be cool with women these days, because they try to hit you with a bill or some shit like that. Like, hey,
nah,
look,
not for me.
Go ahead and pay that light bill for me.
Nah, I don't know what kind of.
Yeah, so you ain't paying no light bill, nigga? What kind of shit?
For
you
what?
one of them niggas that got that charisma or something.
Come on.
No, I'm just one of those ones who tell the truth.
Oh, come on, man. We gonna find out Najee out here paying mortgages and shit.
Nah, you'll never find that out. It's my own. No bueno.
Find out Najee living in his mama's basement.
No bueno.
Man, How tall are you? Because you probably, it looked like you might have hit the genetic lottery, man.
6'3". I play with
There you go. You 6'3". You know what they call you? They call you guys red flags. I'm just telling you what they say.
red flags.
They say if you hit all the signals, the genetic signals, and you got the money, and you sing a red flag if you're 30 years old.
Nah, I'm a green flag. I just
that's what they say. I don't agree with it, but they do what they say.
The crazy thing is, I can have a roster, but what does that do for me? Like, I'm not a kid anymore. Like, I'm not just running through women. Like, when I was younger, don't get me wrong, I did, but it's like at a certain point you start to realize like sex with women is trash if they don't have a relationship to themselves. If they're not whole and feel secure within themselves, it don't even matter. Like, I don't like performers. You don't have to perform. You don't. Yeah, it's a lot more to just like, oh, let's just have sex because she's fine. Like, nah, how connected are you to your own body? Do you know how to breathe? Do you know how to process your emotions? There's a lot more layers to connecting to a person besides just let's just have sex. Like,
Period.
Nah,
Period. So Najee, it sounds to me as though what's happening is that a lot of women just aren't wanting to be friends and kind of give that wife energy while being your friend without a title. Like it sounds to me as though like the women are like, yeah, I'm not going to support you, or they're not actually feeling that space without wanting a title first.
Yeah, but the title to me, it don't make sense
like
because
first, like
at the end of the day, I don't need you to perform. I don't need if you ask me if I'm your friend and you ask me, can you come help me with something? I'm gonna do it because that's just my character. My character doesn't shift based on a title or not. So to me, it don't make sense. If you're gonna be a certain way, you're gonna be that way based on who you are, not based on, oh, let me get this title. Now I'm gonna start to play this role. Now I'm gonna start to be this way. I think that's for me, it's childish. Because if
But
you
you don't think that you know how men say, hey, look, I want you to showcase your femininity and your ability to submit before I give you the ring. You don't think that women are gonna want you to showcase your ability to provide and protect them so they can feel at ease submitting to you? Because some of these women, I'm just telling you what they saying in the streets.
No, but I do. That's why they want.
That's why I asked you, do you pay a light bill or some shit?
No, don't be coming at me. I help them if they need help, but I ain't gonna hold on now. Let me.
Oh, come on now, you got to pay the light bill, man.
Tear it off. No, I'm honestly.
Do not pay no light bills. Don't listen to Darwin. Don't pay no light bills or mortgages. Nothing. None of it.
I'm just a genuine person, man. That's all it is. I'm just a genuine person. I don't know how to play a role.
You say you a generous person? Well, how the hell you?
Genuine.
He said genuine.
Yeah,
I do gotta ask. I did catch something, but I didn't want to press you on that. But you did say having sex with women is whack.
Nah, I'm talking about when she's not in tune with her body.
That's what I'm saying. It almost sounded like you had like a different option or some shit like that. Like
a what?
No, I'm just asking because you know
what?
some guy. Never mind.
You said a depth of option. What did you say?
No, I'm saying like you said, having sex with women is whack, and I'm like, I mean, I probably the only one who
a woman who's not connected to her body, a woman who doesn't know how to breathe, a woman who's stiff, a woman who don't know how to relax, a woman who don't know how to be okay, be in tune with herself. Like it's one of those things where sex is almost like a performance act. Like, nah, I don't need you to get over here and try to perform. You ain't even doing that. Breathe, relax. For me, sex is about letting a woman lead and then me learning her body and then going from there versus like, oh, this how you want? Like, nah, I'm not with all that extra stuff. We grown here. We're not kids. As a kid, I would do that, but I'm more in tune. I want to learn your body as a way to experience you, not learn your body as a way to punish you and hurt you. Like, nah, that's for the birds. So women who aren't connected to their body.
Hold on, wait, what? You said you don't want to learn their body to hurt it, to punish? I would argue, and the woman can vouch. I think a lot of women would rather you punish that thing.
No, well, nah. A lot of women.
Look at Miss Pearl. She said, "Damn right." Look at.
Nah, it's
levels. Ponytail almost twitched on her.
Nah, it's levels to it. I think a lot of women want to be punished as a way to show how submissive they are. And to me, it's like, I'm not trying to put you in pain and hurt your cervix and do all that extra stuff. I'm not. It's cool. We don't have to go through all that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these women, there's some nasty women. Well, they want you to do it. They want you to choke them out. Telling you, man, they come, and that's your warning signs. When you meet a woman for the first time, she tell you how she want it. Oh, trust me, she learned that from some nigga giving it to her like that. I want you to put my legs behind my head and put your hand on my neck. Some nigga was doing that before you. Just know.
Probably Najee.
Oh, see, look at that. Now he talking about he don't be out here busting them down like that.
No, that was back.
Now he the man that did it. Like, come on now, it can't be both of them now.
That was back then. now I'm Mr. Innocent.
See, I don't even know. Now you flip flop. I don't know what you are.
Now you found Jesus.
I said back then. It was.
What was it? Was it a couple months ago?
Nah, it was like when I was in college, a little bit after college. So probably like 5 years ago when I gave my life over to more aware, more understanding me, becoming more in tune with myself.
I can't relate with Jesus. I can't relate with Jesus.
Well, there you go, ladies. I see. I gave the ladies an alley hoop on you. They don't know what I just did there. I was actually getting you to reveal a lot of things about yourself because a lot of single women out here looking for.
I'm not.
You said 5 years ago.
How you gonna just?
Wasn't that COVID?
Hey, how you gonna shoot the women down like that, Najee?
I value my body too much enough. I know my worth.
I'm saying they could have been vetting you out for something bigger than that. I mean, something deeper than that. Like Miss Pearl was over there looking at you.
Nah.
And Naomi, she got that rica, she can cook the Mexican food over there.
Mira, ¿sabes qué? For one, I'm Puerto Rican, not Mexican, so calma.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, straight up.
Yes.
I think La Bonita, what is it, Dominican? What? Colombia?
Wow.
No hablo inglés. No hablo English.
I'm definitely Cuban, and he likes Cuban food.
She hacked it. Do y'all see what I see? Her mic is muted and she talking. How the hell she hacked?
Oh, who's that?
Because she's next to me.
In the same house.
Yo,
Oh! I knew something was going on around here, boy.
Hey, Don, you sharp, yo.
I knew something was going on around here. I was hitting at something. I was like, yo, something ain't right. Let me ask some questions.
You a bloodhound, yo. Hey, you a bloodhound.
Telling you, bro. I was like, ain't no way. Her mic muted and I'm hearing her voice through Najee. I'm like, yo, what? Boy. So I knew what was going on. When I seen your head back like this, Najee, and I seen her camera off, I knew what time it was.
Wait, for real? It was like that?
I think. I mean, did anybody else catch that?
No,
I'm
nobody else
messing with you, man. I'm messing with you.
I think the pink couch. We both were on a pink couch at one point.
Yeah, I caught that, but I don't think they caught
I saw that. That's why I got it.
Yeah, they didn't catch that, man.
But
let it
no,
ride.
Cuban.
Sometimes you gotta let stuff get past.
Cuban. She's Puerto Rican. That's not Mexican, but every Latin person can make tacos, though. Don't get it twisted.
Okay.
Exactly.
I heard that.
We're all
really
a little
good media.
Mexican.
Miss Pearl, you look like you got a little
Mexican.
something. What you got over there? Miss Pearl got a little. Oh, that's just nigga over there. No, I was just messing with.
Pearl, what you do?
Darwin, I thought you was nice. You turning
I was
up.
just messing with you, man. This is the
turning
internet.
up.
We gotta.
You know,
we gotta leave him with a
turning
little
up all
laugh.
the time.
We gotta leave him with a laugh.
Might be risky. 199 codependent or independent.
Definitely
AP,
codependent.
so DJ, a person isn't allowed to grow with you. You said be who you are. Don't change. Can you elaborate on that? AP again, butterfly. So basically you quit. Friendship, companionship, sex in every position without the worry, disease, love, sacrifice, growth, longer life, so many values and benefits. Wisdom Academy just twisted the F out of her point. Oh, wisdom. Marriage and relationships have nuances. Wisdom Academy, well, damn, sir, speak on it. The only thing you didn't say, there are plenty of Nick Cannon types because there are minus the money. He said it doesn't seem, that sounds, well, that's inbounds, relax. Here y'all getting emotional, big girl draws. Wisdom, cooking, bro, go ahead. Hey, buddy, let's Hink. The Wisdom Academy is preaching some good. ADO, you hold yourself accountable, yet crashing out on Shannon. Hypocrisy. So Darwin mandate to men is non-legal marriage. We got HR in the house, became a YouTube member again. Mont 199, patriarchy don't hurt men. No, I'd agree. No, Kia, it's getting late, y'all. Kia, I'd argue that dual income is because of women, not a necessity. Choosing to stay in the workforce, lifestyle, or quality of life. You can't diminish the role of the feminist movement. 48 laws of power, law, infection, avoid the unhappy and unlucky, i.e., Kia. Most men can't do it because they've been ill prepared. Cut it out. JR, where you find brother wisdom? Strong arm emoji salute. Wow, they can't answer the question. Interesting. Traditionality. How closely something follows established customs and practices. Everything you both said applied to women and mothers. We're talking about women versus defining masculinity. You guys think the women are different all around the world? No, that's a whole concept of passport pro movement. What make a good marriage equal if a woman raised up the toilet seat when she's done? LOL. Can you see why women would be apprehensive? It's just best to be homeless and be happy. They're afraid of marriage, I'll scare them away. How can get data on something that was never reported? Y'all just say shit. Bo, what's going on? Are you forgetting towing that in divorce, both parties' incomes and assets are on the table? The court decides who gets what based on numbers of both. That's a lie, DJ. It's not automatically ordered. The case of the woman earning 90K and the man future earning 400K does not apply to most marriages, black or white, let alone ones in our community. JR, can you ask the panel to theorize why women would be apprehensive about getting married? Can they put themselves in our shoes? Kia, I disagree with you 99% of your claims, but I do love how your brain moves for debate style panel. Good job holding your own. It's just a beautiful mind. Naomi, you can have an opinion on irreconcilable differences that's basically not disclosed. Mods. Also, just because women are reporting cheating doesn't mean it doesn't play a part in divorce. A lot of times we cheat, the woman changes, and eventually she makes her exit. The Williams Institute, Kia getting her info from, was founded by Charles Williams, a rainbow man who gave a $2.5 million donation to UCLA ABC Crew Research. Lapeef, I sent you an article on Instagram that shows a woman, is that Kiwi, saying that she wants her first marriage for money, her second marriage for love. Y'all raised them goofy. These your demons. Most famous female quote, off with his head. You keep reading stats that are unreported. So how are unreported information recorded? Lord Jitron, we don't need any studies to see what's going on. Darwin, you said let's try and fit Najee in there. That's a pause woman, huh? A woman isn't wrong for wanting a man with money. It's natural. She's wrong for not being willing to give him what he wants in return. Naomi, I don't want to deal with your chaps. Get a babysitter. What are we doing this weekend? You make some good points, man. AP, you're going to date a woman with 5 kids? Simping. Mott's reading is one thing, comprehension is another. Reread what I wrote. Miss Pearl, though, I may consider sipping a little, looking like she just got out of a choir rehearsal. Sing something, sis. Very good chat tonight, though. Wisdom, great points. Brother Marcus, always balanced perspective. Darwin, good stuff. Lady O, Pearl, La Bonita, and Naomi, ladies looking beautiful, good perspectives. Really good convo tonight. I'm trying to be friends like that. Nah, if we effing, we together. No time for the BS. Support for the show. Big ups for all the panelists. Bruiser was good, my brother. Salute to everybody who's here tonight. Lord, you're trying. A major problem is that these zodiac worshiping females try to think above men. They don't have any idea that marriage is a gift from God. Ronald with the 99-cent super sticker. I don't understand the question. If you weren't married, of course you would treat her differently. She wouldn't be your wife. Real talk. We men love women in general, even if they are not our wives. We just love our wife in particular more than all other women. Ronald. No, this is Shaka Carter. 99-cent super sticker. Salute to the men and women on the panel. Just know I'm 23 years old and some young men are taking heed to the advice 100. Just Shanice for president. No, that's Shanice. You're supposed to come up. Patriarch, that's lesbian, feminine, dog whistle. And lastly, Naomi looking amazingly on Thursday. Love the glasses. I thank everybody who has contributed to the platform. Appreciate everybody sticking it out. Dr. Lady O, I appreciate you for hanging with us tonight. I'm surprised you lasted, but how did you enjoy the show, Lady O?
Man, that woman's asleep.
Lady O?
She's
She's
asleep.
definitely asleep.
She took her dentures out earlier. Nah, I mess with y'all.
My grandma's asleep.
Go ahead, yo.
I'm trying to get Dr. Lady O on. You say some triggering words, she'll get on there.
So fun fact, my friend Sky that was on here earlier just turned 50 and Lady O's 52.
Oh, wow. Let me ask you this, DJ. Who paying the light bill in that house?
Nazi.
See, I knew that nigga was a goddamn bill payer. That's what I'm talking about, brothers. Okay, don't be ashamed, nigga. All right.
No, definitely not. I don't know. Yeah,
I'm done.
I take care of my own
Cut the
essentials.
show. I'm done. Take me off.
Hey,
Take
Miss
me
Pearl,
off. Cut the show.
Miss Pearl, you.
I'm done.
Y'all don't remember I tried to hook him up with.
No, I don't want it.
I came here.
I do not want
Darwin, you were here.
Yo, hold on, bro. What the fuck?
Lapeef,
Bro, what sound effect is that from,
take
bro?
Najee's face and place him with what's the girl that I tried to hook Najee up with? You guys were here. Cheryl wasn't here.
DJ
but
So
it-
Lovely?
No. She was never been on here with me. It was the girl in California. It was
Uh,
me, you.
Oh, Ray.
No,
It wasn't Ray?
she's young.
Oh, yeah, no, it wasn't Ray. Excuse my language.
What's her name? She talks
young.
like this. She was on with me and Naomi last. She's like, so DJ, do you think the
Oh, you talking about the Amara, the African queen or some shit like that? Jumbudu tribe or something like that? Talking about the dark chick?
Like a
What they
mirror?
always doing the ad-libs and shit?
No, you're talking Ann.
Oh, that's you
Ann.
talking. That's who you talking about?
Ann?
Yeah. She's some type of warrior or some shit like that. She got a
Is
warrior tribe. You don't see it if you read the whole word. It's Ann from the.
Lock his ass up.
Damn, here I go to something. It's from the whatever tribe that was with the Woman King or some shit like that. I don't know. I ain't making this shit up.
I don't know.
It's warrior something though. There it is. Thank you, Grace. Oh,
But y'all don't remember when
Ashanti warrior, and the Ashanti warrior.
Ashanti. Yes, I did see that. You are right. There go my
See
boo.
that?
There go my boo.
I was watching from the guidelines. Y'all did such an amazing job today.
Who was you most impressed with, Shanice?
Lock his ass up.
Huh?
I
So you was watching me. I knew it. See, I knew I had it. See,
You said you was most impressed with him.
BBW's always watching.
BBW.
Who said?
Hold on, who said that?
Did he say that?
Chels, bro.
That's why they want to come up.
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that.
That's why they
Wait, what?
No.
Because I was gonna come up
You going
ignorant,
to jail.
and I think that was a very educational panel. I didn't want nobody to piss me off, and I pissed this whole panel off. So
I will tell you, I like how you held down that last show. You was trying to hold I think you was actually holding Sha'Carri Richardson accountable and stuff. But you held your own and tried to hold your own against Pearl when she kept trying to come for the sisters in the sports. I mean, I might not agree, but it was somebody. I just want to see some resistance, and you was the only one pretty much trying to challenge her on that, on holding the sisters down.
I knew he was gonna put that up there. He's so
I think I know who's that
He's
dude.
so messy.
Where is that guy at? Where is he at?
I think this Jamaican dude, right?
Me a flight.
That guy that be talking about he gets prostitutes, strippers off the corner to come to his house and get naked for him.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, what?
Yeah.
Wait, that's a real picture?
That can't be him.
No, they ain't no real picture.
He said he got a wife, and his wife. Oh
I
no,
found that out on another one of these networks that he had a wife the next time. I didn't know that.
What?
No, he has a fiance right now. I guess he had a wife before. Or he has a girlfriend right now or something like that. He has like a girlfriend or a fiance.
Ain't no telling what he...
Oh,
Oh,
bro, no. Okay, that is AI. I'm tripping. I thought.
That is AI.
That's crazy. Wow. Dang. I hope I don't get doxxed like this. I'm gonna try to be nice to everybody from now on.
Darwin, it's already too late for you.
I'm somewhere, something on somebody live somewhere. They talking shit about me. They came on here the last week talking about bald head niggas with beards and shit. I'm like, God damn, man. I just came up and got hit with a stray.
Who did that?
Some nigga named Shannon, the feminist controversial or some shit like that.
Oh, that argumentative boy.
Yeah, I think you argue with. Oh, you.
No, I didn't argue.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm telling on her, Najee. That woman got a mouth on her. Not like that, but I
watched a lot.
She got. Oh, you were there? You watched? She lit a fire in that nigga ass, boy.
No, I didn't go in on him like that. I was just being honest.
Don't be lying, girl. You told his ass a new one.
Well, he left, didn't he?
No, that nigga left. He was his feelings. Oh yeah, he did leave. He crashed out and then he left.
Every single day.
He left and went live on TikTok.
Yes, he crashed out in rage quit. I was like,
wow. Else every single day of your life. Every day. Every day you gotta deal with somebody. Is marriage even worth it? It's not. It's not. At some point you're gonna realize that it's always best to just be alone, because I've been married for about 7 years and I don't even know if this is worth it. Like, and not saying that there's anything necessarily wrong. There's nothing wrong, and that's the point. Like, I don't even know why I'm upset. I'm just like not thinking that I made the right decision. Like, and I am a good man. I do, and that's not the point. The point is, it's like you really do lose yourself. You lose your sense of individuality. You lose your sense of peace. And this could be even to a good man. Like, you're gonna lose something.
Damn, a good man?
I don't think it's worth it. Like, at all. I've always had a dream of, like, getting out of my hometown, like, city and moving on, like, moving forward. Like life is supposed to be experience. Like,
hell no.
We're supposed to be doing new things and traveling and all that. And I do all of that. But at some point, like, I don't know if I want to continue doing this every single day of my life. Like, always checking in with someone, always having to consider their feelings, it's always somebody else. You're never alone. Like, you never have a moment to yourself. You never can do that. And I don't know, like, and there's gonna be some bitches out there that say, like, oh no, you should not. No, like, be fucking weird and not
Look
a
at its
realized
age.
couple.
Is that smoke?
But I just,
You said there's gonna be some bitches out there. She throwing haymakers at y'all. She don't even know
I
y'all.
don't think it is. Even if you found the most perfect man, it's not worth it. It's not, like,
girl,
it's always gonna be best to just, like, be alone.
She put lip gloss on
And
for this
maybe that's why
motherfucker.
so many men tell older women they're gonna die alone and be so sad. I'm sad with a great man.
What?
Maybe it's just, like, not my personality. And, like, I know girls are out
The
there that, like,
delusion.
dying for, like, a relationship like mine. Like, he takes care of me, but, like, I'm sorry, like, I can't even really barely deal with
Wait,
myself and my
what is
own
her
emotions.
TikTok name?
What?
Y'all see
Yo.
her TikTok name?
Imagine somebody that you know
Her
for
what?
such a short amount
Her
of time.
TikTok name.
Because you never could
This is
have
my third time watching this, and I'm hearing this
Say
shit.
Diary of a Happy Black Woman.
And that's just
Exactly.
not in a negative way.
Exactly.
The fuck?
I just don't think that just for me.
She just don't like him. She like he take care of me. She just don't like him.
She said he was a great man.
Yeah,
I'm
she
sorry,
they
travel and
a
everything.
lot of people. What I noticed, I'm not down in nobody in the South. I'm not. Y'all don't do this. Don't drag me.
Don't do it.
But I noticed that sometimes I just feel like a lot of the HBCU culture down here has mentally messed up a lot of young Black girls and makes and their parents try to live through their children, force them into marriage, force them into all this stuff. And I see it happen rapidly. And shout out to marriage under God or whatever, however, you know what I'm saying? But it's just not, it's not done right. It's not being done right down here, like in a lot of ways with the young people. And I see a lot of girls unhappy. And she seems like she's young. I don't know what you guys think. I think I'm a pretty good gauge of age, but I think she'll probably be about 26.
Not even that. More like 24, 23.
Yeah, she looks like 25. She looks, she graduated college already and just she's with us. And I want to see her. I want you, Najee, bring up her TikTok because I want to see her husband because I really don't think she likes him. Like, and
Ain't no
that's why I'm
way.
big on
Ain't no way he on
connection.
there.
Connection. Y'all got to understand when I speak of connection, it's because me personally, I'm not connected to sex at all. I've
What?
always been a touch me not.
What
I've
you doing
never
over there,
been. So if I'm with a man, if I choose a man and I'm connected to you, you have to be high. Not, I don't have to, you don't have to be highly sexual, but you have to like be a sex god for me because I'm typically not.
Oh God.
Yeah, like I'm just not. I can
Najee,
deal
man, you
without
got your
it.
hand full, boy. Better get
Yeah,
that
I
penis
could deal
pump.
without it. Najee knows. Najee, quit opening your big old eyes. But yeah, like yeah,
Oh shit.
personally, I just feel like a lot of the young girls, though, they get in these relationships and then they don't want to, they get horny, they grow, but they stuck to this man that they was fixed with by their mothers and fathers because they wanted to make them look good.
Yep. Impress
I
him.
know somebody right now, Dexter Morris, that married a Sharif, or they mama and they daddy, because
Hey, you
a lot
calling names out.
of,
God damn, boy. Let me take my name off of this motherfucker. Shit. Couldn't change my name. Goddamn.
they've been married 13, 14 years, didn't have no kid or nothing like that. He had a kid with a girl he actually fell in love with when they were separated and then vanished on the kid. But again, you didn't have a kid with your wife all these years, and you only married, staying married to her for the church, and only staying married to her for the, but you're cheating on her. So you stay married for her parents. So I see that often, and is that her
Don't
for
do
real?
that to her.
Is
Oh, now you see they ain't right, boy.
wait, you ain't right, JR, because I literally
That
thought
was
that was
Darwin. That wasn't even me.
I
No, nigga,
thought that
don't do
was
that.
her.
Boy. You
Darwin,
nigga,
you
boy.
did
Turn
that?
off her
No,
camera.
sir. No, sir. I don't even got control like that. That
He,
boy capping.
he lied. He do that.
Capping. Colin
No,
Kaepernick,
that's
boy. That boy.
hers. It's on her screen.
Damn, Dr. Lady, oh, you gonna let him call y'all like that?
Turn off her camera.
He
She ain't
can't.
sleep. That's not how she sleep. That wig would have been on.
You can turn off our cameras.
Y'all, hey, look, don't, hey, look, don't sleep on Dr. Lady O. Dr. Lady O might be Googling your putting a comment on your damn business on the Better Business Bureau. And that's the comment on y'all.
That's how she do?
I said what I said.
What you say?
What I said. If I forgot I was being funny.
Oh, you said she not asleep?
No, she be listening. She might be watching you on a different device. Got the YouTube put up on you.
Dang, lady. He said she got the CIA system on the
She got
counter.
the CIA, baby.
Taking notes of who's hitting her with strays. She got something for you next Thursday. Oh,
Lady,
well, we're gonna get. I'm gonna remind her because I'm the official instigator on this motherfucker.
Yes, you are.
Where
Who that? Naomi said, "Yes, you are."
Don't get
Wiz,
Boy, I
twisted.
like to see it go down, boy.
Wiz, you are not a believer. You do not believe in God.
Oh, Wiz, yeah.
I don't. He's gone. He's asleep
I thought
too.
you like. I thought you like Wiz. I
No,
thought
I'm
he
here.
came.
I'm just listening.
Oh,
Oh, he just
see,
listening.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I can't be tricked.
What you say? You thought
That's
I
one.
liked him?
Hey, that's one you don't want to bother right there, that boy. He will put a sermon on your ass.
Trust me, I got enough of that family and friends around me. He ain't doing nothing. It don't happen for me every day. But he did it to my girl.
Who that? Was it? That was your girl that was here? Kia.
No, Sky.
Sky.
No,
I
I
don't
don't know
think.
Kia. I don't know who brought her.
Kia over here talking about these damn stacks. I don't know why nobody said it, but she got bigger problems, bro. Did you see what she looked like? I'm just saying, like,
What?
I don't like to judge. I mean, you know what? I have to.
Don't do that.
Come on.
See, I told
She
you,
had
that's
bigger problems to worry about than shit.
instigator.
She should have goddamn. She should have been trying to get her face right and all that, like makeup, makeover. Like she was
See, you
beat.
guys, we're damned if we do
See,
as
that
women. And
means that men
that's
like
why I
women
like the
to wear
movie
makeup.
That's
Barbie.
what I'm trying.
I
Women
love
be
the
felt.
Barbie movie when
Come on,
the Latin lady
be
had a
honest though.
breakdown. Because
Some
I
of these
cried
women
on
be.
that part.
That's why I can appreciate Shanice. She be coming in here. She got her makeup on. She got her hair snatched. She got her eyes. She got it. She got it snatched. She coming on. Y'all coming on here snatched. But then you got some other motherfuckers be coming on here like the color purple, and I'm like, yo, you over here debating on a damn
She
statistic.
was just a natural black
I
woman.
don't wear makeup.
But you gotta have it right though. Sometimes I don't listen. I don't mind you wearing your makeup and beautifying yourself and having your hair laid. Come here like you look like something. Stop. I don't understand it, man.
I appreciate the
People
compliment, but I ain't
can
got no
choose
makeup
their
on.
parents.
Go ahead
I don't ever wear makeup.
I can
And
see.
I
I
don't
can
wear
see that
makeup
above
either
your
at
eyelid,
all.
girl. You.
Okay, so let's do a tissue test real quick. Let's do a tissue test real quick. Hold on. What's it that? I love this for me.
I bet you got the double.
I
You got the
just want
double
to say,
plot tissue,
Darwin,
don't you?
Let's do a
you are
tissue.
now going on record telling women to wear makeup. And
Let's
No,
all
do a
over
tissue
I'm
social
not.
media,
I'm not saying they.
all
I'm.
over social
Listen.
media,
Let me give you
you
some.
men keep saying we want a natural woman.
Let me give you some
Now you're
context.
sitting
I ain't
here
never
saying,
told you
Let's
that.
do a
I'm
tissue test.
Hell, I ain't never said that.
If JR came down, I'm coming down.
Look, I said, some women they just can't come on here without no makeup. They got to have
No makeup.
Some of you can come on here and get a pad, but some of y'all know y'all ain't supposed to be coming on here without no damn makeup. You got
That's
to
the
have
confidence thing. The confidence is attractive.
Oh, I
well,
don't even
you can
have
be confident,
TikTok no more.
and I'm a confident teller your ass that you look like goddamn color purple.
No makeup. I don't wear makeup.
She got the now. What's she gonna get the makeup that you can't just wipe off? We know.
Wet the
It's
napkin.
2025. We know what you got on. She got that makeup you just can't rub off with the tissue.
I appreciate it because I take it as a compliment. I appreciate it though. No,
And then on
I
top
wash
of
my
that, you know,
face.
Shanice got the filter, the OBS filter.
I ain't got no filter on. You have a way you can put a filter on here?
Oh, really? She better go get a filter now. God dang.
Well, help me out. Is it in settings? Hold on.
Girl, you don't need no filter.
Let me see.
Well, we know somebody who be taking pictures with the Snapchat filters.
Oh,
all I'm saying is, ladies,
filters.
come like you. Ladies should be.
They make me look dead.
I think a part of woman's femininity is to try to always appear, beautiful. It ain't got to be overdone. Just come here looking good, looking like something. Because I'm telling you, I think I don't know if y'all was watching Lapeef back in the COVID time. Some women used to come up here with the bonnets on. Remember, JR? Had the whole bonnet and a face mat on. I was like, what the
He said, get your pudding. Oh, since we're still live?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so AP asked me a question on there. He said he wanted to know what I meant by that. And does that mean that I don't want someone to grow with me? And no, that's not true. I would love to grow with somebody. That's the point of connecting, choosing the connection for me. And it has nothing to do with not wanting to be married, not wanting to be with somebody, not wanting to foundationally build with somebody, it's nothing that has to do with any of those things. Connection for me simply is how I operate in the space of friendship, growing to know somebody. So if I can accept you, then I can trust you. So it's all about connecting. And I want you to authentically dwell in the space that you're in. So basically, when I wrote it to you, it's like, I don't want you to be put a mask on. You know what I mean? You're being authentically yourself. People don't know how to have those kind of genuine connections, and sex does not have to be a part of that connection. Now, for some people, it might, but some people, the connection might not just be for you. But me personally, my character, I'm a one-on-one person. So if I connect with you, and typically, we probably gonna have some
I thought
sex.
y'all
But
said being self-aware was a thing though. Like, I mean, if you look at some of the women, they don't be looking like they self-aware. Like, damn, girl, do you
I
know what you
cannot.
look?
People can't help what they look like naturally.
Come on, man.
No, don't do
I
that.
mean, they can. Yeah, well, I get you. There's some things that they
She
can't fake,
cannot.
but
One thing I wanted to say really quickly, and this is, you know, ladies, if you're dealing with a marriage-minded man, okay, if you're dealing with a man who wants marriage, who intentionally wants to establish a family and get married, then how you think you guys should connect is not going to really be relevant. He's the one that's going to propose. He's the one that's going to set the terms. He's the one that's going to move the relationship forward. He's the one that's going to do that. So when you guys come up with these ideas about not only where you have 55 different standards that the man needs to meet as a person, then you come up with these ideas about how y'all are supposed to connect and what that really, like, how does he lead in any of this? How does a man lead when the way that y'all get to know each other needs to be under your terms, and the way the relationship needs to evolve needs to be under your terms? Dudes that are looking for marriage, they do want enough authority in their home to be able to direct their relationship, since they're going to be responsible for it. They're responsible for the relationship. They're
Naomi,
responsible
remember?
for the women. So when you guys come up with all of this stuff, instead of trying to understand men and what marriage-minded men are looking for, then to be straight with you, a lot of you ladies are just keeping yourself immortally single, because what you want and how you think things are supposed to be from the type of man you want, if the type of man you want don't move that way, then you're disqualifying dudes that could be husband potential, because he don't want to sit in your friend zone for 11 days and beat his meat. So I think that the worst type of advice is unsolicited advice. And obviously none of you guys asked me, but you might want to learn a little bit about the type of men you're looking for, instead of coming up with more standards for how they're going to get to know you in your singleness, and diluting yourselves about these men conforming to
damn.
meet your standards. You might want to just learn a little bit more about the guy who's going to have to actually propose, because it will be on his terms, not yours. That's it. That's all.
Damn.
Please play something.
Wait, were
So
you
not.
were you doing
Everything
this?
changes.
Everything changes.
I agree with that. And
So
I'm not prepared for things to change prematurely. That's the problem. A lot of women get into things thinking that they're going to change a man's mind, and you can't change a man's mind. A man is going to be exactly who he is. And my job is not to convince you to be something that you're not. My job is to see, am I aligned with the man that you are? Because if we're in alignment, then I feel safe to do all of the things. Then that is my future husband. Then that is, or it's, at least it was a potential. It wasn't a waste. But I'm not wasting my body on these people that I don't even like for real. If I can't play Uno with you, I can't play Tonk with you, I can't freaking dance in the living room. If I can't delve into the depths of your soul because you've never taken the time to find it, I'm not interested.
There's great value there.
Make that
Or
lumpia,
me.
girl.
Yeah.
But most people are okay with the numbing. I think being promiscuous is a mental illness.
Wow.
I do. Why are you filling yourself
like
up with
that.
all these different bodies, all these different spirits, all these different things? For what? That is a mental illness. What are you numbing? What are you hiding from? Why can't you be on your own?
That's interesting though, because some people look at it from a perspective of like,
It's liberation.
yeah,
It's freedom.
and
No,
they're
it's a scam.
why?
It's a scam. What is what?
Because I mean, there's two ends of the spectrum. From the same thing, people could say people who are withstanding or not participating, that could be a mental illness as well.
How?
Because
You could
it's a,
still experience liberation without a partner. You could still experience. There are so many
you feel
different
like you
ways.
might have missed out on so many
Nah, I ain't missed out
aspects
on
of.
nothing. I got
How
saved.
many
I'll tell you
dicks?
that
That's
right now.
Mm,
I'll tell you that right now. Because my husband, if I were to run down, because men want to know, they want to have an idea, especially if you deal with
that's
celebrities.
dangerous territory.
Yeah, if you deal with celebrities, it is. So the fact that
So
you
you gonna
can't.
tell your husband everything?
Yeah, but I don't have a lot to say.
Oh,
I ain't never been ran through. I ain't never been a hoe in my life. I've
right.
never been that. And honestly, I've been saved by
uh oh.
relationships. And I'm a
She
relationship girl,
watched the show,
Mhm.
you know.
Shanice,
And if
so be
I'm not in a
careful.
relationship, I'm not interested.
Right.
I
What's the
don't
point?
give a
Nah, that's dope though. That
All right.
you're
Last woman said
the
that got cooked.
conviction that then led to the preservation. You know, I always tell people like that stuff really mattered to me as a young man.
Mhm.
As a again, I guess because I'm not looking like I don't really care about a person's past or even their ideologies based off of, even if they don't align with mine, that doesn't mean we can't vibe, we can't be friends,
Mhm.
we can't have purpose together.
Mhm.
So that's an interesting take, because I know, again, because when we turn these cameras on and you know everybody's turning the cameras on their phone, it's like
Mhm.
we're offering up a representative,
Mhm.
but real life
Hello.
happens so quickly, and so that I may want to say I'm this way, I'm that way, I define myself as this,
Mhm.
but when life occurs, you're like, wow, I did make that decision. Wow, I did say that. Like
Mhm.
that self-reflection comes heavy and fast a lot. So that's why, you know, I personally have tried to do away with my pontificating.
No, I love that.
You know what I mean? Because I know I don't have the answers.
Well,
I don't really. I'm like, honestly, like every question that I'm asked starts with, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's a powerful place to be.
you know what I mean? Because I don't know. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like I've been on the soapbox many times saying women have to be this way, or men have to be this way, or life should be this way. You
Yeah.
gotta believe this. I'm like, I think I'm getting to that space of Solomon where it's like, none of this really matters
Yeah.
except for the present.
Yeah.
And I think even in the mindset of like stoicism
Mhm.
and like Marcus Aurelius, it's like
Oh, come on.
those concepts of
Yeah.
what a conqueror or a warrior experiences once he's conquered and gone to war and come home.
Yeah. It's
He just
different.
wants peace.
And I agree. I think that's really good. And I also think that it's not that I have all the answers. I'm just okay with them changing.
Mm,
If in this season I'm saying promiscuity is not the answer, and 10 years down the line I'm like, you know what? Do you sleep with them all, sis?
Damn.
If that
She gonna
becomes
be a
my
hoe in
truth,
10
that's
years.
my truth.
right.
One thing about me is I speak my truth in the moment that I'm in it.
I
And we as
lost. I'm
humans, you
lost on it
know,
now.
we
You cut
know
off.
we're all walking contradictions at the end of the day. Some just
No,
refuse to
you
acknowledge
gonna
it.
say something
I
funny.
know I'm a walking contradiction.
Yeah.
I know that there are parts of me that really just don't make any sense, but two things can be true at once, you
Mhm.
know, and I'm okay with that. So I feel like for me, I
Lord.
hear everything you're saying and I speak with conviction because I live the life that I talk about in front of these cameras.
Yeah.
And I love that for me because
You
there's a
do.
lot of people.
That's real talk.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that be in front of these cameras one way and then they live in a whole different life.
But shouts out to them because like they trying to figure it out.
Yeah, but don't give advice on what you're the opposite of.
Why?
That's crazy to me.
Why?
That's crazy.
Everybody else does it.
Nah.
Everybody's living a facade.
Damn.
I ain't met somebody who wasn't.
I don't feel like I live a facade.
You do.
You just said
I
it.
don't.
Sa-
A facade?
Sarah, is that your hair?
No,
I
I
told
got
y'all
extra.
she be right.
And I'm wearing makeup.
Sarah, you got on makeup.
Yeah,
These are
period.
facades that, as in society, that we have
Yes.
stepped in, and there's nothing wrong with it. That's what I'm
Yes.
saying. I love all the facades. You
Yes.
look gorgeous
Thank
sitting
you.
here.
I like the facade.
But and it makes you feel good.
But I'm saying the facade of my spirit and my character.
Well, see, that's
That
what
I don't facade.
nobody does because we're all
Everybody
trying
does,
to
Nick.
figure it out.
No, some people out here just straight lying.
I think we all are living some aspect of a lie.
Okay.
Miss Pearl, go ahead. It look like you about to
Because
say
as
something.
you know, the world is a stage.
I guess you look.
She threw herself under the bus.
Mm.
She said, "In 10 years, I might change." I think Nick Cannon was hinting at, "Look, you could be promiscuous. Ain't nothing wrong with that." And she was like, "Oh, well, shit, I might change my mind." She's throwing a hint, bro.
She started to lose me. She
been
had me
on
a little bit
some-
at first, and it's like the more she started talking, she started digging herself in her own fucking hole. I was like, nah, you ain't making sense no more. So you didn't backpedal and went all the way back around. So never mind.
She lost me a hello.
Yeah.
When she go walking contradiction, I don't think people are walking contradiction. I don't even. I can have two truths at the same. Like that don't even make. You don't have to have two truths that contradict each other.
I thought what she said made sense. I think Nick is somebody who just says whatever he needs to say to try to get sex. I think he's a man who's completely submitted to his libido. And that's why he's comparing himself to Solomon and then turning around and talking about the stoicism of Marcus Aurelius. But you can't be stoic Marcus Aurelius if you in submission to your penis. The guy's incapable of long-term meaningful relationship with anybody of the opposite sex because he loves the tip of his ding-a-ling that much. And y'all don't think he's full of shit. That's crazy. And then you're sitting up talking mess about the woman who says that I'm waiting on my husband and keeping my legs closed. And the contradiction she's pointing at is that she presents herself as the type of person she does with her wigs and her hair and all of that. But at the same time, she has a chaste spirit and says that's what's true about me is my spiritual self. So I heard what she was saying and it made sense. And I heard what Nick said. And it made me do what this girl with the super long eyelashes is doing with my eyes, sitting up listening to his nonsense. You know what I'm saying? But that's part of the reason that Nick's got. That's why Nick's got. That's part of the reason Nick's got 12 baby mamas. That none of them have a commitment out of him to do anything except be there for the kids, right? Because women like to hear bullshit, and they have the discernment, a lot of them, of children. And you just tell them what they want to hear, and they bend right over. And then when somebody talks sense to them, they don't like that. They ain't got enough sense for that to land.
Wait, that was.
Ooh, somebody.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll let her speak because she.
So ain't nobody gonna ain't nobody gonna call for or something like that, guy.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that one. I don't know what Nick did to him.
Shit, I don't know what Shanice did to him. He had to come for her damn lashes like that.
He did say.
She fine. I see a lot of ladies with those lashes. On some girls it's cute. On other girls it's team too much.
Okay, then.
You know, who knows? But the point I'm making, Nick didn't do anything with me. To me, I don't have any contempt for that brother. There's a lot of men who are submitted to their ding-a-ling, right? And he's saying everything that he needs to say to try to present himself as an option to her and every other woman that can fall for some stupid stuff. He's telling you, I want no meaningful commitment with anybody for anything, but I will put a baby in you because I can afford to do it. So I'm like Solomon, 300 wives, 700 concubines, made all this money, the most successful and rich person ever mentioned in the Bible, except maybe Melchizedek, right? That was King Solomon. And Solomon was in submission to his penis like his father before him, David. And that's why the kingdom was split into two, right? And then eventually conquered by the Babylonians, if you read that book at all. But listening to a guy sit up and act like there's something meaningful and deep going on with him when he's just chasing around the tip of his ding dong, and women being silly enough to think there's something real behind that, it's foolishness.
Oh.
When you say I'm curious, because a lot of times when I hear people speak on commitment, I'm always curious to hear their perspective, because in today's society, commitment is just words. And it's not a matter of your relationship to the person that you're committing to. It's a matter of your relationship to the words that you express. So for me, and listening to Nick, what he was saying initially was he did do the marriage thing, and then he realized the marriage thing is not for him. He's not. I don't think Nick Cannon is telling women like, "Oh, I'm gonna make you my wife one day." He's being upfront and honest with them, and the women have the option to choose him, and they're choosing to do that. I don't think he's out here just telling women what they want to hear to get what he wants out of them. I think.
What about the babies he's making, brother?
I don't know if the women, if they're making an agreement to do it. I don't know if like there has to be some type.
He's got 8 or 9 baby mothers at this point. So this honesty up front thing, you being honest about some BS is fake. It's a fraud. You're a fraud if you're just being honest about being on some bullshit.
Because, or are you saying because he don't believe in commitment, that makes he don't?
No, you don't. Let me tell you something, okay? This is my the best environment. The best environment for the rearing of children is a loving home with 2 parents who love one another. The child grows up watching the example of love between their parents. This is what is the most fertile ground for the spiritual development of a child. Okay. So if you, I've got a dog, right? I love my dog. Okay. I have to have a leash for my dog because she needs to be walked. I have to buy food for my dog because she needs to eat. I need to buy a toenail clipper for my dog because she needs to have her toenails clipped. These things I have to do for my dog. And if I don't do them for my dog, then it is abuse. I shouldn't own a dog if I don't want to take responsibility for a dog. Children don't ask to be here, brother. And if you're going to bring them into the world on a deficit because you don't like commitment, but you like busting nuts in women, then no matter how honest you are about that, you're full of shit.
Wait, so do you think, I'm just curious, do you think your feelings set the standards for how the world is supposed to move?
Do I think what?
Your perspective and your feelings will set the standard for how the world is supposed to move?
I think observable reality speaks to that. The things that I'm saying to you about love being the most fertile ground for the human spirit to develop into, you can find through evolutionary biology. It is obvious this is how human beings were meant to function. So it's not my perspective on something that's true. If you think the sun is made out of cotton candy, and I know it's made out of ionized plasma, the fact that you think it's something different doesn't mean your perspective is meaningful. It's stupid and you'd be wrong. Okay. So the fact that you want to screw and that's your perspective and you like to bust nuts and have babies and that's your perspective, and somebody else thinks the most meaningful, the best institution for the rearing of children is marriage and is demonstrably true. That's not a battle of perspectives. There is a objective reality that we are watching manifest, because when you raise children without the love of their father or without the love of their mother, or they're not being raised in a home with both of them together, then they get worse outcomes. And it's measurable and consistent across time, across cultures, from England to every Western culture in the nation. We're watching it play out. So it's not my perspective that's saying this, it's observable reality. He's doing what he wants to do, and he's making all these babies because he loves the tip of his ding-a-ling. He likes to bust nuts in girls, and he thinks he's a king. He's already been evaluated by a psychologist as a narcissist. So this isn't a different perspective and way of living. He's just justifying his own iniquities because he wants to do what the hell he wants to do. And that's his business, and it's the business of any woman foolish enough to push out a baby for him. But let's not call wrong right and right wrong just because the nigga's getting a lot of punani. That ain't a goal.
So you think, so from your perspective, a kid cannot experience love, the complete.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, hold on, I ain't even.
Sure. But no, that's you just said from my perspective, and I just heard what you said, and no, that's not what I'm saying.
I didn't think a kid.
Child, a video.
Yeah,
that's not what I just said.
He can't experience. A child can't experience love unless 2 parents are in the household.
No, that's not what I said. So check this out. Instead, brother, right? Instead, make your own point. Instead of misstating my point, hold on. Instead of intentionally misstating my point when you know that's not what I'm saying. One moment. Instead of intentionally misstating my point, because then all that shows is a lack of listening skills or a lack of understanding, a lack of intelligence to not understand what was clearly articulated to you. Not every child that is raised in a broken home, not every child that is raised in a broken home ends up in a prison or something like that. But the truth of the matter is that children are owed a debt when they get here because they don't ask to be here. And if you don't want to be a father, if you don't want the woman you're going to produce a child with, and you like busting nuts and girls and running around because you can cut a check for it, you are an asshole. You're an asshole. That's an asshole. That's a terrible thing to do to children. It's a terrible thing to do to women who are sitting up trying to use you and get paid. All of it is immoral. So I don't know why you're even trying to justify it, to be frank with you.
I was trying to understand because you said something about the love two parents have. I was just going to ask, can a child not receive love if two parents live or one parent live here?
Of course they can.
Of
course they can. And that child could grow up to be king of the world.
How you gonna tell
it's
him
just
not to
less
cut you off,
common.
but you be cutting him off? Hey, yo, I've been trying to keep it cool and let him
I don't
do his
need you
little
to
thing.
check me or
But
help me
guess
with my
what?
communication
JR,
with
since he
another
been
grown
talking,
man.
you lost 26 views because he's fucking boring and he's in his own motherfucking world. He's fucking jealous.
Don't nobody
Obviously,
need
he
you
can't have no
talking,
money, make no kids. I'm pretty sure he got 12 baby moms, so I'm pretty sure he
Now here
wasn't born
comes
with his
the
family.
personal
So
attacks.
the fact that he's gonna sit up there and call this man an asshole because of decisions that he decided to make is crazy. He been said 50
It's
million
crazy
things
to say that a
one way
nigga
and
that's
say 50
running
million things
around
another
being
way, but tell
Johnny
another man to
Appleseed
be
is an
quiet
asshole.
when he asks you a question. Because you don't like to be
No,
challenged by another man. But I'm not
no,
gonna talk to nobody that ain't got their camera on. I digress.
hey, yeah, my dude,
Irrelevant. You're
I
bringing
got
our
it.
views
My dude,
down.
you're good at speaking for
Bye.
yourself,
You're
right?
bringing our views down.
Yeah,
Bye.
you're good at speaking for
You're
yourself,
bringing
right,
our
brother?
views down.
You like
You're
it when the
boring.
ladies step in and stick up for you?
No.
I know you don't.
No,
It's a
you're
waste of
boring.
time. I'm not even talking
You're
to you.
boring.
I know. I
Nope,
know.
still bored.
I got it.
See,
I know.
I'm trying to get cool. I let him throw little shots at me. I kept it cool. I kept it cool. I let him throw little
Yeah,
shots at me.
while
I
you
didn't
was
say not
rolling
one
your
thing
eyes
to
and
this
stuff
man.
like a
I don't
goofy,
know this man. I ain't saying not one thing to
while
this
you was
man, but we
rolling your
lost
eyes around
26
like a
views
goofy every
when
time
you
I was
start
speaking,
talking because you're boring.
I know. I
You're
know.
boring, Malcolm
I know. I'm
X.
very boring.
Wrong
I'm
live.
very
You're
boring.
boring. Go somewhere else.
Correct.
Bye. You're
Thank you so
boring.
much.
You're boring.
Yes, I'm the most
Me
boring.
and my lashes are bored.
Yeah, I
Me and my
know.
lashes are bored.
Very good.
We're
Repeat
still
yourself some
bored.
more. Yep.
Pretty sure you got baby mamas, and if you don't,
Do
I'm pretty sure
say
you got
bored
baby
like 10
mamas.
more
There's nothing that
times.
you can tell me, Bookie.
I'm not trying to
Direct it
tell
to the
you
man.
anything. I
There's
don't
nothing you
believe
can
you
tell me,
have the
Bookie.
capability of a
There's
genuine
nothing you can tell me,
conversation, so
Bookie
I'm not
Bud.
trying to tell you
Sorry.
anything.
There's nothing you can tell me, Bookie
In
Bud.
any
You ain't
event,
gonna win no battle with me. I have him shut this whole live down. You ain't
yeah,
gonna win no battle with me. So finish
I
talking to
know.
him and cutting
I
him
am
off when he
talking to
asks
him.
you
I
a
don't think
question.
you can
You
have a
can't even simply
conversation.
talk to a man. You can't even
I'm
allow this
fine
man
talking
to
to
ask
men.
you a civil question because you're scared of a
Najee, did you
challenge.
understand
Because
my
you're
answer?
scared of a challenge because you're not a man.
Um,
You're not a
yeah, do
man.
you feel like I'm
You're
scared of you,
not a
Najee?
man. You're not a
Yeah,
man.
you're right. I don't want to
You're
qualify
not
under
a
your
man.
standards of a
I
man.
don't
I don't
wanna
care what they
shut
are.
up. I don't
Yeah,
wanna.
I know.
Yeah,
Disrespectful.
because you didn't
The
piss
big
me
ones are
off.
always like
You
that.
didn't piss me
Go
off.
ahead, Najee.
Okay, I'm big. That's because my money is too, Bookie. That's
I
because my
know.
money is too, Bookie. That's because
I
my
know.
money is too, Bookie.
I
You
know it
thought that was
is.
gonna hurt me? You thought that was gonna
No,
work?
I don't think it's gonna
Baby, you
hurt
gotta
you.
dig a little
I
better
don't
than
think it's
that. My
gonna
money
hurt
is
you.
long. My money
Najee,
is
did you
long, baby.
understand what I was
And I'm
saying to you
very
about the
cute. But
immorality
yet
of
you
that
still
man?
talking. Stop talking to me.
Did
Stop
you?
talking to me.
Yeah, but that's why I asked you because everybody's
Yeah.
perspective, like he was saying in the beginning, everybody's perspective of things is different. So to be like, oh, his perspective is immoral because it's not in alignment with my perspective. It's you don't know if the woman had agreed if they wanted kids. Like I don't think he's out here essaying. I don't know if you can say it on here. Women like that. I don't think he's just doing it. I think they're agreeing to have kids and they're going about it that way. I don't think it's just like, oh,
Lock his ass up.
come over and just do it and then we'll see what happens. Like people know what comes with sex if you have unprotected sex. So there's
All right. So,
agreement that they made.
brother Najee, you said immoral. So morality has to do with right and wrong. If two people agree to do something that is wrong, does that make it right?
Wrong according to whose standards?
Okay, well let's go. Well, so check this out. So you said according to whose standards? So you
Yeah.
believe that right and wrong is subjective to the
I don't believe
person,
in right
right?
or wrong, period. I don't believe in there's a right or wrong either.
Okay, all right. So you're a subjective moralist, right?
I don't know what that is.
A subjective moralist means that you think right and wrong come from individual preference.
Oh yeah, I don't believe in right and wrong. Like I don't
All
believe in
right.
good
So
and bad.
back in the day when they were beating the skin off of niggas and they had us in slavery, because everybody agreed that that was cool. That was cool, right?
Because I don't believe in right or wrong. So
I understand. I'm just asking you a question about that. So
if
that
everybody
was,
thought it was right, that made it right.
yes, that made it
If
right,
everybody thought
correct?
it was right, that makes it right for them. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, then there's no point in having a conversation. I got it.
Yeah, I got you. That's why I asked you in the beginning, do you think your feelings set the standards for how other people are supposed to live their life?
It doesn't matter because there's no right and wrong. People can eat babies and enslave each other. None of it matters as long as enough people agree or they think it's okay. In your world, that makes it okay because there's no right or wrong, right?
No, not making it okay. Just because I don't believe it's right or wrong, that makes it okay. That's not the same thing.
Yeah. All right. You don't understand what I'm saying to you. That's okay.
Do anybody else understand what he's saying? So y'all can explain to me what is he saying now?
Well, I mean, if I was to take a stab at it, it just sounds like he's trying to get he's trying to understand the logic behind what you're saying when you say you don't believe in right and wrong. He was just referencing a time in history to see if that same logic overlaps with that
I got
time
you.
in history.
So in life, unless you believe that God makes mistakes, I don't believe there's ever a mistake made in life. So I don't think my mindset, my limited perspective, can tell me that it was wrong for him to do that because
So
he's
you
not
believe in God?
The concept of God, internal being, 100%.
No, so you believe, do you, okay, so do you believe that there is a being that created the universe?
Yeah, the being that's within us, yes, 100%.
Okay, so a being within us created the universe, and that being has no concept of right or wrong. Whatever happens must be right.
Love. You know what love? What is love?
All right,
Acceptance.
I understand.
Yeah. So no, God is not the human version of the man version of God that man created to represent God. They believe in right or wrong, but God, you can't define God. You can't limit God based on a book or based on what people tell us. Like, who knows what God is? Who knows what God represents? Who knows? It's an energy. So how do you put a sex or a
How do you know it's
limitation?
an energy? How do you know it's an energy? Where did you get that from? Where did you get that from?
Everything's the energy.
Okay, I understand. Everything's energy. Why do you say God is energy? Where did you get that from?
Because it comes from the creative source that's within us all.
Okay, so it's your own reasoning, right? You came up with it on your own.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So you just make up whatever you want. I got it.
Wait, what do you read a book and then you take the book and you wait? Where did that book come from?
Where did the Bible come from?
Yeah, where did the Bible come from?
Okay, the Bible is a collection of 66 books written by 40 different people over a 1,500-year period from 3 different countries, written in 3 different languages. The Old Testament has, that is exactly where the book came from. I'm telling you, that's exactly where the book came from. And the thing that makes the book special and better than your own opinion, right, is that there's prophecies in the book. And those prophecies in the book, hold on. You're probably surprised by this because I don't think you've done much studying or reading of the book.
Definitely grew up very big Christian.
All right. Well, okay. Hold on. So you're a very big Christian. What is the pearl of great price?
I grew up.
What's the pearl of great price?
What?
What is the pearl of great price?
The pearl of great price?
Yeah. What's the pearl of great price? You're a really big Christian. You know the book really well. What's the pearl of great price?
The pearl of great price is your knowledge and your wisdom.
No, don't help them. So let me ask you this. In the Bible, where does Jesus lay out his moral code? The whole code, the whole ethic of the Bible, where is that at? You obviously know that. You're a Christian. You studied the book. Where is it?
Where does the Bible come from? You didn't tell me.
You don't. And so my point is, hold on, check this out.
I'll tell you the whole premise that I was making is based on people's perspectives.
I understand that. I got that part of it. I got that part of it. My point is this. My point is this. It's obvious that whether you were raised a Christian or not, you don't understand that book well enough to qualify or disqualify it. Because if I ask you questions, hold on one second. Because if I ask you questions that are so fundamental to the book, that are like the primary points of the book, and you don't know a damn thing about them, then that means you don't know nothing about the book and you can't qualify or disqualify it.
Because you don't know it.
I was asking you where the book come from.
Can I share something with Najee? Najee, can I share something with you real quick?
Who's that? Who? Yeah, it's all good.
Najee, first of all, I perceive 2 of 3 things, and I'm gonna elaborate on what the brother was just trying to say without tearing you down. He was disciplining you, but I don't like his method. That's why I interrupted. And there's no insult to you, my brother, who was just talking. But Najee, I perceive that you're very intelligent and very smart.
Go ahead and teach.
I perceive that you're very intelligent and very smart. What he was saying, as far as not having a knowledge of the book, or you don't know anything, you're not very educated in terms of what the Bible means and what the essence and the substance of the Bible is. And what I was going to say when I came up here, I asked to come up here to tell you I think you're very intelligent, very smart. But you're a bit stuck in the mundane. And when I say that, it's not an insult. What I mean by that is you've let the subjectivity of the world around you dictate what should be your objective thinking abilities. And I think that's what the brother's trying to say as far as your view of the Bible.
Yeah, my views on life, I had to learn at a certain point. I have to live life for what represents and flows with me. What I value in life. I don't need a book to tell me how I need to behave or how I'm supposed to be. I understand a lot of stuff in the Bible. I grew up, my parents were Christian. My grandma was a pastor. I grew up all that. But then I realized it's a lot of fear in that. And for me, learning to look outside of things from a fear-based perspective, heaven and hell and all that stuff, it just wasn't something that resonated with me. There's a lot of contradictions in the Bible. And for me, I get it. If it resonates with people, by all means, go for it. But I'm not a person who lives in contradiction. That just doesn't resonate.
Okay, I appreciate that. I picked up three.
Give me one contradiction in the Bible.
Let me help him out.
Let's get one microphone, please, guys.
Yes, I'm sorry, Ekene. How you doing, Ekene? Long time no see. Let me help him out real quick, brother, because you're coming down on him. When you're trying to teach somebody, you can't come down on them on their point of view.
I'm not looking to be taught. I'm just having a conversation.
Right. But when you got Bible thumpers,
we gotta proceed with respect, man.
Okay, when you got Bible thumpers like myself and like the brother, he's very passionate about what he's saying.
I get it.
Our objective is to teach. So I know you're not trying to be taught, so don't take it as you're being taught. But from our perspective, we're teaching, but don't feel insulted. What I mean by that is this. I gleaned 3 things off what you said. You said you live your life according to how you see right and wrong, this, that, and the third. And I have a question for you. I don't actually want an answer. I have a question I want you to ponder and think on. Okay. Is there anything outside of yourself that you love and care about that's more important to you than yourself? That's bigger and more important to you than yourself. You love it more than yourself. You care about it more than yourself. It's more important to you than you are to yourself. That's number 1. Number 2, because that's in essence, that's what it is to be a man. In essence, that's what masculinity is. Also, when it comes to good and bad and right and wrong, it's not so much about what you feel or what you were taught. It's about what everybody objectively or practically has to abide by. So like the laws of gravity or like the laws of physics to a certain extent, you have to abide by those laws. There's no getting around them. And also when it comes to the contradictory part, as a Bible thumper myself, I don't see any contradictions in the Bible. First of all, because I look at it as God is the author, and he had 40 different writers or secretaries who wrote over a 1,500-year period. They were in different buildings, different floors in different buildings. So like, let's just say the Manhattan skyline, downtown New York. You got people all over Times Square and all the different buildings. You got one man who comes and tells all these different people, write what you see from this perspective. Everybody's going to write something and they're going to see different things. And that's what happens with the Bible. You have different writers, but it's all still the same author, God. And as more we learn about the physics of this world and nature and the world around us, the more evidence we see and find that the order and sequence of events, like the creation account in Genesis, is truer and truer and truer. And also, if evolution and the things that people who don't believe in the Bible were true, you would see causality and change within the species. The Bible says everything was created according to its kind.
So, just curious, what other, outside of Christianity, what other religions have you studied?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not a Christian. That's the key. That's the point right
I'm
there.
sorry, I'm sorry to
I was
bother.
against the Christian. I came up Catholic. I went away from that because of the doctrine of hellfire and the God is love. That was a contradiction. And then as I delved deeper, I found a scripture in the book of Jeremiah where it says burning someone in hell is not something that even came. It wasn't a commandment. This is how I debunk abortionist and hellfire doctrine, all in that one scripture. Killing your children and burning them in fire is something God never demanded or commanded, and it's something that never even came up into his heart. And as a parent, I love my children. If my children disobey me and did something bad, I'm not gonna. I might punish them in the moment, but I'm not gonna punish them eternally. God is love, and He's eternal. There's nothing we could do in our 100-year lifespan that could make Him change to punish us eternally for something bad we did. Death is the punishment for sin, not death and then eternal punishment. That's not love. If we can't find it in ourselves to do something like that, why would God, the essence of love, do something like that? There is no
Yeah,
hellfire.
it also say God is I guess God is a jealous God, but it's not
Yeah,
true.
and what you said about fear, I'm glad you mentioned that. You reminded me of the other thing you said about fear. Now, there's two types of fear. There's morbid fear, like what cowards have, scared of somebody. You're chicken. You cower away. And then there's reverential fear, the honor of a parent. You don't want your dad seeing what bad you did. You don't want your parents disappointed at you. The fear that God requires isn't a morbid fear, a cowardice fear, a fear of getting punished for doing wrong. The fear that God requires is a reverential fear. And God being the creator, and there's no one above him. There's no one or nothing above God. He is actually rightfully jealous and rightful, the object of all living things worship, rightfully, because he gave all living things life.
Yeah,
That
so
he rightfully is supposed to be jealous.
I get that, but you get into the root of jealousy if you understand, like that's a human characteristic, and jealousy is rooted in
Yeah, we were
insecurity.
made in the image of God. It's not a human characteristic. It's a God characteristic that he passed on to us. Yeah, we're in his image. Yeah, we're going to
I
have
know, but
characteristics. That's what
the
separates us
point
from the
of
animals.
I got
the,
y'all.
the point of the point of it is this though. The point of it is this, all right? If you think that the scripture where it tells you that God is a jealous God is describing that God is jealous, then you don't understand the scripture.
That's
If
fine.
you
That's
think that when
perfectly
it,
fine.
one
You do
moment,
not
one moment,
understand the scriptures.
one moment. I know you want to resist everything I'm saying. You don't have
No,
to agree with it.
I don't. Why are you telling?
You don't
I
have to
don't.
agree with it.
I don't care
Yeah,
for it.
I got it. But you
But
don't.
you're about to try to tell me about me based on your perspective.
No, I'm not. I'm
And you
not
say
telling
your
you about
perspective is
you.
the
But
Bible,
so
but
check this out.
you just say you. Okay.
All right. Well, look, this is what I'm saying to you. If you think where it says fear of the Lord is telling you that you need to be scared of God, somebody who thinks that, a person who thinks that doesn't understand the scripture. A person who hears that God is a jealous God and thinks that that means that God has the human trait of jealousy doesn't understand the scripture. So there, I won't use you. Okay. What it's talking about, one moment. All right. So I'm convinced, right, that I'm convinced that when I talk to people, who make points like this, it's not because of what they know, it's because of what they don't know. Now, I've studied other religions. I've read the Dhammapada, I've read the Bhagavad Gita, I've read the Japji Sahib, the Granth Guru Sahib, I've read the Taoist Book of the Dead, I've read the Demotic Papyrus, I've read the I Ching and the Tao Te Ching, I've read the Quran, I've read a good portion of the sutras and Vedas that make up the Hindu religion as well. I'm very well versed in these things, and I wasn't always a Christian. So if you want to discuss any of those other systems of faith, we can. And I can tell you exactly why it is that Christian moral ethics would be superior. But what I am telling you 100% is based off the conversation I've had with you so far, okay, and what your understanding is of the Bible. It is an incomplete understanding. Now, that doesn't mean you should become a Christian, but it does mean that you should probably stop speaking on Christianity, because whenever you talk to somebody that has more than a cursory understanding of the Bible, you sound like somebody talking about something they don't understand.
That's perfectly fine. I don't. It's not something that resonates with me. By all means, I get it. That it is what it is.
How you guys doing
It's
tonight?
not something that I'm on. By all means, if it resonates with you, go for it. If it don't resonate with you, great. It's not meant for us to be on the same page. Like your perspective works for you because it's how you got to this point where you're at in life. My perspective works for me. It's how I got to this point where I'm at in life. So it is what it is. We both can have our own perspectives and be cool. Like it is. I'm not trying to convince you to think like you. You're not.
Yeah, how you guys doing tonight? I got something to say.
Good. Hi,
This
Ekene.
is I'm coming. Hold on a minute. This is what I gotta say tonight, okay?
Pause, yo.
I've
Bro.
listened to all of you. You all have your points, but everybody's quoting religion. But the way God made it is that your religion is supposed to be identified by your culture. Christianity necessarily is not your religion. That is why all this confusion. Because we want to all belong to one organized religion on earth. Muslim, Islam, Buddhist, Hindu. It's all confusion. And let me say one thing. The Bible is a contradictory working book. Everybody knows that. It contradicts one another. We all know that all Christians. But the thing that I gotta say is this: morality is unique. What if you that morality is what, and you gotta be a little out of your damn, because it's not morality. Is your parents had you. If they know before they have you, they act moral. Morality is universal. It's supposed to be like that. You cannot manufacture morality based on how you feel, what you think, how your money look like, the way you sleep at night. That is not morality. Morality is set in stone and is written in your heart and mind and in your consciousness. When you act right, your conscience tells you that you're acting right. When you act out of character, your conscience tells you that you're acting out of character. You don't have to contradict it. You don't have to, think twice about it. You don't have to fight over it. Your conscience is settled. The reason why your conscience is settled is because you act within morals. So you cannot come out tomorrow and say, Nick Cannon have 12 kids, 7 baby mama. And who the hell is to tell him what to do because he has the money? You have the money and you act however you are doesn't mean you have morals. Most people that have money mostly act out of morals. So you cannot define morality just because you have money. No, that's not how the world works. God already set morality in motion, and we have to follow it, even if we like it or not. When you act out of character, guess what happened? Your children pay that price. I don't have any problem with somebody marrying 3 or 4 or 5 wives, because guess what? Polygamy has always been the oldest form of marriage. I'm not a Christian, so I don't go by Adam and Eve. Africa, people have already existed way before Adam and Eve. You see what I'm saying? But what I got to say is this: when you marry a woman, when you impregnate a
Oh,
woman, you're supposed to marry
you
her.
saying it was people before Adam and Eve? Damn. The hell?
There are people way before Adam and Eve.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm about to go to sleep. So hey, I
But
appreciate.
what I got to say is this, right?
Appreciate y'all having me on.
Morality is set in place by God. So if you gonna impregnate somebody's daughter, you better marry her. But to have kids out of a single roof, being raised in different roofs, is the highest rate of immorality. Because those kids are not going to have guidance, no parental guidance, no nothing. That is very, very bad. If he has 4 women, he should marry the whole 4 of them. Nothing stops him from marrying 4 or 5 wives. Nobody stops him from doing that. But those kids have to be under one roof, raised by their father. That's how it is. I land my plane.
Bro, I need you to land some clippers on that damn haircut, bro. Just go on, come on and join the crew, Keaton. Go on, get on the ball, crew, man. It's time
I
to
know
get rid of
you
that receding widow's peak.
I know you
I always do this with Kenny. Come on, join the crew, Kenny, man. Telling you love that bald head, bro. I'm telling you, it's a good look for you, man. You got the receding widow peak right now, bro. Come on, man. Mickey Mouse, his shit ain't even going back that far. But I'm just saying, though. But I feel what you're saying. I ain't gonna mess up your point, though. But yeah, it's getting late. It is getting late.
All right, man, y'all. Hey, man, Sean got any more.
Shanice, you ain't got nothing you want to say back?
No, I don't argue the Bible. I don't argue religion. I don't. But you guys have a great night. Yeah.